London. Many times since the earth was young, the place had lain under the sea. 400 million years ago, when the continents were arranged in a quite different configuration, the island formed part of a small promontory on the northwestern edge of a vast, shapeless landmass. The promontory, which jutted out in a lonely fashion into the great world ocean, was desolate. No eye save that of God beheld it. No creature moved upon the land. No birds rose in the sky, nor were there even fish in the sea. Only the most primitive life forms were assembling themselves in the planet's waters, growing cells from the interaction of mineral rock, water, and the sulphurous gases that emanated from the molten plasma far below. At this remote time, in the southeastern corner of the promontory, a departing sea left behind a bare terrain of thick, dark slate. Silent and empty it lay, like the surface of some undiscovered planet, the grey rock interrupted here and there only by shallow pools of water. One feature there was, however. Under this layer of slate, deep in the earth, pressures still more ancient had raised up a gently shelving ridge some 2,000 feet high, which lay across the landscape like a huge breakwater. Seas came and departed from it many times. Each remained there for many millions of years, and always they deposited sediments hundreds of feet thick, so that at last the slate ridge, high though it was, became covered, smoothed over, and buried deep below, with scarcely a hint that it existed. Some of these layers, sandstone, clays, and sands, were formed of mainly inorganic matter. But as life on earth began to burgeon, as plants covered its surface and its waters teemed with creatures, the planet began to add further layers formed from this new organic life it had brought into being. One great sea that departed about the time of the extinction of the dinosaurs let fall such a prodigious quantity of detritus from its fish and plankton that the resulting chalk would cover much of southern England and northern France to a depth of some 300 feet. And so it was, with this immense passing of Earth's ages, that a new landscape came into being above the place where the ancient ridge lay buried. It was a different shape entirely. Here, as other seas came and went, and huge river systems from the interior drained out through this corner of the promontory, the chalk covering became shaped into a broad and shallow valley some 20 miles across, with ridges to north and south, and opening out in a huge V towards the east. From these various inundations came further deposits of gravels and sands, and one, a tropical sea, left a thick layer of soft deposit down the centre of the valley, which would one day be known as London clay. These floodings and withdrawals also caused the later deposits to be formed into new, somewhat lesser ridges within the great chalk V. Such was the place that was to be London, about 1 million years ago. About 500,000 years later, a great river flowed eastwards from the centre of the promontory and passed some way to the north of the long chalk V. When the advancing ice of the latest ice age began to block its way, however, thwarted, the cold, churning river waters sought another outlet, and about 40 miles west of the place where the slate ridge lay, they burst through a weak point in the long chalk ridge and flooded eastwards down the centre of the V that was so perfectly formed to receive them. In this way, the river was born. Then, somewhat less than 10,000 years ago, as the Ice Age began its final retreat, the waters from the dissolving Arctic ice cap swept down, swamping the plain on the promontory's eastern side. Cutting through the chalk ridges in a great J shape, they washed right round the base of the promontory into a narrow channel running westwards towards the Atlantic. Thus, like some northern Noah's Ark after the flood, the little promontory became an island, free but forever at anchor just off the coast of the great continent to which it had belonged. To the west, the Atlantic Ocean. To the east, the North Sea. Along its southern edge, where the high chalk cliffs gazed across to the nearby continent, the narrow English Channel. And so, surrounded by these northern seas, began the island of Britain. 54 years before the birth of Christ, at the end of a cold, star-filled spring night, a crowd of 200 people stood in a semicircle by the bank of the river and waited for the dawn. 10 days had passed since the ominous news had come. In front of them, at the water's edge, was a smaller group of 5 figures. Silent and still in their long grey robes, they might have been taken for so many standing stones. These were the Druids, and they were about to perform a ceremony which, it was hoped, would save the island and their world. There were many sacred sites along the lengthy course of the river, but nowhere was the spirit of the great river so clearly present than at this quiet place. Here sea and river met. Downstream, in a series of huge loops, the ever-widening flow passed through open marshland, until, about 10 miles away, it finally opened out into the long eastward funnel of the estuary and out to the cold North Sea. Here, at high tide, when the incoming sea in the estuary reversed the current, this river road was 1,000 yards across. At low tide, only 300. In the centre, halfway along the marshy southern bank, a single gravel spit jutted out into the stream, forming a promontory at low water, and becoming an island when the tide was high. It was on the top of this spit that the little crowd was standing. Opposite them, on the northern bank, lay the place, now deserted, that bore the name of Londinos. Londinos. Even now, in the dawning light, the shape of the ancient place could be seen clearly across the water. 2 low gravel hills with levelled tops rising side by side about 80 feet above the waterfront. And that was all there was, an abandoned settlement, a sacred spot. The tribal centres were to the north and south, the tribes over whom the great chief Cassivellaunus was master living in the huge eastern tracts beyond the estuary, the tribe of Canti in the long peninsula south of the estuary, their tribal name having already given that region the name of Kent. The river was a border between them, Londinus, a sort of no-man's land. The boy shivered. He had been standing an hour, and he was cold. Like most of the folk there, he wore a simple woolen tunic that reached to the knees and was fastened at the waist with a leather belt. Beside him stood his mother and his 3 sisters. He was a bright, brave little fellow, dark-haired and blue-eyed like most of his Celtic people. His name was Segovax, and he was 9. A closer inspection, however, would have revealed 2 unusual features in his appearance. On the front of his head, on the forelock, grew a patch of white hair, as though someone had dabbed it with a brush of white paint. Such hereditary marks were to be found amongst several families dwelling in the hamlets along that region of the river. The second feature was much stranger. When the boy spread his fingers, it could be seen that between them, as far as the first joint, was a thin layer of skin, like the webbing on a duck's foot. This, too, was an inherited trait, although it did not show itself in every generation. Now the glow along the eastern horizon was starting to tremble. In a few minutes the sun would rise, and a great shimmering ray of light would come dancing from the east along the stream. The 5 Druids facing the crowd began a low chant while the people listened. At a signal, a figure stepped out from the crowd. He was a powerfully built man whose rich green cloak, golden ornaments, and proud bearing declared him to be a nobleman of importance. In his hands he carried a flat, rectangular metal object, whose burnished surface glowed softly in the gathering light. He handed it to the tall, white-bearded Druid standing in the centre. The Druids turned to face the glowing horizon, and the elderly figure in the centre stepped forward and onto a raft. At the same moment, Segovax's father and another stepped onto the raft and with long poles began to push it out into the broad stream. The other 4 Druids chanted, a droning sound that mysteriously grew, spreading out over the waters as the raft drew further away. The sun appeared, a huge red curve upon the water, and now the tall Druid on the raft raised the metal object over his head so that it caught the sunbeams and flashed. It was a shield made of bronze. The pattern of swirling lines and the inlaid precious stones represented the finest of the wondrous Celtic metalwork for which the island was famed. It was the most important gift the island people could make to the gods, far greater than any sacrifice of oxen or even of humans, as had been practiced in ancient times. With a single sweeping gesture, the Druid hurled the shield high over the water. Flashing, it made an arc through the air before falling into the gleaming path laid down by the sun across the water. The little crowd let out a sigh as the river silently took its offering and moved on. But as the old Druid watched, something strange occurred. Instead of sinking out of sight, the bronze shield remained suspended just below the surface of the clear water, its metal face glinting in the light. At first the old man was astonished, until it occurred to him that the reason was very simple. The metal was beaten very thin. It was backed with a light wood. Until the wood became waterlogged, the ceremonial shield was destined to remain hovering there, covered only by a film of water. Something else was happening too. While the dawn silently approached, the tide had turned. The current was now flowing not downriver, but upriver, from the estuary to a point several miles further upstream from Londinium. Slowly, therefore, beneath the cold, translucent wave, the shield was moving up the stream, as though being gently pulled by some invisible hand towards the island's interior. The old man watched and wondered what it meant. Did it portend good or evil in face of the terrible threat? The threat came from Rome. Its name was Julius Caesar. Julius Caesar desired to rule Rome. To do so he needed conquests. Just recently he had swept northwards all the way to the English Channel and established the huge new Roman province of Gaul. Now he had turned his eyes to this mist-shrouded island of the north. 10 days ago, a messenger to the chiefs had paused at Londinium. His message was brief and definite. Caesar is coming. When word came, a few months later, that the Romans were coming, the boy was ready. Ever since the news of the invasion had come, he had secretly planned this expedition. Day after day he had practiced with the spear his father had made him, so that he could learn to become a skilled hunter and warrior. And now his chance had come at last. He was going to fight beside his father. After the men had left the village, he followed, making his way along the river towards the sea. Finally he saw them. The Celtic line was less than a mile away. How splendid it looked! He scanned the thousands of figures for a sight of his father, but could not see him. The first formations of Romans were grouping on the northern bank. And then it began. Suddenly everywhere men were running, while chariots wheeled about at such speed that it seemed as though in a matter of seconds they might bear down across the meadows upon him. The Romans' armour seemed to glint and flash like some terrible fiery creature. The noise was tremendous. Amidst the din he heard grown men screaming with cries of agony dreadful to hear. A galloping cavalry charge is a fearsome thing to behold. Even trained infantry formed in squares usually shiver. An unruly crowd, faced with charging horsemen, will always flee. Small wonder, then, that the boy, suddenly aware that an entire army was moving towards him, should have found himself so frightened that he could not go on. He started to back away. Then he fled. The next morning, Segovax found his father's body on the battlefield, a huge area strewn with broken chariots, abandoned weapons, and bodies. His flesh was blue-grey. A short, broad Roman sword had opened a frightful gash in his side. The boy knelt beside him. He put his hands out and touched his father's beard, and was so racked with sobs that he was not aware he was no longer alone. It was just a small party of Roman soldiers, accompanied by a centurion. They had come to search for any fallen Roman weapons. Seeing the lone figure, they walked towards him. Segovax glanced down. His father's sword was lying beside him. He stooped, picked it up, and faced the approaching centurion. "If he's going to kill me," he decided, "I may as well fight." The sword was heavy, but he held it firmly, his young face set. The centurion, frowning slightly as he continued to advance, indicated that he should put the weapon down. Segovax shook his head. The centurion calmly drew his own short sword. Segovax's eyes grew large. He prepared to fight, hardly knowing what to do. And then the centurion struck. It was so fast the boy hardly saw it. There was a metallic bang, and to his astonishment his father's sword had gone from his hand, while his wrist and hand felt as if they'd been wrenched apart. The face of the centurion was calm. And then Segovax heard a laugh. He had been so intent on the centurion that he had not noticed the approach of the riders. There were half a dozen of them, and they were now staring down at the little scene curiously. In the middle of them was a tall figure with a bald head and a hard, intelligent face. It was he who had laughed. He said something to the centurion, and everyone laughed with him. Segovax went red. The man had spoken in Latin, so he had no idea what he had said. He would have been surprised indeed if he had known the words that Julius Caesar had just spoken.
"Here's a brave young Celt. You still won't give up. Better leave him alone, Centurion, or he might kill us all."
In the months that followed the engagement of the river, Caesar did not take over the island of Britain. Whether he intended to occupy it there and then has never been clear, and he was far too wily to make it plain in his own account. Segovax returned home, but his grief did not diminish. One day he was sitting on a stone gazing across the river at the hills of Londinium opposite, when the old Druid came to him and sat down. They talked for a long time, the priest gently questioning, Segovax replying with greater confidence, until at last, and with a strange sense of relief, the boy told him all about the terrible day of the battle, and what he had seen, and even of his cowardice. The Druid smiled gently.
"I do not think you are a coward, Segovax."
He paused.
"You think you let your father down? That you failed him?"
The boy nodded.
"But he did not expect to see you there,"
the old man reminded him.
"Didn't he tell you to look after your mother and sisters?"
"Yes." And then, despite himself, he burst out tearfully. "But I've lost my father. He'll never come back to me again." The old man gazed across the river, and for a time said nothing. Quietly, then, putting his hand on the boy's shoulder, he ordered him,
"Bring me your father's sword."
A few minutes later, when Segovax had brought the weapon, the old man, with a huge blow, broke the iron sword upon the stone. For this breaking of swords was a ritual custom among the Celts. Then, taking the two pieces of the sword, the Druid put one arm around the boy, and with the other hurled the broken sword high out into the stream.
"End your grief," the Druid said quietly. "The river is your father now."
And though he could not speak, the boy understood, and knew that it was true. The two men sat facing each other across a table. Neither spoke as they went about their dangerous work. It was a summer afternoon, the Ides of June by the Roman calendar, in the year 251 A.D. Few people were about in the street outside. Inside, the heat was oppressive. The room was modest, typical for that quarter, where thatched frame houses and workshops huddled round courtyards off the small streets. The clay and wattle walls were plastered white. In one corner was a workbench, a rack of chisels and a hand-axe, proclaiming the occupant to be a carpenter. The only sound was the gentle rasping of the metal file in the larger man's hand. But the penalty for the activity he and the younger man were now engaged in was death. At the place where the two gravel hills stood by the riverbank, there was now a great walled city. The twin hills by the river had been transformed into gently swelling slopes with graceful terraces. At the summit of the eastern hill rested a stately forum, its sedate stone buildings reflecting the sunlight with a pale stare. From the forum, a broad street led down to a stout wooden bridge across the river. On the western hill, just behind the crown, a huge oval-shaped amphitheatre dominated the skyline, and behind that, in the northwest corner, lay the headquarters of the military garrison. Down on the riverfront were wooden wharves and warehouses, while on the eastern bank of the brook that ran down between the hills were the pleasant gardens of the governor's palace. The Romans had wanted to come to Britain, but it was not until AD 43, when the Emperor Claudius had crossed the narrow sea to claim the island for civilization. When the Roman engineers saw the two gravel hillocks on the north bank and the gravel promontory that jutted out into the stream opposite, they came to an immediate and obvious conclusion. "This is the perfect place for a bridge," they reported, "and the gravel bed gives us a firm foundation to build on." Better yet, the tidal flow continued past this point, allowing ships to pass easily up and downstream on its ebb and flow, and the inlet between the hillocks where the little stream came down was a convenient harbour for smaller vessels. "It's a natural port," they concluded. Tamasis, they called the river, and Latinizing the existing name, they called the port Londinium. Young Julius had almost forgotten the awful threat from the law as he considered what the man with the file had just said to him. For although Sextus was his partner and his friend, he could also be dangerous. "The girl's mine. Keep your hands off her." The warning had come quite suddenly while they worked in silence. Sextus had not even looked up as he spoke. Julius was surprised too. How had Sextus guessed? The older man had often taken young Julius out drinking and introduced him to women, but he'd always been a mentor, never a rival. This was something new. But even so, Julius was not sure he was going to obey the order. Besides, he had already sent the letter. "If you come to the bridge at noon tomorrow during the games, I have a present for you. I think of you night and day. J." Julius was 20, just under medium height. His legs were a little short for his body, but very strong. His sleeveless tunic revealed a wiry torso hardened by training. He was a good gymnast, and down in the port where he worked unloading the boats, he had already made a name for himself as a promising boxer. "You can knock him down," the bigger men would say admiringly, "but he just keeps getting up." Julius was marked by two striking peculiarities. The first, shared with his father, was that while his head bore a mass of black curls, at the front he had a patch of white hair. The second was that his hands had webbing between the fingers. Down at the port they affectionately called him Duck because of it. Often when he boxed, they would cry, "Come on, Duck! Knock him in the water, Duck!" A few wits would even quack when he won. It was his personality that the women liked. There was something so merry, so full of life in those blue eyes that looked out eagerly upon the world. As one young matron was heard to remark, "There's a nice young apple, just ripe to be plucked." 2 months had passed since Julius and Sextus had first seen the girl, but once seen, she was not easy to forget. She was 2 years older than Julius and almost as tall. Her skin was pale, her hair yellow, but instead of being long and piled with pins like other girls, it grew in tight curls close to her head. This, and her slightly broadened nose, indicated her dark-skinned ancestry. Her grandmother had been brought as a slave to Gaul from the African province of Numidia. Her eyes were blue, shaped like large, rounded almonds, and they had a strange, smoky quality. When she walked, her slim body had a wonderful rhythmic grace denied to the other women of the port. They maliciously said her husband had bought her in Gaul, but nobody really knew. Her name was Martina. She had been 16 when the master mariner had decided to marry her. He had been 50, a widower with grown children of his own. Sextus was quite successful with women. In his slightly patronizing way, he had told Julius that he meant to have the mariner's young wife, and Julius had thought no more about it. So it had surprised Julius when, parting from himself and Sextus by the bridge one day, the girl had squeezed his hand. The very next day, down at the quays, she had gently but deliberately brushed him as she walked past. Soon after, she had remarked casually, "Every girl likes to get a present." Though she had said it to Sextus, she had glanced at him. Julius was sure of it. It was then that his lust began. He started to think about Martina. As he unloaded the boats, her smoky eyes seemed to hover in the rigging. He imagined himself, instead of Sextus, slipping into her house under the cover of darkness. But how, Julius wondered, could he buy her a present? His pay at the docks was meagre. By getting friends to place bets on him when he boxed, he could often make some extra. But at this moment, he and Sextus were making money in the simplest way possible. They were forging it. They would take existing coins, which might be new or old, and by pressing each side of the coin into damp clay, they would make 2 half-moulds. These were then fitted together with a little hole in the side, so that when the clay was dry and hard, molten metal could be poured through it into the mould. Break open the mould after cooling, and there was quite a passable counterfeit coin. Despite his webbed hands, Julius did the work neatly and precisely, and thanks to him, the quality of their coins had improved dramatically. There was only one problem. How would he explain the money to his parents? Already they were both suspicious of Sextus. "You stay away from that one. He's up to something," his mother had said, having taken a special dislike to his friend. Well, that was a problem to be solved later. Julius at this moment knew only one thing. The very next morning, before the games began, he was going to buy the girl a gold bracelet with his newfound wealth. And then it was up to the girl. She had had his letter. There was besides one further consideration of a more serious kind. It had come from his father, Rufus. For some months that cheerful man had secretly been concerned about Julius. At first he had hoped the boy would be a legionary, as he had been. It was still the best and most secure employment in the Roman Empire. You retired young with a good position and some stake money to start a business. But when Julius had failed to show any interest, he had not pushed him. "He'll pick up bad company, like that Sextus," his wife had warned, but she was a congenital pessimist. Rufus was a gregarious fellow, a member of several associations. Just the day before he had heard of an interesting opportunity for a young man. "There are 2 men I know," he had eagerly told his son, "who might be able to put you in the way of a useful little business. They'd stake you, too." He had arranged for Julius to meet them that very night. So by morning Julius considered he'd have his share of the money they were forging now, and maybe a business opportunity as well. The soldiers arrived suddenly, and without any warning. There was a crash, a sudden cry from outside, and then pounding on the door. Sextus moved with a speed that was astonishing. Leaping to his feet, he snatched a bag from the workbench, and with a single movement swept the entire contents of the table into it, coins, moulds, everything. Racing to the cupboard in the corner, he threw it open and cleared the shelves of more moulds, nuggets of metal, and a collection of coins Julius did not even know he had. And then suddenly Sextus had him by the arm. Propelling his stunned friend into the kitchen behind, he glanced out into the little yard. They were in luck. The legionaries sent to cover the rear of the house had made a mistake and blundered into the yard of the workshop next door. Sextus shoved the bag into Julius's hands and pushed him outside. "Go, run, and hide the stuff." Julius was about 100 yards down the alley when he heard a deep-throated bellow. Glancing back, he could see a big centurion, who, despite his weight, had clambered with agility onto the top of the wall and was scanning the alleys. Catching sight of Julius scurrying along, he had shouted. He turned just as the centurion, a big, corpulent man with grizzled hair and a scar on his right cheek, looked towards him again. Only some time later, as he walked down an empty street, did it occur to him to ask why he had turned back. "If I saw him," he muttered, "then he could have seen me." The patch of white hair on his head was a certain giveaway. When he got home, Julius hid the bag under his bed. Tomorrow, he promised himself, he would find a safer place for it. Tonight, his father was taking him to the temple. It was not often that Julius saw his father nervous, but just for once he sensed that he was. "You'll be fine," Rufus muttered, more to himself than to his son, as they crossed the city to the meeting. "You won't let me down." The dark building stood alone, its doorway lit on each side by burning torches. Julius heard his father give a little hiss of satisfaction. For Rufus was very proud to be a member of the Temple Lodge, and of all the temples in Londinium, none was more powerful than the Temple of Mithras. It was situated between the 2 hillocks on the eastern bank of the little brook, about 100 yards up from the precincts of the governor's palace. Built recently, it was a stout little building, rectangular in shape and only 60 feet long. One entered from the eastern end. At the western end was a small apse containing the sanctuary. There had always been many religions in the empire, but in the last 2 centuries the mystery cults and religions from the east had become increasingly popular, 2 especially, the religion of Christianity and the cult of Mithras. Mithras, the bull-slayer, the Persian god of heavenly light, the cosmic warrior for purity and honesty. Mithras fought for truth and justice, in a universe where, in common with many Eastern religions, good and evil were equally matched and locked in an eternal war. The blood of the legendary bull he killed had brought life and abundance to the earth. The initiation rites were shrouded in secrecy, but they were also staunchly traditional. Followers made small blood sacrifices in the temple in the time-honoured Roman manner. They were also bound by the old Stoic code of honour to keep themselves pure, honest, and brave. Inside the temple, the burning torches cast an uncertain light. The aisles were in deep shadow. Slowly the temple filled. Then, with a faint rustle, two figures emerged from the shadows of the aisles. Both wore headdresses that entirely hid their faces. The first wore a lion's head with a mane that hung around his shoulders. The second was altogether more eerie, and as he gazed, Julius felt a tiny shiver go down his spine. What he wore reached almost to his knees. Made of hundreds of large feathers that faintly rustled and creaked, it was in the shape of a huge black bird with folded wings and a huge beak. The raven now began to move down the nave between the seats. He walked slowly, his great tail brushing the knees of the men he passed. Every few feet he would pause and address a question to one of the members in what was obviously a ritual of some kind. "Who is the master of the light?" "Mithras." "Whose blood enriches the earth?" "That of the bull slain by Mithras." "What is your name?" "Servant." "Are you of our number?" "Beyond death." The rest of the ceremony was not long. The raven said a few invocations, the lion made some brief announcements concerning the membership, and then the meeting broke up into an informal gathering, with small groups collecting in the nave. Julius could see several prominent and influential citizens. He and his father waited quietly, chatting to those close by. Then Julius felt his father nudge him. "Here he comes." The man who had been the raven was a large, imposing figure. He had taken off his costume and was making his way down the nave, nodding to members here and there with an air of friendly authority. In the soft light, Julius could see that his head was grizzled, but it was only as he came closer that he saw with a sudden cold panic the scar running from the top to the bottom of his cheek. The eyes of the centurion who had chased him that very afternoon were fixed on him. Julius felt himself go white. "He's recognized me," he thought, "and I'm done for." He could scarcely look up as his father, with a nervous little laugh, introduced him. At first, Julius was conscious of nothing except the centurion's eyes upon him. Only after several moments did he realize that the soldier was quietly speaking to him. He was talking about the river trade, of the need for a bright young fellow to bring pottery from the interior of the island to the port. A little nervously, Julius answered the questions the centurion put to him. He tried to give a good account of himself, even if he felt awkward. Finally, however, the centurion nodded to his father. "He seems all right," he remarked, and gave the older man a smile. "You'll bring him to the lodge again, I hope." Rufus blushed with pleasure. "As far as this river business is concerned, I'm satisfied, but I'll have to work with my river agent." He glanced about with a hint of impatience. "Where is he? Ah, yes, I'll bring him over." And he moved away to where some figures were standing in the shadows. Rufus was beaming at his son. "Well done, boy. You're in," he whispered. As the centurion returned, Julius got his first sight of the agent, and though for a moment he had told himself it was impossible, as they drew closer, there was no doubt. There before him, in the soft light of the temple, stood Martina's husband, the mariner. Adding to his distress was the discovery Julius made when he got home. The bag of counterfeit coins was gone. His sister finally admitted that their mother, who didn't trust Sextus, had noticed Julius's suspicious behaviour earlier and searched his room. She had taken the bag out, but the girl didn't know what she'd done with it. So Julius thought his plans for Martina were ruined, and Sextus probably wouldn't believe that he had lost the money. But Julius, characteristically, didn't stay depressed for long. He decided to meet the woman anyway. It was strange to have the city all to himself. By mid-morning it seemed that the entire population had gone to the games. Now and then Julius would hear a great roar from the amphitheatre, but for the rest of the time the cobbled streets were so quiet he could listen to the birds. He was going to meet the girl at noon, and he had promised a present. He didn't want to go empty-handed. So he was going to steal it. It was when he reached the governor's palace that he got the idea. Apart from the guard on the gate, the entire staff had probably sneaked off to the games. The neatness of it made him smile. After all, who would ever think of robbing the governor himself? Julius watched the sentry carefully. He took 25 paces in one direction, then, after a pause, 25 in the other. It was always the same. Julius calculated his moves carefully. When the man's back was turned, he ran into the courtyard. On the far side, under a portico, was the main door of the residence. He walked boldly in, and found himself in another world. The high, cool atrium with its pool of water set the tone of stately repose. The sophisticated system of underfloor central heating, the hypercaust, kept the house warm in winter. In summer, the stone and marble interior was cool and airy. As was common in the better houses in Londinium, many of the floors had beautiful mosaics. Bacchus, god of wine, was depicted here, a lion there. Dolphins graced one hall, while elsewhere there were intricately woven geometric patterns. In the smaller rooms, the walls were mostly painted in panels of ochres, reds, and greens, with the lower panels cleverly painted to look like marble. In one of the bedrooms, he found on a table a mirror of polished bronze, some silver brushes, and 3 jewelled brooches. There was also a beautiful necklace made of huge uncut emeralds set in a gold chain. The emeralds, he knew, would have come from Egypt. Beside it, however, was exactly what he needed. A simple gold bracelet without any markings. There must be 1,000 like it in Londinium. That was what he would give Martina. Picking it up, he slipped quickly out. Julius hurried on to the quay, and there, hanging about by the bridge, was Sextus. Immediately Sextus was on his guard. "Is everything all right?" he asked. He saw Julius hesitate before reluctantly but truthfully telling him exactly what had happened. Sextus didn't believe a word of it. He drew a knife from his belt. "Find the money by sundown," he said calmly, "or I'll kill you." Then he turned on his heel and walked away. Martina sat in the amphitheatre. A little before noon, they brought on a gladiator and a bear. The gladiator was skilled with the net. The betting was 2 to 1 that he would kill the bear. Martina rose quickly and slipped out. She did not notice that 200 yards behind her, the mariner started to follow. Julius waited, standing by one of the pair of big wooden pillars that marked the northern end of the bridge. It was almost noon. He was beginning to think that she might not come, and maybe it was just as well, when his attention was distracted by a small movement from along the quay to his right. It was nothing much, just 3 soldiers with a donkey pulling a small cart. He watched them idly. Because he was standing behind the pillar, they didn't see him, but as they drew closer he could make out their faces under their helmets. One of them was none other than his acquaintance from the day before, the centurion. He looked at the big man curiously. Why, he wondered, should he be escorting a donkey cart through the streets in the middle of the games? The cart was covered with a canvas sheet. One corner had worked loose, however, and Julius could see the top of an amphora of wine sticking out. Then the cart hit a bump, and a gold coin fell out of one of the jars. Gold! There could be whole sacks of coins on that cart, and why should the soldiers be surreptitiously moving gold along a deserted street and up an alley? The thought was so astounding that for a moment Julius couldn't believe it. Yet no other explanation made sense. They must be stealing it. "The girl will wait," he murmured to himself. "The gold won't." And he ducked into the alley. For several minutes he made his way cautiously along one lane after another, working his way westwards. It was in a narrow alley that, nearing an old well, he saw the little cart and the donkey. They were unattended. There was no sign of the soldiers. Cautiously he moved forward and approached the cart. Only 3 amphorae of wine remained. Julius reached in and felt around under the sacking until his hand encountered something hard. He pulled. It was heavy. Grinning to himself, he reached in with his other hand and lifted out a single sack of coins. A shout behind him. He half turned. The soldier was almost upon him. Instinctively, he dropped the sack, ducked his head, dodged round the cart and ran. As he did so, he heard another voice, and he thought a third. The centurion. "Get him!" They knew he had seen the gold. He was a witness. They had to kill him. Seeing the young woman alone on the bridge, it was second nature to Sextus to approach her. As for her, seeing the man she had avoided for the faithless Julius, it was only natural that she should welcome him now with a kiss. If Julius were anywhere near, she hoped he would see it, and she linked her arm in his. They walked together, and by the time they came in sight of the amphitheatre, he had arranged that he would come to her that night. Fleeing the soldiers, Julius had run to the amphitheatre and had succeeded in losing himself in the crowd. Now the evening was warm, and a pleasant pall of sweat and dust hung in the air as the great amphitheatre was emptied. Julius moved with the crowd, and then he decided to go back for the gold. He did not know that he too was being followed. Under the bright stars, the little boat slipped silently downstream on the ebbing tide. The man's body in the bottom of the boat lay still, its face towards the night sky. The knife wound that had killed him had been made so skilfully that he had scarcely bled at all. It took skill to dispose of a body in the water. The river had secret eddies and currents, a hidden will of its own, and a body sunk in one place, even weighted down, might mysteriously be conveyed to some other spot entirely, where it might be found. On such occasions it was necessary to know the river's secrets. But then the mariner knew the river very well. He had been surprised at first to see his wife and Sextus greet each other with kisses. He knew Sextus by sight, knew his name, and the letter he recalled had been signed with a J. But then he had realized his mistake. It must have been not a J, but a poorly made S. He had killed Sextus while the carpenter was trailing his friend Julius through the alleys in the gathering dusk. He had only to decide what to do about Martina now. His first instinct was to punish her in a way she would not forget, but he had had his revenge on her lover. He would treat her with kindness and see what happened. In the autumn of the year 251, the theft of a considerable number of gold and silver coins was discovered. The centurion, who was ordered to lead the investigation, was unable to discover anything. Shortly after this, the centurion and a number of troops from the garrison at Londinium were abruptly transferred by the governor to aid in the rebuilding of the great fortress of Carlion in Wales. No date was set for their return. For Julius, however, events went well. The question of the bag was not raised by his mother, and the mysterious disappearance of his friend Sextus seemed to end the matter. His business with the mariner prospered. Better yet, satisfied that he had dealt with his wife's lover, the mariner never had the least suspicion of the affair that began between Julius and Martina the following spring. And when the mariner was lost at sea a year later, Julius not only took over his business, but married his widow too. On the birth of their second son, to the great delight of his father, Julius became a full member of the Temple of Mithras. Yet one thing continued to trouble Julius. Again and again since the day of the games, he had returned to the place, searching high and low by day and night. Where, by all the gods, was that gold? On the 6th of January, the feast of Epiphany, in the year of our Lord 1066, the greatest men in the Anglo-Saxon kingdom of England gathered at the new monastery of Westminster Abbey to take part in extraordinary events. Everyone was there. Stigand, the Saxon Archbishop of Canterbury, the King's Council, the Witan, the powerful burghers of London. On Christmas morning, the frail, white-bearded King Edward, whose life's work the abbey was, had proudly watched as the Archbishop hallowed the new building. For this pious work he would become known as Edward the Confessor. Now he was free to seek eternal rest. They had buried King Edward in his abbey that morning, and as they emerged from the church, the great men knew that the eyes of all Christendom were upon them. Who would take up the crown? Two friends were among those who waited. The figure on the left was well set, about 40. his thinning hair compensated for by a rich golden beard. He had a broad chest, a broad Germanic face, an air of cheerful, sturdy self-control, and hard blue eyes that could spot a short measure of goods at 100 paces. No man had ever known him to break his word. He was Leofric, merchant of London. If Leofric was burly, his companion was a giant. Hrothgar, the Dane, towered over his Saxon friend. A great mane of red hair grew upon his head. His huge red beard was 2 feet wide and 3 feet long. His periodic rages, when his face became as red as his hair, were legendary. 2 centuries before, his great-great-grandfather had earned a reputation as a fearsome Viking warrior who disliked killing children. His order before each raid of "Beirden ni kell," don't kill the children, was so well known that it became a nickname. 5 generations later, his descendants were still generally referred to as the family of Ban Nikel. Since he traded from the wharf below, called Billingsgate, he was usually referred to as Barnacle of Billingsgate. The Saxon's green cloak was trimmed with red squirrel fur, but Barnacle's blue cloak was trimmed with costly ermine from the Viking state of Russia, a sign that he was rich indeed. And if the Saxon owed the wealthy Dane a debt of money, what was that between friends? Leofric's eldest child, his daughter, was due to marry the Norseman's son next year. Whenever Barnacle saw the girl, his huge face broke into a smile.
"You're lucky I chose her for you,"
he would tell his son with satisfaction. Demure, with a pleasant smile and soft, thoughtful eyes, Hilda was only 14, but she had learned thoroughly the business of running a household. She read easily, and her father confessed that she understood his business almost as well as he did. If anyone had asked either Leofric or Barnacle to name his homeland, both would have replied without hesitation that they were English. To understand how this was, and the nature of the choice before the Witan that fateful January morning in 1066, it is necessary to consider certain important developments that had taken place in the northern world. Since the Roman Empire had fallen, the island had changed. Barbarians had entered the land of Britain. Goths, Lombards, Burgundians, Franks, Saxons, Bavarians, Slavs, and many others, settling beside the existing populations, established their tribal territories. Then came the tribes from the coastal regions of today's Germany and Denmark, Angles, Saxons, and others. Most of these people were fair-haired and blue-eyed. They came in a steady stream, extending their hold on England from east to west. Sometimes they were successfully resisted. Around the year 500, a Romano-British leader held the West Country against them and gave rise to the legend of King Arthur. The numerous Anglo-Saxon kingdoms had slowly begun to coalesce into the entity called England. But 2 centuries ago, in the reign of good King Alfred, England had nearly been destroyed. The onslaught of the fearsome Vikings upon the northern world lasted several centuries. These Norsemen, Swedes, Norwegians, and Danes, have been called merchants, explorers, and pirates. They were all those things. Emerging from their fjords and harbours, they wandered the oceans in longships to form colonies in Russia, Ireland, Normandy, the Mediterranean, and even America. From the Arctic to Italy, they traded furs, gold, and whatever else they could lay their hands on. With fierce blue eyes, flaming beards, heavy swords, and mighty axes, these adventurers drank hugely, swore oaths of loyalty to one another, and bore tremendous names like Ragnar Longhair, slayer of Tostig the Proud, as though they were still heroes from the Nordic legends of old. The Vikings, who had swept across England in the 9th century, were mostly Danish. They entered London and burnt it. But for the heroic battles of King Alfred, they would have taken over the whole island. Even after Alfred's victories, they still controlled most of the English territory north of the Thames. The area where they settled came to be known as the Danelaw. Here the English population had to live by Danish custom. Yet this was not so bad. The Danes were Nordic folk, their language like that of the Anglo-Saxon population. They even became Christians. However, just before the year 1000, the Danes again descended upon the rich island. The reign of King Canute, who shortly succeeded the thrones of both Denmark and England, was long and exemplary. His strength was feared. His simple common sense was legendary. The Danish Barnacle family found a ready welcome at his court, and so had Leofric's grandfather and many Saxons like him. He brought unity, peace, and prosperity to the land, and if his son had not suddenly died soon after succeeding him, forcing the English Witan to choose pious Edward from the old Saxon line, England might have remained an Anglo-Danish kingdom to this day. The Witan had three choices. Only one, a nephew of King Edward's, was legitimate, but he was a youth, brought up abroad by a foreign mother and without a following in England.
"He won't do,"
Leofric declared. There was Harold, not royal, but a great English noble, a fine commander, and popular. And then there was the Norman. The last Duke of Normandy, the northern coastal region of France, having no legitimate heir, had left a bastard son to succeed him. Ruthless, ambitious, probably driven by the sense of his illegitimacy, William of Normandy was a formidable adversary. He had married into the family of Edward the Confessor's wife. Now he claimed that Edward had promised him the throne. The Witan was emerging. The choice was Harold. Leofric stared at his daughter. He had always thought of himself as a man of his word, a good father. How then could he betray Hilda like this? Leofric was in financial trouble. Though still half rural, the London of Leofric, the merchant, was a busy place. A pair of Saxon villages, each with its own market, which the Saxons called cheaps, and a crude grid of streets, had spread over the twin hills. Wharves appeared, and a new wooden bridge. The city's only impressive building was the long, barn-like Saxon structure of St. Paul's, with its high wooden roof. The church had been begun in 604 by the Bishop of Mellitus, on the site of the ancient city, where it was said a temple had stood in Roman times. The most colourful place, the long stretch of the West Cheap, ran across from the cathedral and was always full of stalls. Halfway along the West Cheap, on its southern side, beside a tiny Saxon church, a lane led down to an old well, beside which stood a handsome homestead, which, for some reason already forgotten, was graced with a heavy hanging sign depicting a bull. People would often refer to the rich Saxon merchant who lived there as Leofric, who dwells at the Bull. Like other large London traders, Leofric had two main lines of business. He imported French wine and other goods through a merchant in the Norman city of Caen, and he sold English wool for export to the great cloth-makers of Flanders in the Low Countries. The trouble was that small fluctuations in the price of wine or wool could be critical to his fortunes. The loan from Barnacle had helped him over one problem.
"But even so," he confessed to his wife, "I owe Beckett in Caen for the last shipment of wine, and he's going to have to wait for his money."
The family had kept the old Bocton estate in Kent, which had been in Leofric's family since the 6th century. A prudent marriage had added another one north of London in the village of Hatfield. At present, it was only the revenues from his land that allowed Leofric to keep his business going. And here was the danger.
"For if England is attacked," he reasoned, "and Harold loses, then many estates, including my own, will probably be confiscated by the winner."
And now this message, strange and disturbing, from the odd man Silversleeves. How much did the long-nosed Norman know about his business affairs? As for his offer... Leofric turned to his daughter.
"I may need your help," he began.
"Your move?" said the man. His son reached forward across the chessboard. Both sons resembled their father. Both were sombre. Both bore the family burden of an exceptionally long nose with a rounded tip. But Henry had his father's brains, which the slightly larger and more thick-set Ralph had not. Ralph was out in town somewhere, drinking probably. Henry made his move. The hall in which this game of chess was being played was situated just below St. Paul's, at the top of the steep hill down towards the Thames. This was London's finest quarter, where several great churchmen and nobles had their houses. A quarter of a century had passed since he had come to London from the Norman city of Caen, where his family were prominent merchants. The years of Edward the Confessor had been good to him. In London he had married and prospered, made useful friends in Edward's cosmopolitan court, and become a valued benefactor of St. Paul's Cathedral, a man of importance. He had also gained a new name. It had happened one morning soon after his marriage. Walking along the stalls in the West Cheap, he had paused at a long table where some silversmiths were working. Fascinated, he had leaned over the table to watch them, and remained there some time. It was when he was finally moving away that the voice had called out, "Look, that one must be rich. He's got silver sleeves." Silver sleeves. Since it made no reference to his nose, and suggested he was rich, he decided to adopt it. He enjoyed playing chess with Henry. Though the boy lacked his father's deep strategy, he was a masterful tactician, brilliant in improvising sudden solutions. It was he who would one day run the business. Silversleeves gazed at his son thoughtfully. "Who generally is stronger, Henry? A man with cash or a man with debts?" "A man with cash." "Suppose, though, that a man owes you a debt and can't pay." "He'll be ruined," Henry replied coolly. "But then you lose what you lent him. Now consider this. What if this man can in fact pay you what he owes, but chooses not to? Suppose he offers to settle for less than he owes. Do you take it?" "I might have to." "Indeed you might. And now do you not agree he has made money out of you, that because of the debt he owed, he was stronger?" "It will depend on whether he wants to do business with me again," Henry said. Silversleeve shook his head. "No. It will depend on many things. On timing, on whether you need each other, on other opportunities, on who has more powerful friends. It's a question of hidden balances. Just like this game of chess." He smiled, then reached out his hand. "Checkmate." He was still smiling when Henry stood up, went to the window and called to him excitedly, "Father, look! There's something in the sky." The appearance of Halley's comet in January 1066 is well recorded in the chronicles of the time. It was universally agreed that it must be a portent of ill omen, of some disaster that was about to befall mankind. But the boy with the white patch in his light brown hair gazed up at the comet with fascination. His name was Alfred, after the great king. He was 14, and he had just taken a decision that infuriated his father and filled his mother with grief. He felt her nudge him now. "You oughtn't to go. That star's a sign, Alfred. You stay put." He chuckled, and his blue eyes twinkled. "You really think that God Almighty sent that star to warn me, Mother? You think he wants the whole world to look up and say, 'Ah, that's God, warning young Alfred not to go to London'? You never know." He kissed her. She was a warm, simple woman, and he loved her. But he had made up his mind. "You and Father will be fine. He's already got one son to help in the smithy. There's nothing for me around here." By now the organisation of the Anglo-Saxon countryside was broadly similar to the rest of northwestern Europe. The land was divided into county shires, each with a shire reeve, sheriff, who collected the king's taxes and oversaw justice. Each shire was divided into hundreds, each hundred containing numerous estates. These were in the hands of thanes, or lesser landowners, who, like the lord of continental manors, held their own courts over their peasants. But when it came to the peasantry, Anglo-Saxon England was a special case. While in general European peasants were either serfs or free, in England it was far more complex. There was a bewildering variety of legal statuses. Some peasants were slaves, mere chattels. Others were serfs, tied to the land and subject to a lord. Still others were free, paying rent only. Some were half-free, but paid rent, or free, but owed particular services. And there were many other categories in between. Nor, of course, were men fixed in their positions. A serf could become free, or a freeman, too poor to pay his rent and taxes, descend into servitude. The resulting kaleidoscope pattern is confusing not only to the modern historian. Court records of the Middle Ages show that men at the time were often just as bewildered. Alfred's family land was in the low-lying meadows 20 miles west of London. They were only modest cottages. Their land was just a tiny small holding known as a farthing.
"But we pay a money rent, in silver pennies," Alfred's father could truly claim. "We don't labour for the Lord like serfs."
Like every free man in the land, young Alfred proudly wore in his belt the symbol of his treasured status, a fine new dagger. Since his grandfather's day, the family had been the village smiths. By the age of 7, Alfred could shoe a horse. By 12, he could swing the hammers nearly as well as his older brother. The fact that, like his grandfather, he had the family's webbed fingers did not seem to trouble him. "But there isn't work for 2 smiths in this village," he pointed out. "I've tried all the villages around. There's nothing. So," he declared proudly, "I'm going to London."
Barnacle of Billingsgate was on his way to Leofric's house when he saw the pathetic little figure.
Alfred had been in London 3 months now and had found no work. It was 3 days since he had eaten. Barnacle took him home, and his wife gave him a meal. Then Barnacle urged the young man to go home. Politely, Alfred refused.
The huge Dane roared, "You'll starve! You'll die!"
"I'll get by. I'm not giving up, sir." Alfred heard him chuckle.
"In this boy dwells the heart of a hero," he said to his wife. "A mighty warrior."
With a great guffaw, he gave Alfred a clap on the back that almost sent him into the bowl of broth.
"And you know why? Because he won't give up."
All that summer, as the Saxon fleet cruised up and down the English Channel, William the Norman was biding his time. Barnacle set Alfred up as an apprentice to a friend of his, an armourer. Perhaps no days in the boy's life were ever happier. As the newest apprentice, he was set to work on menial tasks, fetching water from the stream, stoking the fire, and working the bellows. As the weeks went by, besides learning his craft, his work in the armoury taught young Alfred something of great significance for the Anglo-Saxon kingdom. Although the fleet was readying itself to defend the island at sea, preparations on land were a very different matter. The English kingdom had no standing army, nor forces of hired mercenaries. Her army was the Fyrd, a levy of landowners and peasants. Not a day passed without some flustered Saxon thane appearing with equipment in need of urgent attention, a blunt sword or battle-axe, a heavy round Saxon shield with straps on the back that always needed replacing. Above all, they would bring in their armour. The armour of the warriors of Anglo-Saxon England was the same as that used all over Europe at this time, the coat of chain mail. Known probably since the Bronze Age, the principle of chain mail was simple and convenient. Small riveted rings of metal, usually about 4/10 of an inch in diameter, were linked together to form a long shirt that reached past the knees. Being loose and flexible, unlike the later suits of plate armour, a coat of chain mail could be altered to fit different wearers. But they had 2 disadvantages. They became worn and torn, and they were prone to rust. As the most junior apprentice, Alfred was given the tedious job of cleaning them. But gradually, seeing the young man's promise, the master taught Alfred to make the coats of mail. Often they worked together late into the night, Alfred's hammer and tongs and pincers flying to their task. In September, the men guarding the English fleet went home to their harvest, and William of Normandy, who had planned his move carefully, took advantage of the opportunity to invade. Soon afterwards, on October the 11th, for reasons that are not entirely clear, before half the reinforcements he needed from the shires had arrived, King Harold of England marched out of London towards the southern coast at the head of about 7,000 men. In place of honour, by the king's standard, marched the Staller, the head of the city's defence guild, Barnacle, and the London contingent. The Dane was carrying his 2-handed battle-axe. It was during their absence that Leofric called on Silversleeves. Several other people were there when he arrived, a Flemish merchant, a goldsmith he knew slightly, and 2 priests from St. Paul's. He noticed that the last 2 especially were treating Silver Sleeves with deep respect. "A great day for my family," Silver Sleeves' son Henry earnestly told him. "My father is building a church." Leofric gazed at Henry in wonder. "Your father is endowing a church?" The young man nodded. The Norman must be rich indeed, far richer than Leofric had realized. Silver Sleeves, he learned, had just acquired a plot of land below his own holding. "It will be dedicated to St. Lawrence," Henry explained. He smiled. "I dare say that since there's another St. Lawrence nearby, they'll call it St. Lawrence Silver Sleeves." This custom of double names commemorating both a saint and a founder was already becoming one of the charms of London churches. Nor was this all. That very day the young man added another solemn consecration had taken place, that of the merchant himself. "My father has taken holy orders," he said proudly, "so that he can officiate at the church." It was not uncommon. Priests were frequently and openly living with, in effect, common-law wives, and left their church livings to their children, or even gave them as dowries. Rich merchants took orders, as Silver Sleeves was doing, and might even, if they fancied the dignity, become canons of St. Paul's. Indeed, it was in the pious hope that William of Normandy might reform these abuses that the Pope had given the planned invasion his blessing. After a delicious meal, Silver Sleeves came smoothly to the point. "My son Henry wishes to marry your daughter." Before Leofric could frame a suitable response, he gently continued, "We seek no dowry, except the alliance with your good name." Leofric gasped. This was as astonishing as it was courteous, but even this was nothing compared with what followed. "I can also offer an arrangement that might be of interest to you. If this marriage takes place, I should like to take over your 2 debts to Barnacle and Becket. You need never concern yourself with them again." At this moment someone burst in at the door, and as Silver Sleeves looked up in annoyance, the fellow cried out wildly, "Sirs, the king is dead! The Duke of Normandy has beaten him." "Where?" "At a place by the coast, near Hastings." The Battle of Hastings, which so profoundly changed the course of England's history, took place on Saturday, October the 14th. William of Normandy had several advantages. He attacked at first light, surprising King Harold. He had formidable contingents of both bowmen and trained cavalry, neither of which the English king possessed. Also, the English hilltop position was too narrow, allowing the bowmen to concentrate their fire with deadly effect. Yet even so, the battle went on all day. The bowmen failed to break the English defence. When the cavalry charged, they wilted before the tremendous 2-handed axe blows from men like Barnacle, which bit through their chain mail. They fled, and only William himself prevented a general rout. Hour after hour they continued. Twice the cavalry advanced and pretended to flee, luring many of the English down the hill into a trap. Gradually, as their leaders fell, the English were worn down. But even then, as the long grey afternoon began to darken, their battle line was still standing, and might have held till nightfall, had not a single arrow, loosed, it is said, at random, chanced to fall into the socket of King Harold's eye, wounding him gravely. Minutes later he had received a death blow. Then it was over. The Staller of London, badly wounded, was carried from the field. Among the little group of stalwarts with whom he had fought, by the king's standard, Barnacle and his son survived to accompany him. His troops weakened after the battle, William waited until December the 1st to advance to London, burning farms as he went. His terms came. All the city's ancient rights and privileges would be respected. That morning, beside St. Paul's, Leofric the merchant, with grim common sense, had not hesitated to state his position. "We should accept." "Traitor!" Barnacle shouted. "As for your daughter, keep her. My son will marry no traitor's child. Do you hear?" Leofric heard. In the circumstances, sad though the business was, he supposed he should thank his stars. It was 3 days later that they brought Barnacle the news of Hilda's betrothal to Henry Silversleeves. In 1078, a new presence began to rise by the riverside. It was made of grey stone, and it was called the Tower. To begin with, all William's actions had been conciliatory. England kept her Saxon common law, London her privileges, and though, as was normal throughout the modern world, some estates had been confiscated to provide for his followers, many English nobles had in fact kept their lands during those early years. So why the devil couldn't these cursed English be reasonable? For 12 years now there had been challenges to the Norman king. First there had been English revolts. Scotland had threatened. The Danes had invaded. More than once it had looked as though William might lose his new island kingdom. The harassed Norman had been forced to bring more mercenaries from overseas, and to reward more of these foreign knights with estates confiscated from a new set of traitors. He planned a massive castle keep, not of wood, but of stone, to deliver to the Londoners a bleak message: King William is your master. Ralph Silversleeves stood with a whip in his hand. Before him the young labourer was gazing up hopefully, holding out the small object like a religious offering. "You did this?" The young fellow nodded, and Silversleeves stared at it thoughtfully. The thing was remarkable, no doubt about it. Then he looked at the supplicant again. It gratified him to know that the youth's entire life now lay in his hands. The conquest had been good for Ralph. All his life he had known that he was the family fool. Though he would one day inherit equally from his father, it was still clever Henry who would run the family business. But with the coming of King William, his father had obtained a position for him with no less a figure than the magnate Geoffrey de Mandeville, the king's chief agent in London. Now he was overseer of the Tower, and for the first time in his life Ralph could feel himself a fellow of consequence. Osric was only 16 years old, but his hard life and the disfigurement he had suffered gave him an ageless look. His short legs were bandy, his fingers stubby, his solemn eyes set in a head that was too big for his body. His nose had been slit by one of William the Conqueror's knights in the West England village where his family were peasants. He breathed through his mouth, and he hated all Normans. "So, you think you could be a carpenter?" Ralph idly inquired. "Oh, yes, sir. My older brother is a fine craftsman. I'm sure I could be one too." Osric could not have known about the nerve he had struck. "If I can never hope to equal my clever older brother," thought Ralph, "why should this miserable fellow hope to equal his?" "Your brother is a carpenter, Osric, but you are only a beast of burden, and so, my little friend, you shall remain." And then, for no obvious reason, he flicked his whip across the boy's solemn face before sending him back to work. The two men sat facing each other across a table. For a while neither of them spoke as they considered their dangerous work, though either of them could have said, "If we get caught, they'll kill us." It had all started 10 years ago, the summer that Barnacle's wife had suddenly died. All the Dane's friends and family had rallied round to keep him company. Then one evening, as Alfred was leaving, the Dane had put an arm round his shoulders and muttered into his ear, "Would you do a little job for me? It could be dangerous." Alfred had hardly thought about it. Didn't he owe the Dane everything? So it was that Alfred realized that much of the work he and the armourer did after hours was for Barnacle. For Alfred it was wonderful training. There was almost nothing now that he could not tackle. Helmets, swords, shields, and spearheads he made by the dozen. Then one night Barnacle had come with pack-horses and removed the arms. Where he was going he would not say. Soon afterwards, however, a huge rebellion had broken out in the north and east of Britain. The Danes had landed in support, and in East Anglia a brave English noble named Hereward the Wake had led a revolt. King William had ruthlessly crushed the rebels and devastated much of the north. 4 years later, the Danes had tried again. This year, with William's son in rebellion in Normandy, more rumours were flying. Alfred was a fully fledged armourer now. Before long he would take over from the old master. 2 years ago he had married. Already there was a child. He was more cautious nowadays.
"The trouble," Barnacle explained to him, "is that I daren't risk the pack horses any more. There are too many spies. We need something else."
It was then that Alfred had made his suggestion. He'd been in the tower one day discussing a metal grill he was to build when he'd overheard a plucky young labourer ask the master builder if he could be a carpenter. Ralph had come up behind him and punished him severely. The boy, Alfred suspected, would not be averse to taking revenge. The conquest of England had hit the Dane hard. The lands Barnacle owned in Essex had been taken by the Normans. For a while he had wondered if he would be ruined, but he had managed to hold his business together in London. Since his wife's death, 2 things had kept him going. The first was his secret battle against the Norman conquerors. The second was Hilda. They had been shy of each other at first, both regretting the family rift, but once Barnacle's son was married, they felt less awkward when they met in the West Cheap, and often paused to exchange a few friendly words. Learning where she took her evening walks, he had fallen into the habit of strolling out across the Fleet at times when she might be there. For a long time the Dane had supposed he felt only a fatherly affection for her, while she, perceiving the truth far sooner, said nothing. Only once, 5 years ago, had he dared to go further. Knowing she and her husband had no love for each other, he had demanded,
"Does he mistreat you, your husband?"
She had paused before giving a sad, wry laugh. "No. But what," she asked, smiling, "would you do about it?" Forgetting himself for a moment, the Dane had moved close and murmured fiercely,
"I would take you away from him."
Much as he hated the drudgery of his work, Osric could not help being fascinated by the details of the building growing around him. One thing he noticed was a large hole in the floor of the main western chamber. At first he'd been puzzled by this, but he soon learned its purpose, for since he was one of the smallest labourers, Ralph had promptly chosen him to go down into it.
"Dig,"
he had curtly ordered. And when the boy had foolishly asked, "How far?" Ralph had cursed him and explained, "Until you find water, you fool." Although the Thames flowed nearby, and there was also a well not far from the bank, it was essential that the king's castle should have its own secure water supply within its mighty walls. Day after day, therefore, Osric had gone down with pick and shovel, lowered by ropes, sending the earth and gravel he dug up to the surface in a bucket. When they measured the well they had dug, they found it was 40 feet deep. The day after overhearing him ask the master builder to let him be a carpenter, Ralph had called out, "Osric, since you're good at working down holes, I have a new job for you." A necessary feature of any large fortified building was its drain, and the Tower of London's was intelligently conceived. Beginning in the southeast corner, below a hole in the floor not far from the well, it was to run underground, sloping gently down for some 50 yards until it reached the river. At low tide, the drain would be tolerably dry, but at high tide, the Thames water would flood the drain and flush it out. It was a low and narrow space, with just enough room for a few small fellows like Osric to use their picks in a crouching position. Each day he dug for hours, while the loosened earth was dragged back up the tunnel in open sacks, and carpenters put up supports to keep the roof from collapsing. When Alfred made his suggestion, Osric accepted immediately. Revenge was sweet. The task the Dane had set him was to convert a huge wagon he possessed so that he could conceal arms in it. But where he had expected the little carpenter to design a secret compartment under the cart, Osric had hit on a more ingenious solution. "If they search you, that's the first thing they'll look for," he had pointed out. Rather than touch the floor of the wagon, he had concentrated on the solid beams that made its frame. Working with care and sheer inspiration, He had hollowed these out, preserving their outside appearance with stops and sliding panels, and doing so with such thoroughness that a quite remarkable quantity of dismantled swords, spearheads, and arrowheads could be snugly lodged within.
"The cart itself is built of arms,"
Barnacle exclaimed with delight, hugging the little carpenter so warmly that for a moment Osric feared he might not breathe again. Alfred took the same kind of fatherly interest in Osric that Barnacle had taken in him. The armourer's family saw to it that Osric had a square meal at least once a week, and Alfred had even offered to buy the serf his freedom several times. However, Ralph always contrived to stop him. The walls of the main floor of the tower were growing rapidly. The thick walls of the main floor were punctuated with numerous recesses leading to narrow windows and other apertures. Two of these especially intrigued the young labourer. Each of them was like a narrow little passage, and led to the outer edge of the wall, where, in a nook, there was a stone bench with a hole in it.
"Look through the hole,"
one of the masons suggested, and when he did, Osric found himself gazing down a short, steep chute into open space with a 20-foot drop down the outside of the north wall.
"The French call it a garde-robe," the mason explained. "You've guessed what it's for."
Osric nodded.
"Drafty on your backside?" The mason laughed. "Encourages people not to hang about."
It was about this time that Osric, now 20, fell in love. The girl's name was Dorcas. The tower labourers were quartered in a series of wooden buildings set along the inside of the old Roman wall by the river bank, and her father had been the cook until he died. Dorcas did not seem upset by Osric's mutilated face, a feature the young man himself hardly thought of any more. But one day, as the young couple was walking, they met Ralph Silversleeves. Ralph said to Osric,
"Why don't you leave this pretty girl alone, Osric? You'll embarrass her with your face. You're so hideous."
There was a mist hanging over the river bank. Ralph made his usual rounds. Where the devil was his whip? It had mysteriously vanished 2 days before. He had only put it down for a few minutes, and though he had issued horrible threats, none of the workers of the tower seemed to have any knowledge of it. He had just turned the corner when he saw it lying on the ground near the wall, undamaged by the look of it. Presumably the thief, having grown frightened, had found this way to return it to him. With a faint smile, Ralph moved across and bent down to pick it up. Osric's efforts the evening before had not been in vain. It had been one of his nights to have dinner with Alfred and his family, and he had eaten until he thought he would burst. The soft, warm evacuation that sprang from him now and sailed down the north face of the tower from the garde-robe on which he sat was certainly greater by far than anything he had ever produced. Having held himself in readiness for so long, the discharge burst out with a wonderful concentration. Soft, fulsome, yet compactly grouped, it fell in blissful silence towards its mark. From below there was a cry of terror, then, as Ralph put his hand up, of stupefaction, and then, as he saw and smelt what was on his hand, of utter horror. By the time he looked up to the orifice above, its occupant had vanished. In the closing months of 1083, Barnacle's contacts from over the sea reported that a new Danish king planned to invade.
"In a year or two we could have a Canute on the throne of England again,"
Barnacle cried to Alfred enthusiastically.
"Think of that!"
5 years had passed since they'd last shipped arms. 5 years in which England had been quiet. 5 years in which Alfred had become the trusted master armourer at the Tower. True, every month or two Barnacle had come to him and asked him to make arms. Never very much at a time, just enough to accomplish without arousing suspicion, and to hide in the several spaces he had devised under the floor of the armoury. And a month ago, when he had surveyed the full size of the hoard hidden under the floor, Alfred had been horrified. "I'm frightened," he confessed to Barnacle.
"Then you're a coward."
At this Alfred only shrugged. He was much too fond of the Dane to take offence. Besides, there was a further consideration. "I also think," he admitted,
that it's all becoming a waste of time. The truth is that most Englishmen have accepted William now. They might not even fight for the Danes." "You're a traitor," Barnacle angrily declared. In the winter, a great tax was raised. It fell heavily on London, but even in the countryside not a village was spared. Throughout 1084 the tension rose. Extra defences were prepared along the eastern coast. News came that the huge Danish fleet would be ready to sail by the next summer. As the spring of 1085 began, word spread in London. "King William is bringing over an extra army of mercenaries from Normandy." Ralph was assigned the job of rounding up illicit weapons and punishing the bearers. Mandeville had chosen him for this task because of his suspicious nature, but Ralph didn't know that and was very proud of his new responsibility. On their walk one day, Hilda warned Barnacle. "Ralph is posting spies in every street," which only made Barnacle relish the challenge all the more. For when Alfred had declared that resistance to Norman rule was over, he had in fact been wrong. The Dane knew of 50 or 60 men, who, if they thought there was a chance, would probably be ready to act. Some of these were Danish merchants like himself, who since the conquest had been hit by the increasing influence of continental merchants. Others were dispossessed Saxons, hoping to regain their lands. "It's just a question of waiting until the time is ripe," Barnacle told himself with satisfaction. "Then I'll be ready." But Alfred was alarmed by Ralph's threat to search armourers for illicit arms, and he told the Dane they would have to find another hiding place. Once again they called on the carpenter, now happily married with a baby daughter. Osric came up with a suggestion which caused the huge old Dane to gasp and then roar with laughter before crying, "It's so outrageous, I do believe it might work." Tap, tap. The little hammer and chisel echoed around the huge, cavernous cellar in the darkness. Tap, tap. Sometimes Osric held his breath, hardly able to believe that the short, sharp sounds could be muffled even by the thick walls of the tower. Tink, chink. He softly dislodged the mortar. Tap, scrape. He gently removed a stone. All by the light of a little oil lamp in the pitch-black cellar below the crypt, Osric burrowed in the bowels of the mighty Norman keep. It was the strong room he had made 3 years earlier that had given him the idea. "The wall beside the crypt was about 20 feet thick," he pointed out to Barnacle. "So if there was enough space in there to make a strong room, then there must be the same amount of space in the wall of the cellar directly below." Each night, therefore, until an hour before dawn, the little labourer worked, carefully loosening the stones to create a small space he could crawl into before cutting into the softer rubble behind. At the end of each night he replaced the stones in the wall and fixed them with a shallow layer of new mortar. By the end of the week, as he had estimated, there was a small secret chamber just high enough for him to stand up in, hidden within the cellar wall. On the last night, instead of going to the wall, he went to the big western cellar. In the corner over the great drain was the stout iron grill Alfred had made. Using the key Alfred had provided him with, Osric unlocked the grill and let himself down the rope. Entering the long passage, he bent almost double and worked his way down it for 50 yards until he came to the outlet in the riverbank. This, too, was guarded by a thick metal grill. For the rest of the night, Osric worked around the masonry until he had prized it loose. Then he carefully fixed it once more, but this time with mortar thin enough so that with accurate hammer blows in the right places he would be able to push it open from either side. From now on he would be able to get into the tower cellar from the river, through the damp and narrow tunnel. 3 days later they stored the arms in the tower. But for reasons never entirely clear, the Danish fleet did not sail. A sense of uselessness and lassitude descended upon the Dane. He did not come to himself again until Hilda, having tried unsuccessfully 3 times, at last gained admittance and made him a bowl of broth. In the spring of 1087, Osric learned that Dorcas was pregnant again. In his heart he was certain it would be a son. Also that year, Ralph decided to get married.
Goethe was a large blonde woman, the daughter of a German merchant who was quite rich. She had a large flat face, large blue eyes, large hands, large feet, and, as she cheerfully told anyone who cared to listen, a large appetite. Nothing had given Ralph greater pleasure than the look of delight on his father's face, and the astonished disbelief on Henry's when he had told them. In June of that year, Hilda realized that her husband was unfaithful. She could not say for sure when it had begun. The gap between them had grown slowly wider, until one day she realized that, if the truth be told, neither of them wished any longer to cross it. That summer, while besieging a French castle of no great importance, William, Duke of Normandy and King of England, was wounded. The wound festered. Very soon it was clear that William was dying. Around his deathbed his family gathered. To his son Robert was given Normandy. To William Rufus, England. To young Henry, money. As quickly as he could, Rufus crossed the Channel to be crowned in England. 2 weeks later, on a warm, dry October day, a small group of men paid a call on Barnacle the Dane at his house by All Hallows. When Barnacle heard what they wanted, he smiled.
"I can provide what you need," he said.
Then secretly he sent for Osric. But Barnacle the Dane had no idea that his luck had just run out. Patiently, Mandeville explained the situation to Ralph. "Robert will try to seize England from Rufus, because he wants to rule over as much as his father did. Our job is to keep London quiet. Find the conspirators, find their arms. Rufus will be grateful if we can turn something up." That same evening, Henry had gone out, intimating that he might not return. So, leaving the children with the servants at home, Hilda had decided to spend the night at her father's house by the sign of the Bull. It was just as she was returning by the little church of St. Mary le Bow, so called because the stout arches, in the impressive Romanesque style, were rounded like a bow, that she saw the German girl, who immediately hailed her. Hilda asked after Ralph. "He is very well. He told me not to tell anyone," Goethe whispered, "but we are family." She glanced round to make sure they were not overheard. "Can you keep a secret?" It was a poor peasant in the forests of Essex who had given Ralph his clue. He'd been found with a sword, and they had taken him to the castle at Colchester. They were curious as to how he obtained the weapon, and questioned him closely. After the joints of his fingers had been crushed, he'd been persuaded to talk. The arms, he admitted, had come from London, where there was a man whom the rebels trusted. About this man he swore he knew nothing, until just before he died he remembered one detail. "He has a red beard." And so Ralph had set his trap. Hilda tried to warn Barnacle. "Tomorrow morning he's going to come at dawn. He's going to raid this house, your store at Billingsgate, and Alfred's armoury. If he finds arms, he's got you. If not, his spies are going to watch you to see if you lead them to anything." And then the Dane told her about Osric and the secret of the tower. As she listened and realized the danger that the old man and his friends were in, Hilda felt nervous, and then moved. "Why are you doing it?" she asked. He explained. If Robert became king, he would have huge territories to control.
"And is not the man his father was?"
Norman rule would weaken. The heirs of the old English line were still alive. So were King Harold's family. With a smile, Hilda shook her head. "You just don't give up, do you?" He grinned almost boyishly.
"I'm too old to give up. If an old man gives up, he dies."
"Do you feel so old?" she asked, genuinely curious.
"Sometimes,"
he smiled.
"Not with you."
And she blushed, knowing this was true. After a short while, without a word, she laid her head on his chest. Then she felt his great, gnarled hand begin to stroke her hair. It was surprising how gentle and how comforting it felt. She started to play with his beard, and felt him chuckle. "I expect many women have done that in your life," she said softly.
"A few," he replied.
And suddenly, wanting to express her affection and to do something for him, she moved round and, smiling softly into his eyes, kissed him on the lips. She felt him quiver. She kissed him again.
"If you're going on doing that," he whispered.
"Do," she said happily, rather to her own astonishment. The next morning, Ralph Silversleeves, accompanied by half a dozen men-at-arms, searched Barnacle's home and warehouse and Alfred's armoury. They found nothing. Barnacle was restless. He'd been in his house all afternoon. The events of the last 24 hours had been taxing. Unable to bear his confinement any longer, he ventured out into the Eastcheap to take the air. Just before he reached the end of the market, he saw Alfred walking calmly towards him. Both men thought quickly. If they were being followed, it would be wisest to do nothing suspicious. They prepared to pass each other, therefore, with nothing more than a polite nod, and would have done so if, at that precise moment, a small figure had not suddenly rushed to join them, tugging at their sleeves with excited urgency. It was Osric. "Oh, sir!" he cried. "I've such news!" And as Alfred paused and Barnacle looked down, he burst out, "I have a son!" So the two men, who in their own crisis had quite forgotten Osric's family concerns, gathered round, laughing, and hugged the little fellow. Hilda's heart jumped when 2 hours after dusk that evening Ralph arrived to pay them a visit.
"I have a problem, Henry," he said.
"What is that?"
"A spy," he said quietly. "Close to me."
Hilda felt her hand tremble.
"You see," he went on, "I nearly made a big catch today. Arms." "Perhaps you just made a mistake," Henry suggested.
Ralph was quiet for a moment.
"I think the conspirators were tipped off by someone who knew my plans." He looked straight at Hilda. "Who do you think could have done it?"
"I've no idea, Ralph," she said. But despite herself, it seemed to Hilda that her voice had shaken. Then Goethe burst into the room. She was beaming with pleasure to see them all. Oblivious to the tension, she remarked, "So you did not arrest the Redbeard?"
Ralph grunted. "Something happened."
"You will catch him, won't he, Hilda? He's so clever." Once again Hilda realized that they were all looking at her. Goethe went on. "I saw him this evening in Eastcheap with his two friends, hugging each other and laughing."
Ralph's jaw dropped. "Which friends?"
"The man who makes armour. Alfred, yes? And also the little man with the round head. No nose." She laughed. And suddenly Ralph saw it. Jumping up from his seat, he cried out aloud,
"The devils! I know what they've done. I know where the arms are hidden."
"Where?" asked Henry quietly.
"The tower itself!" Ralph shouted.
Hilda ran swiftly. In the darkness it seemed to her that she flew. The strong hands took her completely by surprise as they suddenly grabbed her, pinned her arms, and threw a cloak over her head. Before she had time to scream, they were dragging her swiftly into an alley. Osric had taken all the arms out of the chamber and across to the grill. Now he was ready to load them on the boat that he had tied outside. Only one thing had surprised him. Each time he had come down the passage towards the grill, it had seemed to him that the sky outside was lighter. When finally he stepped out onto the mud, he received a shock. Blown by the wind, a fire that had begun on the western hill had developed a huge and terrible life of its own. Not only were the wooden buildings of London tinder dry, not only was there a wind behind the leaping flames, but once it reaches a certain critical point, a great fire creates a wind of its own. So it was that on this night in the autumn of 1087 the huge fire had taken its hold. Crackling and roaring, it had advanced across the eastern hill, along the spur behind the tower. Ignoring the flashing and spluttering flames on the hill above, Osric dived back into the blackness of the tunnel. Ralph hurried down the hill. Below him, lit by the flames, stood the huge mass of the tower. At first, as he gazed around the chamber and the main western cellar, he saw nothing. Then he noticed the open drain. So that was it. Holding the torch in one hand and his sword in the other, he advanced along the passage. Osric was just bending over the boat, stowing some spears, when he heard a sound behind him, turned, and saw Ralph Silversleeves emerging from the passage. The Norman straightened up and smiled. "Alone, Osric?" he asked. Then, glancing around, "I think so." Seeing Osric's astonished face, he calmly went on. "You are arrested, Osric, in the name of the king." The flames were leaping higher than ever above the slopes. From somewhere behind All Hallows there was a great crack and a billow of flame. Scrambling into the boat, Osric snatched for a weapon and lunged. With a single swift blow from his sword, Ralph cut off the spearhead, leaving Osric with nothing but the shaft in his hands. Ralph raised his sword. How startled Osric looked! But it was not the fire, nor the sword, but another astonishing vision that had caused Osric to gasp in amazement. It was a great red beard and a pair of blazing eyes, a huge figure from out of the shadows that now arose, and arms upraised like some avenging Viking god, swung the mighty double-handed battle-axe through the flame-filled sky, and smote down upon the Norman's head, smashing the skull and cleaving even his torso in two down to the bottom of his rib-cage. Thane Barnacle had come. It was one summer evening 10 years later, as Hilda sat in the hall of the house by St. Paul's, that the mystery of how Barnacle had known to go to the tower was solved. Looking back on her life, she supposed that she was contented. Certainly it had to be admitted that over the last decade things had generally worked for the best. Osric had gone, though she sometimes saw his little son, who lived with Alfred and his family now. A month after the Great Fire of '87, Barnacle had suffered a huge stroke down at Billingsgate Wharf, and had crashed out of this life into the hereafter. A year later, the expected rebellion in Kent and London had taken place and been utterly crushed. "Thank God he wasn't there to make a fool of himself," she often murmured. And now old Silversleeves had gone too, and had been buried in the church of St. Lawrence Silversleeves, which he himself had endowed. St. Paul's had burned down in the Great Fire in which Ralph was killed, but old Silversleeves' house still stood, and Hilda and Henry had moved into it. She had been astonished to discover the full extent of the fortune he had bequeathed them. There had been peace, too, for Rufus reigned securely now. Now that their children were grown, it often happened that Hilda and her husband were alone in each other's company in the evenings, and they had long since evolved a habit of politely ignoring each other, by which they could tolerate the other's presence quite comfortably. But one night, after she had happened to glance at him with a certain unconcealed dislike, Henry said, "I know that you were Barnacle's lover, and that you helped him commit treason." She gasped. "How do you know?" "I had you followed," he remarked mildly. "Why?" Suddenly she felt very cold. Henry shrugged. "Because you are my wife." She frowned. "The night of the fire, somebody grabbed me." "Of course." He smiled. "I guessed you were running to Barnacle. It was too risky. You could have been arrested." He paused. "Besides, it worked out perfectly. You couldn't have set things up better." "I don't understand." "It wasn't a good idea for Ralph to get married." "Ralph? He died at St. Paul's." "I don't think so. I think he encountered your friend Barnacle at the tower." Henry smiled. "My father often said that when I played chess, my strategy was indifferent, but my tactics were good. He was right, I think." He paused. "You see, my dear wife, it was you who gave me the chance. When you were obviously about to warn Barnacle,
It occurred to me, after my men stopped you, to send your message to him after all. So one of my men said he came from you and told him to kill Ralph when he reached the tower. Since Ralph disappeared, I feel sure he did. Either Ralph would arrest your lover, or your lover would kill Ralph. Either way, a neat move.
As the medieval world approached its final flowering in the mid-14th century, two things could be said with certainty. The first was that earthly life, so rich and exciting, was also fleeting. War, disease, or sudden death came behind every footfall. The second, which provided some comfort, was that the order of the universe was known. At the centre of the universe was the earth, and though simple men, and even some mariners who feared to sail over the edge, supposed the earth to be flat, men of learning understood that it was a globe. Around this central earth, the universe was arranged in a series of concentric spheres, translucent and therefore invisible to men, upon each of which moved one of the 7 planets: the haunting moon, swift Mercury, lovely Venus, the sun, warlike Mars, fearsome Jupiter, sullen Saturn. Their motions around the earth followed an elaborate dance whose pattern the astronomers could predict. Outside these lay yet another sphere in which the stars were set, which also rotated, but incredibly slowly. And outside all these, the scholars declared, resides a still greater sphere, whose motion causes all the rest to turn. This sphere, the primum mobile, is moved by the hand of God himself. And if in this ordered universe the earth was at the centre, then was there a place upon earth's surface which could be called the focal point of the whole system? Here opinions differed widely. Some said Rome, others Jerusalem. But ask a true Londoner, and he could tell you at once. The centre of the universe was none of these. It was London Bridge. London Bridge was far more than just a crossing. In the century and a half since it was rebuilt in stone, the long platform on its 19 arches had grown a massive superstructure. Down the centre ran a carriageway wide enough for 2 laden carts to pass. One of the 19 spans was a drawbridge, so that even the tallest masted vessels could pass upstream. So massive were the piers supporting the arches that it acted as a kind of dam. When the tide was flowing slowly upriver, this was hardly noticeable, but when the tide was flowing downstream, the level on the downstream side of the bridge fell several feet below that of the pent-up waters on the upstream side, and each archway turned into a seething mill race as the water rushed furiously down. Sometimes the more daring watermen would put their boats in to shoot these rapids, but it was a dangerous pastime. One mistake, a capsize, and even a strong man might be drowned. Upon London Bridge, the heads of traitors were stuck on spikes for all to see. National triumphs were marked by gorgeous processions over the waters. The bridge was the focal point of the city and of all England. It was spring, 1361, and the sign of the zodiac was Taurus, the bull. For the previous 2 evenings, the planet Venus had risen over the horizon, glowing with love. 2 men stood at the southern end of London Bridge and looked at the baby. It was propped up in a sitting position against an empty barrel beside the busy road. It appeared to have been fed, and was wrapped in a white shawl which was still fairly clean. The baby seemed to be contented, but there was no sign of any parents.
"He's looking at you, Gilbert," the younger man said.
Certainly the baby was gazing at Gilbert Bull's burly figure with interest.
"It's a pity to leave him," the younger man continued.
Unwanted babies sometimes ended in the river.
Bull sighed.
He was a wealthy mercer, a trader in linen and imported cloth. His surname had arisen about 200 years earlier for the simple reason that the family had long lived in the house by the sign of the bull. Gilbert's ancestor had sold the old place, but he himself had a large house. He could certainly afford to take the child in.
"I'd save him," he said, "but the risk."
There was no need to finish the sentence. The baby might mean death. At the start of the summer of 1348 came the plague. It had already devastated much of Europe, and it travelled with astonishing speed, in both its bubonic and pneumonic forms, carried respectively by fleas living on rats and on the breath of infected people. The Black Death had swept up the island of Britain and killed perhaps a third of the population. When it struck, it was sudden. Terrible sores and swellings appeared, fever followed, choked lungs, and usually within a few days, an agonizing death. For Gilbert it was a dark memory. The day it reached London, he had left for his family's estate in Bocton, and there he remained for a month. Upon his father's orders, the estate on its ridge had been virtually sealed off. The occupants of the manor and its hamlets did not leave it, nor did any visitors come. Together, gazing over the great panorama of the Weald of Kent, they had waited, and by the grace of God, the plague had passed them by. When Gilbert did return, he found the world had changed. In the countryside, the Black Death had made labour so scarce that, with landlords competing for men to work the land, the old system of tied serfs had already broken down, never to recover. In the cities, whole streets of houses and tenements were empty, and something else had happened. A girl he had loved had gone with all her family. No one could even tell him where they were buried. "There haven't been any new cases for a week," his friend remarked. "If this baby were infected, he would have died by now. I'd take him myself, except that I'm a bachelor." A few minutes later, as the two men parted in the middle of London Bridge, Gilbert Bull gazed at the little bundle he was holding in his arms. "Now see what that damn fellow has made me do," he murmured with a smile. He was very fond of young Geoffrey Chaucer. "Your name is Ducat. Ours is Bull." It was the first sentence he remembered being addressed to him. How large and impressive the merchant had seemed as he spoke the words, not unkindly, but firmly. Until that moment, the little boy had vaguely supposed that he was part of the family. Now he understood that he was not. It had been the day their daughter was born when he was 5. Yet who exactly was he? It was kindly young Chaucer who discovered the baby's identity a few days after he was found. "I asked around," he told Bull, "and it seems the neighbours found him in a tenement where a poor family called Ducat had all died of plague. A miracle he lived, really. Call him Geoffrey," he said. "I'll be his godfather." Even if he was only a foundling, without a real family, young Ducat's childhood was happy. Bull was always scrupulously fair, and his wife, in her quiet way, was prepared to act as a somewhat distant mother. Indeed, only one thing worried him. He was odd. There was a funny white patch in his hair which people stared at. Worse, the curious webbing of skin between his fingers appeared to be strange as well. Often he would look surreptitiously at people's hands to see if they had this webbing too. But they never had. Gilbert Bull's house stood near the middle of London Bridge on the upstream side. It was 4 stories high, with a tall, steep-tiled roof. It was constructed of timber and plaster, and like many of the better houses now, its dark oak beams were elaborately carved. A dozen curious little gargoyles of human or animal faces peeped down cheerfully from overhanging corners into the busy street. On the main upper floor, a splendid solar, a living room with a large fireplace and chimney, looked out over the river. The top half of its big window was filled with tiny panes of greenish glass. Coal burned in the fireplace. Young Ducat's favourite times were spent with his hero. The younger son of a rich old gentry family, Richard Whittington was an apprentice in the Mercers' Guild. The guilds of London were everything. They set the standards, quality, working conditions and prices, trade by trade. No craftsman or merchant could operate without guild membership. The guilds dominated the wards, the local unit of government, of which there were 20 in London, each headed by an alderman. From the humblest craft guilds to the great merchant guilds like the Mercers, who vied with each other for control of the city's politics, the guilds were London. Whittington liked little Ducat. He taught him to wrestle and box, and said approvingly, "No matter how often he goes down, he gets back up again. He never gives up." When he was 7, Geoffrey Duckett was sent to school at St. Mary-le-Bow. He had been a little fearful of this, but though the children were taught to read and write Latin, the classes were now being conducted in English. And then there was the girl. A wavy mass of dark hair, a pale little face with a rather pointed nose, small red lips, grey-blue eyes. Theophania, the priest had solemnly baptized her, using the Latin form of her name, but never was she known as anything but simple English Tiffany. Bull adored her. Duckett was often her companion. He would play hide-and-seek with her, or, what she loved best of all, carry her on his shoulders across the bridge and back. When Duckett was 12, Bull summoned him into the big upper room.
"It will soon be time you were apprenticed," he said with a smile. "I want you to think about what you'd like to do. You can choose what you want."
The great moment. He'd been waiting for it for years. "But I already know," he blurted out. "I want to be a mercer." Like Whittington, like Bull himself. He looked at the merchant happily.
"That is impossible," Bull said. "The Mercers' Guild is for merchants, people with money. You must learn a craft."
And he sent the boy away to think about it. Duckett did not stay downhearted for long. A few days later, he was walking round the city, poking his head into this workshop or that, always cheerful and always curious. "God knows," he muttered to himself, "there's choice enough. Glovers making gloves, saddlers making saddles, lorimers making bridles, coopers making barrels, turners making wooden cups, bowyers making bows, fletchers making arrows, skinners dealing in furs, tanners curing leathers. The stench of the tanneries decided him against this. Then there were the shopkeepers, bakers and butchers, fish sellers and fruiterers. He could see himself as any one of these. The issue was resolved, however, from another quarter entirely. His godfather. Chaucer introduced the young man to a friend of his, a grocer named Fleming. On a wet morning in the spring of 1376, Dame Barnacle faced her 11-year-old daughter Amy across her huge four-poster bed and prepared for battle.
"This young man of yours, this carpenter, he won't do at all. Just you forget about him," she growled affectionately, "and you'll feel better."
As Dame Barnacle looked at the girl, she inwardly sighed. How like her father Amy was. Though more strongly built, she had the same thin, concave face, and as far as one could tell, the same tendency to silence. When people saw John Fleming and Dame Barnacle together, they could never believe they were man and wife. It was no wonder. With his spoon-like face and spindly body, they never thought he could stay the course. But Dame Barnacle, at 30, was magnificent. Half a head taller than Fleming, with her dark red hair pulled back like an Amazon, she was a fine-looking woman. Her voice would boom an indiscretion across the street or share a secret in a husky growl. Once a month she would get drunk, and then, if crossed, she could roar like a Viking in battle. Her daughter's interest in Ben Carpenter had only begun in the last year. The girl was young, and Carpenter still an apprentice, but Dame Barnacle was taking no chances. Many girls married at 13, and betrothals, even for humble folk, could come years before that.
"He's not good enough," she stated firmly.
Dame Barnacle was often puzzled by Amy. She herself had been born a Barnacle of Billingsgate. At 13 she had married a tavern-keeper. Widowed at 16, she had married the quiet grocer of Flemish descent. Yet so great was her force of character that she had never been known by any name but Barnacle, to which, as though she were the wife of an alderman, even the aldermen themselves would usually add the prefix Dame. From her first husband she had inherited the George Tavern in Southwark, which for 15 years now she had run herself. She was a member of the Brewers' Guild. The George was a respectable house, patronised by people coming up to London on business and by the pilgrims about to take the ancient Kent road to Canterbury. But Amy took no interest in the business. She preferred to help in the house, and if her mother suggested she try a craft of her own, she would quietly shake her head and say, "I just want to get married." As for Carpenter, Every time Dame Barnacle saw the little craftsman with his bandy legs, his head too big for his body, his large round face and solemn eyes, she would mutter, "Dear God, he's dull." "You do much better with young Ducket," she said. Her husband's apprentice might be a funny-looking fellow and a foundling, but she admired his cheerful spirit. James Bull, at the age of 18, was a credit to his race. Tall, sturdy, fair-haired, broad-faced, his Saxon ancestors would have recognized him as one of theirs immediately. In all his dealings, his staring blue eyes told you at once that he was absolutely forthright. In his family's modest ironmonger's business, everybody swore by him. Even so, his parents had some misgivings about his plan to visit his wealthy cousin Gilbert Bull. Over 70 years ago, the family of ironmongers had clashed with the rich Bulls of Bocton, and the humiliation was still remembered. James, however, was confident. "He can't possibly mind when he sees that I'm honest." The long reign of the Plantagenet king, Edward III, was drawing to its close, and sadly it was not a dignified ending. Where were the triumphs of yesteryear? All whittled away. The French had managed to claw back nearly all the territory the king's eldest son, the gallant Black Prince, had won at the famous battles of Crécy and Poitiers during the 100 Years' War. The most recent English campaign had been an expensive waste of time, and the Black Prince himself, having fallen sick on campaign, had died a broken man. But worst of all, for Bull at least, was the Parliament which had just ended. The practice of calling parliaments had become more or less an institution during the long reign of Edward III. The clergy would hold their own convocation in one place, the king and his extended council of barons, the Parliament proper, would usually meet in the painted chamber of Westminster Palace, and the knights of the shires, and burghers, rather patronisingly called the Commons, would gather until sent for in the octagonal chapter house of Westminster Abbey. The previous century, the burghers had only been summoned occasionally to the Commons, but now they were a regular feature. But it was expensive to send a man to Westminster. Many a borough, therefore, instead of its own timid provincials, was represented by a London man. Rich men, men with connections among the nobility, men with centuries of London independence behind them, men like Gilbert Bull. That year he had represented a borough in the West Country. But if historians have called the Parliament of 1376 the Good Parliament, to those who took part it was a melancholy affair. The entire Commons had stood together and insisted that they would not pay the king any more money until they had an accounting of what had already been spent. It was an impertinence. It was unthinkable. But the king, half paralysed by a stroke, was weak, and the Parliament finally closed without granting more than half the taxes needed. As he went home on the last day of the Parliament, Bull felt nothing but depression. The sight of the old king being savaged by the Commons men had only reminded him of his own mortality. It was also the spirit of the thing he did not like. It was against the proper order of the universe. So he was not in a good temper when he reached his home to find James Bull awaiting him. Young James was forthright.
"So you are suggesting," the rich merchant replied, "that if you marry my only daughter and I die, this would ensure my fortune staying in the family, your name being Bull, that is."
The honest young man nodded.
"I thought it was a good idea, sir," he said.
"I'm grateful to you for bearing me in mind," Gilbert Bull said quietly, "and should I need you, I will send for you. Good day."
Geoffrey Ducket liked his master Fleming and the grocery business. Chaucer had persuaded Bull to settle a small amount of money on the boy, which he promised to give him when he had completed his apprenticeship. "Then," Chaucer explained, "Fleming will either let you take over, or you can start up on your own." Fleming had a little stall in the West Cheap by Honey Lane, though he kept his goods in a storehouse behind the George. Every morning he and Ducket would leave Southwark and push their brightly painted little handcart across London Bridge, and when the bell of Mary-le-Beau signalled the end of trading, they would return, and Ducket would lock their modest takings in a little strong-box he kept under the floor of the store. Ducket loved the store. Before long he could go round it with his eyes shut, and by opening any sack or box tell by the smell what it contained. There was the sweet smell of nutmeg, the rich aroma of cinnamon. There was saffron and cloves, sage, rosemary, garlic and thyme. There were hazelnuts and walnuts, chestnuts in season. There was salt from the salt beds on the east coast, dried fruit from Kent, and of course there were the little sacks of black pepper, the most valuable commodity in the grocer's trade.
"All the way from the Orient, by way of Venice," Fleming would say. "This is the grocer's gold dust."
Dame Barnacle made it clear that she wished Amy would marry Ducat, but he knew she was interested in Ben Carpenter, who had become a friend of Ducat's and was uncertain what to do. The three of them would often walk out to Clapham or Battersea together, or go swimming in the river on a warm summer afternoon. A large company had gathered at the Bull House for Gilbert's birthday. There were several prominent mercers. Young Whittington had come. At the request of Tiffany, who was now 11, Ducat, neatly dressed in a clean linen shirt, had also been invited. Chaucer could not be there, but he had come by that morning with a present that had given Bull huge delight. There was also one other couple whom Tiffany had never seen before, a young man and a nun. The nun, she learned, was named Sister Olive, and came from the convent of St. Helens, a small but fashionable religious house where rich families often placed their unmarried daughters. Her companion was her cousin, a pale, long-nosed and serious young man called Benedict Silversleeves. Young Silversleeves, it seemed, was important. An old London family, a student of law, destined to go far. Tiffany was relieved, therefore, when the young man made himself pleasant. He spoke of the latest city affairs, of the rapidly deteriorating health of the old king, of things she would know about, asked her opinion, and seemed to value it. She felt flattered and grown up. The highlight of the party, which Bull soon called them to inspect, stood on the table in the centre of the room. This was the present he had been given that morning.
"And trust clever Chaucer," Bull cried in delight, "to think of such a thing."
It was a curious object. The main component was a circular brass plate about 15 inches in diameter, with a hole in the middle through which there was a pin. On the back of the plate was a sighting device, by which the user could measure the angle of objects in the heavens. There was also a number of discs that could be fitted into place over the pin on the front side, and both sides were covered with lines, calibration marks, numbers and letters, which to Tiffany looked like signs of magic.
"It's an astrolabe, and its object," Bull proudly explained, "is to read the sky at night."
It happened that Silversleeves knew exactly how the instrument worked. He showed how, by taking sightings and reading the marks on the astrolabe, you could select which of the discs should be fitted over the pin on the front plate, and how each disc carried a diagram of the constellations as seen at a different latitude and season. He even showed how, using the astrolabe, you could not only identify the stars above, but follow the sun and the planets through their courses. Dry though his delivery was, it seemed to the girl that she could almost hear the geometric music of the spheres. Later, Gilbert Bull expansively remarked,
"Tiffany, I shall never force you. The choice will be yours. You may marry whomever you wish."
It was not a concession many fathers in his position would have given, though so impressed had he been by the performance with the astrolabe that he could not resist adding casually,
"You might do worse, I dare say, than consider young Silversleeves."
Ever since he had joined Fleming, Ducat visited Tiffany every week. One bright October day they went to see Chaucer, who, besides his work as controller of wool customs, pursued a literary career as well. Chaucer's lodgings, which came with the customs position, were delightful. They stood beside the Aldgate entrance to the city in the eastern wall, a few hundred yards from the tower, and they included a large and handsome room over the gate itself, with a splendid view towards open fields down the straight old Roman road towards East Anglia. There they found his pleasant, dark-haired wife busy with a baby, and Chaucer led them to the big room upstairs. The room was certainly delightful, and yet, as Tiffany whispered to the boy with a nudge,
What a mess.
There were several dozen books, a large collection by any standards, piled here and there on tables, some bound in leather, others not, some written in handsome calligraphy, others in hands so crabbed it made one's eyes swim to read them. But it was not the books which were so untidy, but the pieces of parchment. There were sheets everywhere, in stacks or singly, some neatly copied, but mostly half-written and covered with corrections.
"This is my retreat," Chaucer smiled apologetically. "Here I read and write every evening."
Tiffany knew about his literary activities from her father, and thinking of her own schooling, she asked,
"How many lines can you write in an evening?"
"I throw so much away," he confessed. "Sometimes I can hardly get a line out."
"So I don't think," Tiffany said to Duckett afterwards, "he can be very good at it."
It was after they left Chaucer and walked along the old road outside Aldgate for a little way that Tiffany, who had allowed herself to start musing about her husband, suddenly turned to Duckett.
"Do you know," she remarked, "I've never been kissed. I suppose you know how."
He did.
"Do it then," she said.
Duckett found Benedict Silversleeves waiting for him on his way home. He hoped, the lawyer said, that the apprentice would forgive him, but he hoped equally that Duckett was not trying to take advantage of a young girl from a very different station in life. Duckett could not fault the man. Silversleeves was acting properly. Perhaps he thought he'd better not see little Tiffany for a while. Shortly after Bull's birthday, Edward III died, and the Black Prince's 10-year-old son, Richard, was proclaimed king. Though most Londoners disliked the high-handed John of Gaunt, who had been ruling during his father's illness, they agreed that he had acted impeccably as the new king's uncle and loyal guardian. In 1378, while the threat of war with France and Scotland perturbed the young king's council, the latest development was even more infuriating. French pirates were freely attacking English merchant vessels, and the council seemed impotent. John of Gaunt, ever proud and well-meaning, had led an expedition to the French coastal region, but got nowhere, and came home looking a fool. Yet no sooner was he back than a mere London merchant, an enterprising fellow called Philpot, of the Grocers' Company, had equipped a small flotilla at his own expense, routed the pirates, and sailed back in triumph to the city. "Our own guild!" Fleming cried to Duckett in triumph. "He should be made a mayor," which shortly afterwards he was. One night, Gaunt's youngest brother was attacked with his companions by a gang of ruffians near the city. The prince decided it was a plot by the Londoners, and nothing the mayor or alderman could say would convince him otherwise. "The royal princes have been insulted," he claimed, and John of Gaunt, still jealous over Philpot, agreed. In retaliation, princes, squires, ladies and nobles left London. With their vast land holdings and their huge retinues, half the wealth of England flowed through the hands of the princes. "And," Fleming cried in despair, "into the hands of every tradesman in London." In the weeks that followed, the full extent of the crisis became plain. The West Cheap was half empty. "All the grocers are hit," Fleming reported, "and the fishmongers and butchers even more." But it was not until shortly before Christmas that the Londoners decided what to do. "They're going to bribe the royals to come back," Whittington told Duckett, and when the boy looked baffled, he explained. "A huge present from the city. All the big men are contributing. Bull's giving £4. Even a rising young mercer like Whittington himself was going to contribute 5 marks. "It's called buying your customers," he said wryly. It sometimes puzzled Tiffany, and secretly hurt her, that Duckett so seldom came to see her. One kiss, she thought, and he almost vanished. As she neared 13, her father had ensured that a succession of men came to the house on London Bridge, but Tiffany had decided that she didn't want to marry until she was at least 15. One day the cook told her that it had been discovered that Duckett was having a passionate love affair with none other than Sister Olive, the cousin of Silversleeves. Tiffany found the thought strangely exciting. When the young king's council, still desperate for money that spring, had gone as usual to the city for help, they received a rebuff.
"We've just paid a fortune to get our royal customers back,"
the London men pointed out, and the sum they offered the council was quite inadequate. Other means must be found, the council decided, and so it was that when the summer parliament met, a different expedient was hit upon.
"It's a poll tax," Silver Sleeves explained to Tiffany. "Every adult in England, man or woman, noble, free or serf, will have to pay a tax per head.
The richest men in the kingdom would pay large sums.
But even poor peasants will pay several days' wages," Silver Sleeves explained.
"Do you think there'll be trouble?" Tiffany asked him.
"Yes, there could be," he admitted.
The collectors arrived unexpectedly at the George early one summer morning, just as Duckett was loading the handcart. And since the grocer was nominally the head of the household, Duckett was sent to fetch him. Fleming had been very depressed after the gentry left town, but it seemed to Duckett that in the last few months he was rather more cheerful. Only one aspect of his behaviour had changed. In the last few months he had taken to disappearing. It didn't happen very often, perhaps once in 10 days, and always in the evening. As Duckett went to fetch the grocer, he wondered if he would try to evade the tax, for the truly remarkable feature of the poll tax was the amount of evasion. Spinsters, grown-up children, apprentices, servants mysteriously vanished from households all over the land. Cottages suddenly fell empty. Finally, Fleming, looking very pale, came out and after much hesitation confessed, "I can't pay. I've no money." And when the collectors had laughed and told him to try another story, the shaken grocer had gone to his strong-box in the store and returned with only half a mark. At which point Duckett, at least, staring at his master's face, realized that he was speaking the truth. The grocer was destitute.
"But how?"
Dame Barnacle was too concerned to be angry. She had paid the poll tax, which had amounted to 2 marks, and now in the privacy of their bedchamber she was gazing at him in puzzlement.
"Trade's been so bad," he mumbled. "But even so, you had savings, didn't you?"
"Yes," he said absently. "Yes, I thought there was more." 2 days later, Bull took his daughter Tiffany into his confidence.
"I've had Dame Barnacle here," he explained. "She came to ask me if I'd ever had any indication that young Duckett might be a thief. I know you used to be fond of him, but I want you to search your mind very carefully. Can you think of anything he has ever said or done that might suggest he has these tendencies?"
"No, father." She thought for a moment. "I really can't." The only other person to whom, after some thought, Bull mentioned this painful subject was Silver Sleeves. He trusted the young man's discretion, but he also reasoned that since Duckett had embarrassed the lawyer with his affair with Sister Olive, Silver Sleeves might well remember if there were any rumours about the apprentice. But the lawyer gave an answer that it seemed to Bull was greatly to his credit. "I've no reason to like the fellow, sir," he said. "He may be foolhardy, but I think he's honest." He looked at Bull. "Don't you?" But Bull could only sigh.
"You never know," he said, "with a foundling."
"I shall pray for him," said Silver Sleeves. It was some time since Duckett had seen Tiffany. Ever since his conversation with Silver Sleeves, he had kept to his policy and paid her only occasional visits as a reminder of their childhood friendship. "You'll be married long before I am," he had once cheerfully remarked to her. Why then, when he came across her and Silver Sleeves walking together on a winter day in 1380, did he feel such a violent, astonishing emotion, a flash of warmth, an instant of the most complete and certain knowledge? She was the one. But it was impossible. He had no right. It was pointless. He could not, he would not, fall in love with Tiffany Bull. It was the eve of St. Lucy's, the winter solstice, the midnight of the year. In the lawyer's quarter, running from Holborn southwards to Fleet Street, was the narrow thoroughfare known as Chancery Lane, and it was by Chancery Lane, in a small lodging whose windows, had they not been shuttered, would have given out on a tiny courtyard, that the secret of the universe was being minutely investigated. Fleming watched spellbound, his concave face turned towards the glowing coals in the fire, as the dark figure before him went about his work. The sorcerer wore a black robe on which were sewn, in golden thread, images of the sun, moon, and planets. On a table in the centre of the room was a score or so of bowls, jars, phials, beakers, and retorts. "You have the mercury?" the sorcerer asked. Trembling, the grocer handed over a little phial which contained 2 ounces of the liquid metal. Very carefully the sorcerer measured out 1 ounce, which he transferred to a small earthenware crucible. With what care the sorcerer went about his work! From one bowl he took iron filings, from another quicklime. To these he added saltpetre, tartar, alum, brimstone, burnt bones, and moonwort from a jar. Then a miraculous powder, hugely costly, whose ingredients he would never divulge. And lastly, as though in kindly recognition of his visitor's calling, he ground up one of the precious peppercorns the grocer had brought him the week before, and added that too. The alchemist whispered, "It is the elixir." No wonder Fleming trembled. In the elixir was the secret of the universe, and now, oh dear heavens, they were going to make gold. The art, or science, of alchemy in the medieval world was based upon a very simple principle. Just as the celestial spheres rose in order towards the vault of heaven, so every element in the natural world was arranged in a divine order, ascending from the grossest to the most pure. Thus with metals, too. But with the passing of time, no man knew how long the warmth of the earth would gradually refine each of these metals, stage by stage, into a purer form. Iron into mercury, mercury into silver, until at last, at the very end of time, all should finally have passed into purest gold, their ultimate and perfect state. But what, the philosophers asked, if a way could be found to hasten the process, to sublimate a base metal from its gross condition into its purest golden form? The men of science, known as alchemists, sought some substance that would cause metals to transform themselves from their base to their purest state. This magical stuff, whatever it might be, must surely contain the secret of the universe. It was known as the elixir, or the philosopher's stone. And Silversleeves had found it. It was 5 years since Benedict Silversleeves had become a practitioner of the magic art of alchemy, and Fleming was only one of a number of clients, each of whom believed that he alone shared the secret. What Fleming did not know was that before he arrived, Silversleeves had inserted granules of purest silver, held in with a little wax filling, at the tip of the long stick he used to stir the mixture. As the crucible was stirred, the wax melted, and the silver ran out. It was a trick that could be performed with any metal. And so it was, time after time, that his clients had seen iron appear in molten lead, or silver apparently made from iron, tin, or mercury. Only one thing they had never seen, the production of gold. Their faith was strong, and their greed was even stronger. Like men drunk with gambling, they came back to him again and again, with money. In March 1381, the poll tax returns were inadequate, and this time the boy King's Council was determined to act. Duckett heard the news one morning. "They're sending the tax collectors back, into Kent and East Anglia." During April and May, reports of the collectors' activities came frequently. Out in the East Anglian countryside, over 20,000 tax evaders had been caught and forced to pay, more than 1 adult in 10. At the start of June, the reports became more ominous. "They've killed 3 tax collectors in Essex." Duckett, seeing Bull in the street, asked him about it. "True, I'm afraid," the merchant grimly confirmed.
I've just heard that half the peasants from around Bocton have gone down to Kent. They've elected a leader, too. Some fellow called Wat Tyler.
England's great peasant revolt had begun. Duckett and Fleming were just closing the stall on Wednesday afternoon when the word came. "They've arrived! The Essex men are going to camp at Mile End." This was only 2 miles outside the Aldgate entrance to the city. "Tyler's at Blackheath." When Duckett entered the kitchen of the George, he found himself face to face with Amy. She was unusually pale. "Help me," she whispered. "I can't find Ben. I think he's gone to join them. I think he's at Blackheath." Duckett found Carpenter at Blackheath among a crowd of perhaps 50,000. They had formed a huge informal camp where the mood was more like a holiday than a battle. When Duckett suggested gently that Amy was concerned for him, and that Dame Barnacle was getting ready to defend the George Inn against the rebel horde when it attacked, Carpenter only laughed. "You don't understand. These good people," he gestured all around him, "are all loyal. They've come to save the kingdom. The king himself," he explained, "is coming to parley here tomorrow." Sure enough, the following morning, Duckett saw a large and handsome barge, accompanied by 4 others, being rowed down the stream towards them. It was the boy king. Duckett saw Tyler order some men to row out to the royal barge with a petition. He saw the king read it.
"Tyler's asking for the heads of all the traitors,"
someone said close by. Then Duckett saw the king shrug, shake his head, and the royal barge turned round.
"Treason!"
the crowd now roared. "Treason!" as the barge departed. Then came the cry, "Let's march!" At first, the march was peaceful. Tyler's orders had been strict. No looting. Duckett saw the men stop and pay for food and drink as they went by. The main body drifted along the Cheap, past the rebuilt St. Paul's and out through Newgate to Smithfield, in whose large space they set up camp. But mobs of Londoners had come to join them. Some were just apprentices, there for the fun, but others were of an uglier sort. Soon there were shouts of anger. And then, whether on Tyler's orders or of its own volition, the whole crowd suddenly gathered itself up and began to stream towards Westminster. Just before Charing Cross, they came to the huge sprawling palace of the Savoy, the residence of no less a person than John of Gaunt. And now they had a target. The whole Savoy was blazing by now. Soon the huge symbol of feudal privilege by the Thames would be smouldering ashes. The looters, mostly London ruffians, had also been busy despite Tyler's orders. Carpenter himself was stirred by the frenzy, and before Duckett knew it, he had dashed into the Savoy. Duckett's act of heroism was purely instinctive. He did not stop to think. He ran. The building collapsed just as he got there. He saw Carpenter fall, leapt in, managed to drag him out, and was considerably burned himself in the process. James Bull was not a man to give up. True, his rich cousin had never sent for him in the last 5 years. True also, a year ago, judging her to be old enough to receive such things, he had sent flowers to Tiffany, together with a lumbering poem that had never been acknowledged. When he saw the looting at the Savoy, he had dragged 3 people out, before the crowd made it plain that if he did it again, they would lynch him. So it was an unexpected piece of good luck, just as he reached London Bridge, to see one of the rebels walking alone. There could be no mistaking it, the white patch in his hair, the burned hands. He ran forward and threw himself on the man. Surely it must have been Providence that as the winded rebel tried to struggle free, James saw, approaching from the bridge, the burly form of his rich cousin, to whom he cried out, "Sir, help me! This fellow was looting the Savoy!" The great peasants' revolt of 1381 was over. For some time outbreaks continued in East Anglia and elsewhere, but with the failure at London, the head of the revolution was severed. Although the king had told Tyler that he would consider all their demands, his promises were immediately and entirely forgotten. As His Majesty curtly informed a deputation of peasants a little later, "Villains you are, villains you shall remain." The stars had returned to their courses, the orders of society back in their proper spheres. But one important political lesson had been learned, which would not be forgotten for many centuries. Bull put it succinctly. Poll taxes mean trouble. 2 days after Tyler's death, when order had safely been restored, a foaming horse and rider clattered up to the house on London Bridge. It was Silversleeves. His joy at seeing Bull seemed to be huge. "Thank God, sir, you're safe," he cried. "And dearest Tiffany?" He sighed with relief. "I've been so worried." He had been in the West Country on business, he explained. "But as soon as I heard about Tyler, I came as fast as I could." And he rushed upstairs, even allowing himself to hug his beloved. "How I wanted to be with you," he cried. Bull was touched. But one person towards whom Bull's heart remained hard was Duckett.
"He was with the rebels. That's enough," he said. "He is a traitor."
And to the apprentice himself, when he released him from his confinement in the Bull's kitchen, he said coldly, "I do not care what your part was in this. I will keep the commitments I made to you when you were apprenticed to Fleming, because I gave my word. But you are not to come to this house again." 1 month later, Benedict Silversleeves and Tiffany Bull were betrothed. At Tiffany's request, the marriage was to take place the following summer. When James Bull heard the news, he looked very thoughtful. "That's it, then," he said at last. Just when, for the first time, he had at last got into his kinsman's good graces, it was all over. He began to frequent the George. In the last week of February, the young woman who was the cook's assistant at the Bull house decided to speak. While Bull was holding Geoffrey Duckett in his kitchen after the riots, she had listened to his protests of innocence. "Duckett wasn't in the riots," she remarked to Tiffany. "He was saving a man's life." When Tiffany told her father about this, he was not very encouraging. "I'm sorry," he said, "but I'm not convinced." It was then that Tiffany told Duckett that he was also suspected of being a thief. A wet spring night in 1382, rather cold for May. Gusts of wind rattled the shutters as Duckett made his way out past Ludgate. He had waited patiently for this chance, 2 months from the day when Tiffany had warned him of Dame Barnacle's suspicions, and now he was careful to keep his quarry in sight. Of course, it might be nothing. There might be no link at all, but he could not help thinking that Fleming's lack of money must be connected with the man's strange disappearances. In Chancery Lane, a gust of wind smacked a sheet of rain into his face. He wiped his eyes. Fleming had vanished. Ignoring the rain, he wandered up and down Chancery Lane, peering in the windows. Half an hour passed. An hour, and then, just as he had entered a small yard, he heard a shutter bang open, looked up, and saw a face framed for a moment in a lighted window. Fleming watched the glowing fire with mounting excitement. This time, he thought, it's going to happen. Already the crucible was bubbling. "Do you think—" Fleming began, but Silversleeves raised his finger to his lips. And then something strange began to happen. He felt the movement clearly, and so did Silversleeves, who looked up in surprise. Not only was the crucible bubbling furiously and shaking, but now the beakers and bowls on the table were starting to tremble too. The door and window began to rattle. The crucible jumped. The floor itself was moving in a giddy fashion. The walls, the whole house, amazingly, started to sway. "Dear God!" Silversleeves cried in ecstasy. "This is it! This must be what happened when the miracle of alchemy was accomplished. Why, for all he knew, the planets might be whirling wildly too, the celestial spheres themselves be shaking as madly as the house." And then the door opened. The great earth tremor of May 1382 was one of the very few recorded in London's history, and though it did no serious damage, it frightened the Londoners very much indeed. The sudden movement of the earthquake had caused Duckett to fall against the door just as he lifted the latch.
"Why, Duckett,"
the grocer said, relieved now that he had realized who it was. His face took on a look of angelic happiness.
"Oh, Duckett, come and see. We've just made gold."
Then Duckett, who had heard of alchemy, turned upon Silversleeves.
"You devil!"
he shouted, and the lawyer cowered. "I'll tell all London, unless this devil makes me a promise first. You give up Tiffany," he told Silversleeves, "or I'll expose you for exactly what you are." "Would you believe me," Duckett said to Tiffany the next morning, "if I told you that Silversleeves was not what he seemed?" He told her, without mentioning Fleming by name, how he had discovered Silversleeves. He told her that the lawyer had defrauded people, and that he was a most accomplished liar. He told her all he could. At last she spoke. "You say terrible things about the man I'm to marry, yet you don't say who his victims are. You give no proof." She looked up at him with distress in her eyes. "How can I believe you?" "If you come to the George tomorrow," he said, "I will give you proof." Yet would he? If he swore Tiffany to secrecy, would Fleming talk? They found Fleming that evening, when Dame Barnacle and Duckett had tried to get into the storehouse. He was hanging by a rope he had tied to a rafter. His letter was very simple. "I'm sorry about the poll tax money, and all the other money too. It was me that stole it. I was trying to make more for you and Amy. I want young Duckett to take over the business. He has been a good friend to me and very loyal. He tried to save me, but it's too late. You can trust him." None of this was any help to Duckett the next morning when Tiffany arrived. "I've lost the person who might have convinced you," he told her simply. "I've no proof. So I have to take your word for it." He nodded. "I've nothing else," he said. Dame Barnacle was not often contrite, but the next morning, as she sat on her great bed and talked to Amy, she was. "I can't get over how wrong I was about that boy," she growled. "He's a little hero. Look at what he's done. Saved Carpenter's life, suspected of theft, took the blame for your father, tried to save him too, apparently, and never a whimper. He's a plucky, loyal fellow," she concluded warmly. The preparation for a wedding is a joyous thing, yet for Tiffany the days went painfully. What conflicting emotions she felt. She decided to go see Amy. "You have seen Duckett every day for years," she said. "You must know so much more about his life than I do." And Amy told her everything. "That's it, then," Tiffany said. "I'm not marrying Silversleeves." She grinned. "I never really liked him." Although Tiffany told her father that she would not marry Silversleeves, she said only that she did not love him. But Gilbert Bull, who had prided himself on being an understanding father, got angry. He insisted. It was marriage or a convent. Tiffany looked up at him. Her eyes were soft. "I wish you would help me," she said. "I'm so confused. I beg you, give me a little time." "For what? To choose another husband?" "To be sure of my heart." Bull paused. God knows he wanted grandchildren. He also had some knowledge of the human heart. "I will make a bargain with you," he said, "but it will be the last." If anyone had been observing, as the guests arrived at the house of Bull the merchant that evening, they might have noticed a curiously high proportion of eligible young men. Before noon that day, the merchant had invited as many as he judged necessary. Besides Silversleeves, who looked very comfortable and at ease, there were 4 sons of merchants, a young mercer and a draper, both from solid gentry families, and even a young fellow with a great estate. The only exception in terms of eligibility was the figure who, tall, red-faced, and a little flustered, had clumped up the stairs behind the others. Chancing to see James Bull in the street that afternoon, the merchant, with a shrug, had invited him too. As it was almost midsummer, there were still hours of daylight left. It was warm. The lower half of the big window had been thrown open, allowing in a pleasant waft of air, cooled somewhat by the river, which, the tide having just turned, was rushing with a roar through the channel far below. Then Tiffany entered. How charming she looked! Perhaps she was a little pale, but she went over to Silversleeves, greeted him affectionately, and began to mix with the other guests. For this meeting was the bargain she had made with her father.
"I'm not telling anyone," Bull had told her the day before, "because I'm not going to embarrass either Silversleeves or myself. But this much I'll promise you. If you like any of the other young men in the room, you can marry them. They've all expressed an interest before. And I'll break it to Silversleeves. But if you don't choose anyone else, then it's Silversleeves or a convent. I shan't go back on this."
It had been a bitter blow. She had intended to bring him round to the idea gradually, but there was no chance of that now, and so she had planned her great gamble. She was going to point to Ducat. Yet even then there was still one terrible danger, a flaw which, if she were wrong, would bring the whole plan down in ruin. What if Ducat did not want her? What if that very day he had promised himself to Amy? She had sent the cook's assistant with a message to him. Ducat took his time. He'd watched the guests arriving, and had waited. He did not want to meet anyone when he approached the house. If Silversleeves or Bull caught sight of him, he would certainly be thrown out. At the top of the stairs, he paused. Then Tiffany came over. "Thank God you've come." She was trembling. "I told Father I didn't want to marry Silversleeves, but he said—" "I know. A convent. Don't worry. It'll be all right." "You don't quite understand."
"Tiffany!"
Her father's voice was calling. "Tell me." Her eyes gazed into his searchingly, earnestly. "Tell me, Ducat. I have to ask you. Do you love me? I mean, could you... You see—" He cut her short. "Enough to die for you," he promised. It was the truth. Tiffany and her father had drawn a little apart from their guests and were standing close by the window. "Father, you said that if I could not bring myself to marry Silversleeves, that I might choose another in the room."
"I did."
"It is Ducat," she said, and pointed.
"What?" Bull's face was red. His bellow shook the room. The whole company had turned to follow his gaze. Ducat went pale. With a roar of rage, Bull turned upon Tiffany, and swinging his large arm, struck her face with the open flat of his hand so hard that she seemed to fly from him like a wounded bird. There was a general gasp. Then a cry, as Tiffany, spinning away, crashed against the open window, lost her balance, and fell out. "My God!" Bull, suddenly ashen, leapt to the window. The whole room seemed to surge forward as Tiffany, with a faint cry, dropped like a bundle of clothes 30 feet into the waters of the Thames below. Tiffany's dress lessened the impact of her fall, and she was only briefly submerged. Though stunned as she came up, she could see that one of the bridge's great piers was only yards away, and she struggled desperately to reach it before the current took her to the point where the waters began their irresistible rush into the channel. James Bull, waving his arms wildly, cried, "A rope! Fetch a rope!" But it was Ducat who ran to the window and launched himself out into the air just as Tiffany's fingers lost their grip. A second later he followed her into the raging torrent. Ducat and Tiffany were married a week later. It was a happy occasion. Whittington stood beside the bridegroom. Chaucer made a speech. The rich merchant, before giving his daughter to the foundling, made one stipulation. "Since I have no son, and you will enjoy a large fortune from me, I ask one thing, that you, Ducat, should take the name of Bull."
to which the couple had readily agreed. One other happy event also took place a month later. On the eve of her daughter's wedding to Carpenter, Dame Barnacle made an announcement. "I'm going to marry James." She had decided she could make something of him, and James Bull, for his part, had concluded that, if not the fortune he had dreamed of, the George Tavern was a good and solid business. "He's going to become a brewer," she told the guild, and they did not dare argue. And so the Bull Brewery was born. Young Geoffrey Bull, formerly Ducat, and Richard Whittington, gentleman mercer, quietly entered into a partnership. The unusual feature of Bull's arrangement was that the two guardians of his fortune came from different guilds. Not only that, but from guilds which were, just then, on extremely bad terms. When, therefore, Ducat's group of grocers purchased a huge quantity of a commodity, and Whittington's group of mercers bought up most of the rest, those in the marketplace assumed they must be rivals. Cleverer still, the two men were always careful to leave a little for some of the middling traders to benefit from the rise in prices they were engineering. The two men went for luxury goods whose prices were not regulated and which could not be quickly replaced. Peppercorns, furs from the Baltic, an entire cargo of silk from the Orient. In months they had swooped upon each of these, buying up, holding back in warehouses, letting out a little at a time at inflated prices. By the end of May 1386, Whittington was a major figure in the mercers, and Geoffrey Bull, formerly Ducat, was already a rich man in his own right. The mighty Grocers' Guild controlled the city. The mayor was a grocer, as were key aldermen. Like all successful organizations, however, its leaders looked to the future, and when they looked at Bull's son-in-law, they liked what they saw. They knew that rich men must be cherished. So it was that Geoffrey Bull, formerly Ducat, found that he had been made an officer of the Grocers' Guild, a remarkable feat for a fellow just short of 26 years old. 2 weeks later, a vacancy having occurred, he found he was also a councillor for his city ward. "You realize," Tiffany delightedly told him, "that this is the first step to being an alderman." Yet despite all this good fortune, there was one thing that made him discontented. "Whatever I do in my life," he thought, "I shall always have to call myself Bull, never Ducat." Yet it was not he, but Tiffany, who had brought it up one day. "You hate it, don't you?" she said. He denied it, but she shook her head. "Yes, you do." And then she surprised him. "I hate it too," she declared. She was proud of being a Bull and proud of her fortune, but even so, it had often secretly irritated her that to her friends she was the girl who had married beneath her. "Leave father to me," she said. The College of Arms in Cold Harbour was an awesome place. Young Geoffrey Bull, formerly Ducat, found himself in a fine hall below whose timbered roof hung the colourful standards of many a knight and lord. After a short wait, a clerk, also in livery, conducted him through 2 more rooms to a grand square chamber, in the middle of which, behind a dark table, sat no less a personage than the Master of the Royal Heralds, Richard Spencer, Clarenceux King of Arms and Earl Marshal of England. He gestured to the young man to state his business. "I wondered, sir," Geoffrey said, "if I might have a coat of arms," and blushed. A mere merchant, a humble little fellow without even a yard of land to his name, asking for a coat of arms, just as if he were a knight nobly born of ancient lineage? Absurd, intolerable, an outrage. Except, of course, that in England it was not so at all. A century before, Edward I had insisted that rich merchants become knights, so that they would then owe the feudal scutage tax, which paid for his army of mercenaries, and in the matter of heraldry the system was more flexible still. It was, after all, an artificial invention. Until the joust had become popular in the time of Richard the Lion-Hearted, Many nobles had never heard of a coat of arms, but it had soon become the fashion. It was colourful, dignified, heroic, even romantic. A mayor or alderman of London was entitled to a coat of arms. Bull had one from his father. An officer of one of the great guilds would merit consideration.
"Forgive me for asking," the herald inquired, "but how on earth did you manage to marry the daughter of a rich merchant like Bull?"
So Ducat told him. The Earl Marshal of England burst into laughter.
"You dived into the Thames under London Bridge when it was in full spate? Well, Councillor Ducat, you certainly seem determined to behave like one of the Knights of the Round Table."
A few minutes later, Ducat found himself in a long, busy room with a work table down the middle, half like a monastic library, half like a sign-painter's workshop. "First," the clerk explained, "your arms will have a background colour, except," he smiled, "that in heraldry we do not say colour, we say tincture." He pronounced the word in a French manner. "The chief tinctures are blue, which we call azur, green, which is vert, red, gules, black, sable, purple, purpure. There are also 2 metallic tinctures, gold, which is or, and silver, argent. This background we call the field. You can partition the field with lines, divide it into 2 halves or 4 quarters. You can make a checkerboard of it, or have bands running across it, which we call bars. Whatever else you add upon it is called a charge. You can have a cross, for instance, or swords, axes, arrows, horseshoes, nuts, harps. Or you can have trees, flowers, stars." "What about animals?" Ducat asked. "Ah," the clerk beamed, "yes, indeed." And turning over some great sheets of parchment, "These," he said contentedly, "are only a few." There were depictions of lions, leopards, bears, wolves, stags, hares, bulls, swans, eagles, dolphins, serpents. But not only that, each was shown in a variety of different attitudes, rising up on hind legs. This, he learned, was rampant. Sitting, crouching, turning. The combinations seemed endless. "I wondered," Ducat answered, "if I could have a duck." "A duck?" The clerk looked disappointed. "In a river," Ducat said. And so it was. Some time later, the Ducat found himself gazing at a sketch of a shield. The background was silver. Across the middle ran 2 thick wavy bands of blue for the river. And there were 3 red ducks, 2 above and 1 below the blue wavy bands. "The arms of Ducat," the clerk announced firmly. Both Bull and his old friend Chaucer died in 1400. Bocton came to Tiffany. She went there more often than Ducat, though he too came to love the Bull's ancient place. "But my home is in London," he would truthfully say, and he lived there contentedly. He saw his friend Whittington become mayor, not once or even twice, but a legendary 3 times. He saw him build many of the things he had always said he would, including a new water fountain. In his will, the mayor even provided for sanitary public lavatories not far from the dirty church of St. Lawrence Silversleeves. Geoffrey Ducat watched James Bull's brewery prosper from its modest beginnings of the George to a great affair which supplied hopped beer, now becoming quite popular, to the troops of the next king, Henry V, when they went to fight at Agincourt. He saw England in its old conflict with France once again triumph as it had in the days of the Black Prince. He saw his own 7 children grow up and grow rich, until it was nearing the time when he too should depart. But even now, as he grew old and remained in the house on London Bridge, his greatest pleasure of all was to watch the river, not only in the evening out of the big window that faced upstream, but better yet in the early morning, standing by the road on the Suffolk side, not far from the spot where he had first been found, from which vantage point he would gaze for an hour or more at the great stream of the Thames,
flowing eternally towards the rising sun.
The long years of Queen Elizabeth I were remembered as a golden age, but to Londoners living at the time they were more varied. Firstly, for the most part, there was peace. Elizabeth was cautious, and thanks to the extravagance of her father, Henry VIII, she could not really afford to go to war. There was modest prosperity. There was adventure, too. Though 70 years had passed since Columbus found America, it was not until Elizabeth's reign that English adventurers like Francis Drake and Walter Raleigh set out on the voyages of exploration that began England's huge encounter with the New World. But the defining event of the reign took place when Elizabeth, having avoided war for 30 years, was at last unavoidably forced into it. The cause was religion. Under Henry VIII, England had renounced papal authority and established the Church of England. Rome had risen to the challenge, with dedicated orders like the Jesuits. The Church set out to win back what was lost, and high on the list was the schismatic kingdom of England. Nothing could disguise where Elizabeth's true sympathies lay, and many of her subjects, led by the stern Puritans, were urging her even further into the Protestant camp. Exasperated at last, the Pope told England's Catholics that they no longer owed loyalty to the heretic queen. Indeed, he wished there was someone to depose her. One candidate was her Catholic cousin, Mary, Queen of Scots. Cast out by the Protestant Scots and held in a northern English castle, this romantic wayward lady was an obvious focus for any Catholic plots. Unwisely, she was caught in one of these, and Elizabeth had been forced to order her execution. But there was another candidate. King Philip of Spain had hoped to obtain the crown of England for his Habsburg family when he married Mary Tudor. Now he might win it by conquest. At the end of July 1588, there set out from Spain the greatest fleet the world had ever seen. The Armada's mission was to land on the shores of England a huge army against which Elizabeth's modest militia would be helpless. As the massive galleons advanced up the English Channel, a huge storm arose, and harried by the little English vessels, the Spanish were confounded. The storm continued day after day, until at last they were blown all the way round the rock coast of Scotland and Ireland, where many were wrecked. God clearly had chosen England as a special haven, a Protestant island kingdom, and so it would remain. Earlier, on a spring afternoon of 1597, there had been a cockfight, and now they were baiting a bear. The actors' stage had been temporarily removed from the circular pit of the curtain. The bear had killed 2 of the 3 mastiffs which had been set on it, and their bodies, pulped and bleeding, lay in the dust. But the remaining dog had put up a tremendous fight. None cried more heartily, "Bravely fought, noble hound!" than the handsome, auburn-haired young man in the gallery. He was obviously one of the young gallants of the town. His doublet was richly embroidered, dagged and formed into stiffened curves over his midriff. On his feet were embroidered shoes, tucked into outer slippers, lest the mud should soil them. Around his neck, a starched ruff, white as snow. Over his shoulders, a short cape. From his waist hung a rapier, its pommel embossed with gold, and at the back a matching dagger. He wore gloves of soft and scented leather, and in his right ear a golden ring. Upon his head was a high-brimmed hat, from which there sprouted 3 gorgeous plumes, which added a foot to his height. But there was one more prop to make the costume complete. With studied nonchalance, Edmund Meredith held a long curved pipe made of clay. Some years before, the Queen's favourite, Walter Raleigh, had learned the use of the tobacco plant from the American Indians and brought it back to England. Soon the expensive Virginian weed was all the rage among the fashionable. During the lull, before another pair of fighting cocks was brought into the pit, Edmund Meredith smiled at his friends. "Shakespeare's giving up. I'm going to take his place," he boasted. Young Rose and Sterne, gallants like himself, applauded. Cuthbert Carpenter trembled, because he was going to hell. William Bull, the brewer's son, wondered if he would ever see the £50 he had loaned his dashing cousin, and Jane Fleming wondered if Edmund would marry her. John Doggett grinned, because he had no worries anyway, but nobody took any notice of the dark-skinned man behind them. Edmund Meredith wanted to cut a figure in the world, and he planned to do so as a playwright. People were flocking to the plays. The best actors, little more than servants or vagrants before, were becoming popular heroes. Writers were well paid. If a play was successful, the playwright was granted most of the house receipts for one performance, and some, men of learning like Ben Jonson, had won the court's admiration for their brilliant wit. And then there was Shakespeare. His Romeo and Juliet had been astonishing, and had played again and again. All London knew it. But in his secret heart, Meredith could not help feeling that he was cut from a finer cloth, and could probably do better. "Is it finished?" He smiled down at the girl at his side. "Almost." There were several things Edmund Meredith liked about Jane Fleming. She was 15, young enough to look up to and be moulded by a man like himself. She was pretty, but not such a beauty that she attracted a host of rival suitors. Her family was involved with the playhouse. She shared his love for the theatre, and though her family was modest, she was to receive a small legacy from an uncle. In time, perhaps, he would marry young Jane Fleming. Just then a man standing behind them spoke. "I think, young master, I'll come to see your play." The man's skin was a rich brown. His hair was long and black and hung in heavy ringlets, and he was wearing a sleeveless leather jerkin that reached down to his knees, with leather boots, red breeches, and a white linen shirt. On his wrists were golden bangles. He carried no sword, but a long curved dagger. He was perhaps 35, but his teeth were all there, as sparkling white as his shirt, and it was obvious from the almost indolent way he carried himself that under the shirt there was a splendid athlete's body. A dark-skinned man was rare in London. His name was Orlando Barnacle. One of the Barnacles of Billingsgate, a seafarer, had brought him to London as a cabin boy after a voyage to the south, and cheerfully announced to his astonished family, "He's mine." He never offered any further explanation, but the boy's blue eyes seemed to confirm the statement, and when 10 years and several profitable voyages later the seafarer died, he left Orlando quite a tidy little fortune, enough for him to acquire a part share in a ship which he captained himself. He was, of course, a pirate. In another age he might have been hanged, but so very likely would Sir Francis Drake and a good many other English heroes. His appearances in London were irregular, but whenever he came to the port he would stride down Billingsgate Market to the huge stall where the Barnacles carried on their fishmongering business, and where his cousins, rather proud that this exotic adventurer belonged to them, always gave him a welcome. The Moor, some of the Billingsgate folk called him, by which they meant only that his skin was dark. But more usually they, those who sailed with him, and the men all over Europe who feared him, referred to him as Black Barnacle. Edmund Meredith knew nothing of this. He stared at him in surprise, and then, seeing the other two gallants watching, he smiled. "You wish to see my play, sir?" Black Barnacle nodded slowly. "I thank you for your kindness, then, and yet I cannot help you." "The reason?" "Why, that my play, sir, is not made to be seen." And as Barnacle gazed at him, the other two gallants laughed, for they knew what he meant. There were two kinds of play in Elizabethan London. The common herd liked a spectacle, a battle, a sword fight. The actors were expert at these. Even a cannon was fired sometimes. They liked broad jokes from popular clowns who ad-libbed to the audience. These were the spectacles written, as Meredith and his friends would say, to be seen. But for the discriminating courtly audience there was another kind of play, full of wit and decorous language, the kind that Edmund meant to write. Plays not to be seen, but to be heard. "It will not be played?" the seafarer softly asked. "Marry, sir, yes." "I go to the curtain," Black Barnacle said. "Then you shall neither see nor hear it." "Where should I go, then?" "Why, you may go to the devil," Edmund laughed. "But to hear aught for your good sir," he continued lightly, "I commend you to a monastery." and the little company applauded. This little sally was not without wit, for if there were two kinds of play in London, there were also two kinds of theatre. Most playhouses were essentially open-air stages surrounded by a circular gallery. Of the two in Shoreditch, the nearby theatre was moderately respectable and confined itself to plays. But the Curtain was known for its vulgar entertainments and was so like a bear pit that as today it was even used as one. The only advantage of these roofless and noisy buildings was that the acting companies could pack in a large paying audience, but the dream of every serious actor was to perform indoors before a quiet and attentive audience. In 1597, the lease on the Shoreditch Theatre having run out, it was precisely this that the entrepreneurial Burbages, who ran Lord Chamberlain's troupe, the one that Shakespeare wrote for, proposed to do. It was a radical move. Though boy companies from the London schools had put on courtly indoor productions from time to time, this would be the first time in history that anyone had put on serious professional indoor drama. "We'll have nothing but the finest plays," they decided, and a splendid hall had been found and fitted up in the precincts of the Black Friars, the former monastery. Edmund planned to have his play performed in this elegant new setting when the indoor productions began later that year. "I think you mock me," the black man gently suggested, and stretching easily, he took out his dagger and gazed at it thoughtfully. "They say that my point is sharp." The other two gallants put their hands towards their swords, but if Edmund felt any alarm, he had too much spirit to show it. "I intend no mockery, sir," he said, "but I warn you even so that my pen is mightier than your dagger." "How so?" "Why, with your dagger, sir, you may end my life, yet with my pen I can make you immortal." How clever he was, thought Jane, as she gazed at Edmund. The dark-skinned stranger rather frightened her, though she could not help stealing glances at him too. As Jane walked into her parents' lodgings an hour later, she smiled. She knew her parents were a little strange. "Don't be like them," her uncle, a haberdasher, used to urge her, but she loved them as they were. Gabriel Fleming worked for the Chamberlain's men as the trusted keeper of the Tiring House, the room in the theatre where the actors changed their costumes. The whole family was in the theatre. Jane's mother, Nan, and Jane, who both assisted him, and even Jane's little brother Henry, who had just started as a boy actor, taking, as the custom was, the female roles. As for the clothes, for reasons of safety, Gabriel liked to keep most of the theatre wardrobe in his house. Nothing was ever tidy. With her parents shuttling between house and theatre, and actors dropping in at all hours, Jane was used to a genial mess. But life was never dull. In autumn and winter, the theatre was in full swing, culminating, if the company were chosen, with performances before the Queen at the Christmas court. During Lent, when plays were forbidden, she and her mother went over the entire wardrobe, washing, repairing, renewing, and thanks to this, she was a first-rate seamstress. Then, after Easter, the performances began again. But it was the summer that she enjoyed best of all, for then the whole company set out on the road. There would be a line of wagons, one loaded with the travelling stage and props, her parents in another filled with costumes, which would also serve as a tiring house at each stop. They would trundle out of London and be gone for weeks into the surrounding counties. Each time they came to a town, members of the troupe would go ahead to announce their arrival with kettledrum and trumpet. The stage was set up, usually in the yard of an inn, so that people would have to pay to enter, and for several days they would go through their repertoire until it was time to move on. Sometimes they turned aside to play in a noble house. And how Jane loved it all, the freedom of the road, the new sights and sounds, the sense of adventure. Though Jane's uncle disapproved of this life, even he was a little impressed with Edmund. As for his play, she had seen parts of it and thought it wonderful. He was going to be a playwright, she was sure, and if he were successful, would he still take an interest in her? It was already dark when John Doggett led Edmund into the boathouse downstream from London Bridge. "My grandfather started the business," Doggett explained. Despite his name, John Doggett was actually a descendant of the Ducat family. A couple of generations after Alfred the Armourer, one branch of the family had fallen into disrepute. Two sisters had become prostitutes. So well known were they, and so associated with their particular whorehouse, the Dog's Head, that they were universally known as the Dog's Head Girls. The name lapsed into Doggett, not unlike the one they were born with. When at the end of the 13th century Marjorie Doggett became pregnant by one of her most loyal customers, Waldus Barnacle, she raised the boy with her own last name. By the time little Geoffrey Ducat was taken in by Bull, it was this other Doggett branch of the family that had mainly survived. The Doggetts had long worked as watermen. Back in King Henry's days, Dan Doggett had rowed King Henry's royal barge. His son had gone into boat repair, where his own son, the present head of the thriving establishment, had followed him, and would one day turn it all over to young John. And John Doggett was contented with his lot. With his flash of white hair and his merry face, he could be seen any day working beside his rubicund father in an atmosphere smelling most agreeably of wood shavings and riverweed. Both men's hands were slightly webbed, but they never found this a problem with their work. At the back of the shop, John pulled the covers off a large, strange shape. The boat was a good 30 feet long. To the fore were benches for 4 pairs of oars. Its long line swept up into a graceful prow like a Viking longboat of ancient times, every plank polished until it gleamed. But its greatest glory lay aft. There, magnificently carved and gilded, was a large cabin, its velvet curtains and trim all in perfect repair. "My God!" Edmund breathed. "What is it?"
"King Harry's barge."
Then Doggett grinned.
"It's mine."
Shortly before the end of his long life, Daniel Doggett had come upon the old vessel. Saddened to see its ruin, he had bought it himself and brought it to his son's boatyard, and since his little grandson John had just been born, had cheerfully declared, "It's for him." Year after year, after the day's work was done, father and then son had lovingly tended it, restoring a plank here, a piece of gilding there, going over it inch by inch, as they had brought it back to its former life.
"Seems a pity she's never used," Doggett remarked in the silence. "I suppose you can't think of anything?"
Meredith gazed at it in wonder. "No," he said, "but I'll try." No one in the Chamberlain's company was happier than young Jane Fleming, for it seemed to her in recent weeks that Meredith loved her. His play was done. She thought by now she must know every line. As Edmund had approached the end, his excitement had mounted. How proudly he had read her his favourite lines, or asked her, "Is it all right?" And she had always said, "It's wonderful." On a pleasant July afternoon, she and Edmund strolled down the lane from Shoreditch and encountered Alderman Jacob Ducat. Even on this summer day, the stern Puritan was dressed in black, his white ruff, his silver and diamond-pommelled sword, and the silver flash in his hair, providing the restrained decoration appropriate to his wealth and stern authority. Led by Ducat, the alderman condemned the theatres as encouraging disorder and godlessness, and threatened to shut them down. Now, seeing young Meredith known to be a play-lover, Ducat had a chance to savour the reaction to his statement.
"The theatres are all to be closed."
It was as he expected. The girl looked stunned, and Meredith went pale. But Meredith recovered first. "Who says so?"
"The City Council."
"Impossible. All the theatres are outside your jurisdiction." Shoreditch lay past the city limits. Even Blackfriars was still at liberty. It had long infuriated the city fathers that the theatres continued under their noses, yet outside their jurisdiction.
"We have asked the Privy Council to close them all," Ducat said.
It was true, and by that evening all London knew it. The theatres were ordered to close. "I shall have to go back to haberdashery," Jane's father miserably remarked. But the theatres were still permitted to go on tour, and soon Jane and her family went on the road as they did every summer. While she was away, Edmund Meredith encountered Lady Redlinch. Her husband, Sir John, had died the previous year, and at the age of 30, alone and without children, she had nothing much to do. She had a handsome house in Blackfriars, and she promised to take a personal interest in the business of the new theatre. She had fair hair, wide blue eyes, and rather charmingly, a voice like a little girl, which vanished entirely when she was in a hurry. Meredith amused her. She decided to take him as a temporary lover at once. Though they were discreet, the fact that a few men gossiped was enough to make Meredith look a fine fellow in the eyes of the fashionable world. But by early November he had wondered if the affair had run its course. He thought of Jane Fleming. She would probably never know, and anyway, if she did, a man with a reputation was all the more attractive to a young girl. But what about his play? Over 3 months after the ban was announced, Duckett and the aldermen were still looking complacent, and the Privy Council maintained its ominous silence. His friends at court had heard nothing, nor had Lady Redlinch. The usual theatre scene would normally have begun, but the days passed uselessly. In fact, Jane had found out about Edmund's affair, and her reaction was not what he had hoped. One night she followed the lovers. Dusk had already fallen, but she was careful as she made her way past Charing Cross. There were plenty of people about, and the couple ahead were entirely unaware of her presence. The great palace of Whitehall was a series of handsome courtyards surrounded by brick and stone buildings. There were walled gardens, a tilt-yard for jousting, a chapel, a hall, and a council chamber. The Queen allowed her subjects to cross the yard to the river stairs if they wanted a barge. They could even come to see the tapestries on the great stairs or watch the state banquets from a gallery. They could also stand about at times like this in the hope of seeing her. Edmund and Lady Redlinch passed through the gateway and entered the palace courtyard. Jane followed them. There were several dozen people gathered in the yard, a number bearing torches. November, despite the cold, was usually a cheerful time at court, for in the middle of the month, on the anniversary of the Queen's accession, there was a big pageant at Whitehall, and a joust. Some of the spirit of these coming festivities appeared to have infected the crowd, which seemed in a happy mood. Minutes passed, the torches flickered, and then she came. The doors of a council chamber opened. 2, 4, 6 gentlemen in gorgeous tunics, short cloaks, their hands resting on jewelled swords, stepped out. Then pages, carrying torches, and then 6 more gentlemen, carrying a litter in which, magnificently dressed in a billowing, jewel-encrusted dress, a huge lace ruff, and with a tall feathered hat on her head, sat the Queen. A cheer went up. Slowly, stiffly, her painted face like a mask, she turned and seemed to smile. Her voice now rang out across the yard, as clear as it had to her troops before the Spanish came. "God bless you, my good people. You may have a greater prince, but you shall never have one more loving." She said it every time, and it never failed to please. Standing in the shadows of one of the gateways of Blackfriars, Jane watched Lady Redlinch's house for 3 long hours, until its last lights were out. Then she slipped back through the city and walked in the darkness up the empty lane to Shoreditch, weeping silent tears. A few days later, at a meeting with the Burbage brothers, Shakespeare, and the leading actors, Edmund learned that the ban on the plays had been partially lifted. However, Edmund's play still could not be performed at Blackfriars. Shakespeare shook his head. "We dare not use it. 2 days ago," Burbage took up the story, "the Privy Council received another letter from Duckett and many others in the Blackfriars. Hearing that we might be reprieved, they've protested yet again. They will not have us there." He shrugged. "The risk's too great." "Yet Lady Redlinch believes—" Edmund began.
"She was one of those who signed the letter," Burbage gruffly said. "I'm sorry."
For a moment, Edmund could not speak. He felt himself go red. She had deceived him.
"In short," Shakespeare came in, We'll have to use the curtain."
The early months of 1598 were bleak for Edmund. His literary efforts had gone nowhere. Though he had broken off his affair with Lady Redlinch, Jane was still cold to him. In fact, she had been spending time with Doggett. Doggett would quite often come by, and they would walk out together. She felt comfortable in his presence. Late in February he had kissed her, but chastely, as though he expected nothing more. A week later she had remarked teasingly, "I expect you've had a lot of girls." "Never one," he said, with merry eyes, and they both laughed. 2 weeks after that she indicated that he could kiss her properly, and found that she liked this too. She thought she could be happy with him. Then Meredith had reappeared. Edmund felt pleased as the spring progressed. He had decided to write a play for the curtain, and had devised a stirring subject, the Spanish Armada. There were noble speeches from the Queen, from Drake and other sea dogs. "The common herd will love it," he predicted. "It cannot fail." But things at the curtain were not getting any better. Despite all their efforts, the more fashionable part of their old audience was still reluctant to set foot in the place. Jane's father told her that the Burbages were in some financial difficulty. If only they could get back to the theatre. "It's doubly galling," she overheard one of the Burbages remark, "because we even built the place." It was when Jane mentioned this remark to Edmund that he got his great idea. Tap, tap. At first the sounds had been carefully muffled, for the carpenters had gone cleverly about their work. Joints scraped free of plaster and loosened, boards prized gently apart. All round the inside of the playhouse they had worked as silently as possible in the lamplight. Already the stage was reduced to a skeleton. Heads began to pop out of windows. Doors opened. Pulling coats around them, neighbours began to emerge. The sun was already well up before Alderman Duckett pushed through the crowd of spectators. His face was white with fury. He demanded to know what was going on. "We're just taking our playhouse away," Edmund told him sweetly.
"You can't touch it. This theatre belongs to Giles Allen, and your lease is finished."
But Meredith only smiled more sweetly still. "The ground belongs to Allen, certainly," he agreed. "But the playhouse itself was built by the Burbages. It belongs to them, therefore. Every timber." The site selected by the Burbages for the new theatre was excellent. Occupying a piece of open ground on Bankside, it was in the liberty of the prison known as the Clink, but was set apart from the nearby brothels. It also enjoyed easy access to the river, so that respectable citizens could arrive by barge at the river steps without encountering anything that would offend them. On February the 21st, 1599, in the city of London, a document was signed which, by good fortune, has been preserved. It was a simple lease, under which a certain Nicholas Brend, owner of a piece of ground on Bankside, granted the right to build and operate a playhouse thereon. It had one unusual feature. The lessee was not a single party, but a group of people, and the lease carefully set out the legal share held by each of them. Half the lease was split between the two Burbage brothers, the other half divided equally between 5 members of the Chamberlain's company. One of these was William Shakespeare. The new theatre was being owned and operated by a company. They decided to call it the Globe. The building of the Globe was a happy time for the journeyman carpenter named Cuthbert Carpenter. He had seen Romeo and Juliet 10 times, despite the disapproval of his Puritan grandmother and his pious sister Martha. If, as his grandmother believed, God had already predestined him for hellfire anyway, then there was nothing he could do about it. So when Edmund Meredith found him a new master, he went willingly to work on the Temple of Moloch. The Globe Theatre was a handsome structure. With an external diameter of over 80 feet, it was polygonal, with nearly 20 sides. In the centre was a large pit, and around it 3 tiers of galleries. Behind the stage lay the tiring house. Stretching across the back of the stage was a minstrel's gallery, also known as the Lord's Room. Above this, high over the rear of the stage, was a wooden canopy. The ceiling of the canopy, when completed and painted with stars, would be known as heavens. Most amusing of all to Cuthbert was the special pulley and harness that would be used when one of the actors needed to fly over the stage. Meredith's play was done. It was Shakespeare's Merchant of Venice that had given him the idea. What had especially struck Edmund was that the villain in the play was an outcast and a striking presence. That was what he needed, a villain who was unusual, memorable, threatening not just because of what he does, but what he is. Mysterious. But what? A Jesuit priest? A Spaniard? Too obvious. He had racked his brains for something original, and then suddenly he had remembered the strange fellow who had threatened him at the bear pit 2 years before, Black Barnacle the pirate. A blackamoor. What could be stranger, more threatening? The audience wouldn't be able to take their eyes off him. He made the Moor loathsome, hideous. His speeches and monologues were magnificent as awful images of evil came spilling out. At last, however, caught in his own toils, he was brought to justice, and after showing himself to be a coward as well, was led away contemptibly to execution. When he finally put down his pen, Meredith felt certain. Now he would make a figure in the world. Black Barnacle had arrived in London only 2 days before, and he did not plan to stay long. His ship was taking on a cargo of cloth before departing once more. His visits to faraway ports had resulted in 2 children, about whom he knew nothing, and a chestful of bullion which, on the recommendation of his Billingsgate cousins, he had deposited in the strong room of Alderman Ducket for safe keeping. He had been intrigued the previous afternoon when he had seen the handbill for a new play called The Blackamoor by Edmund Meredith. What had the popinjay said 2 years before? That he could make him into a hero or a villain? To have all London talking of a Moor as a hero would suit his purposes very well, he thought. A villain, however, would not suit him at all. The day was overcast as the crowds approached the Globe. A procession of little groups was crossing by the bridge. On the water, Doggett's new ferry had already made 3 journeys from the northern side. It had been Jane's idea to use King Harry's converted barge in this new way, and it looked splendid. Its gold and crimson trimming glowed even from across the stream. Above the gilded cabin, a large pennant displaying a picture of the globe spread bravely in the wind. 6 burly oarsmen, of whom 2 were cousins of John Doggett, pulled 30 passengers at a time, paying a halfpenny each. So far, the theatre was well under half full, a total of 700 altogether. Not a disaster, but unless the play was very well received, not enough to secure a repeat performance. A strange murmur began in the last minute of the first scene. The Moor was making a major speech centre stage. It was blood-curdling, and he'd been rather proud of it. But just before he reached the climax of his speech, something else seemed to claim the audience's attention. Edmund saw 1 or 2 hands pointing toward the gallery above the backstage, and nudges being exchanged. He turned, puzzled. No wonder the audience whispered and pointed, for the face was black, like the Moor's. Towards the end of the second act, Edmund began to feel uncomfortable. The blackamoor's character and deeds were horrifying, but the play was getting flat. The third act came. Now it seemed to Edmund that the ringing declarations he had so lovingly penned sounded bombastic, empty, and he realized that the audience, too, was beginning to grow restive. With the 5th act, they could take no more. The play might be terrible, but at least they could have a little fun. Seeing the villains on stage, and the strange mask-like face of the black man staring out so incongruously from the Lord's room above him, someone in the pit saw the joke. "Hang the devil!" he cried out. "And the other one, too!" The next lines were cheerfully obvious. "Spare the actor! Hang the blackamoor!" "Someone must hang for this play!" It was then that they started throwing things at the black man. Small nuts, cheese rind, a few early apple cores, 1 or 2 cherries. It was all good-hearted. Only 2 or 3 landed close or hit him. A moment later, one of the Burbages called back the actors and sent on the clown to give the customary jig. So ended Meredith's play. Jane walked with Edmund all the way home to the Staple Inn. She could not leave him alone at a time like this. Was it all bad? He had not spoken until they reached the bridge. Some of it was very good. It was laughed off. No, it was the blackamoor in the Lord's room, not your play. Perhaps, he grunted. Where did he go? Who knows? When they got to Staple Inn, she hugged him and gave him a long kiss. Then she went slowly back home. Black Barnacle watched her, as he had since she and Meredith left the Globe. The group which gathered a day later at the Fleming house was glum. The business was inexplicable. There had been no message. No one had seen anything. There was no sign of Jane's body anywhere. The alderman who had been informed had already instigated a search. Alderman Duckett, though he did not like any of them, had behaved with courtesy and even kindness, riding over himself to tell them that as yet the city sergeants had found nothing. Neither Doggett, nor Carpenter, nor the Burbage brothers could suggest any solution either. Queen Elizabeth died in 1603. The Virgin Queen could not bring herself to name her successor, but everyone knew that it must be James. His grandmother had been a Tudor, great King Harry's sister, making him nearest by blood, and although he was the son of that treacherous Catholic Mary Queen of Scots, James himself was free of taint. Placed on the throne of the mother he scarcely knew, he had been trained to reign as a cautious Protestant. He would suit England very well. The Stuart age had begun. Just down the lane from St. Mary le Bow, on the site where once, centuries before, the sign of the Bull had hung, there was a very handsome house. A mixture of brick, timber, and plaster, 5 stories high and surrounded by a walled orchard garden. Its 3 great gables dominated the tiny parish of St. Lawrence Silversleeves below. Alderman Duckett, disgusted that plays had been performed in Blackfriars again, had lived here for the last 2 years, and he too was about to learn his family's destiny. Cautiously, he looked into the cradle where the newborn baby lay. Surreptitiously, so that his wife did not see, he put in his hand. Carefully he felt. Then he smiled with relief. The curse had been lifted. Thrice he'd been married, 3 children by the first wife, 3 from the second, and now this made the 9th child, and all were free of the curse of the webbed fingers. He had never forgotten the day when, as a boy, he had inspected his grandfather's hands, and the old man had told him, "My grandfather's were the same, and he had it from his grandfather, the Duckett that dived into the river and married the bull heiress. Helped him swim, I dare say." Though the Duckett family were rich as any of the Bulls had been, to Jacob Duckett's mind it was as if the grand river flow of the patrician Bulls, to which he felt he belonged, had been joined by a polluted stream. Worse yet, in those increasingly Calvinistic times, he began to wonder, could this even be a mark of God's displeasure, a sign that he and all his blood might not, after all, be members of God's chosen elect? As he gazed down at his 9th child and 3rd son, he smiled happily, and since he had a taste for the classics, announced, "Let us call him Julius, a hero's name like Julius Caesar." Then, gently taking the baby's tiny finger, he said quietly, "No curse, my little son, shall ever attach itself to thee." A month later, proof of the divine favour now attaching to the family came when, riding out with the mayor to greet the new king, Duckett, along with his fellow aldermen, received the accolade of knighthood. He was Sir Jacob now, bound by sacred fealty to the monarch. Sir Jacob's elder boy, Henry, had gone to Oxford, but he tended to be lazy. Sir Jacob could find no such fault with Julius. By the age of 4 he would cry, "No popery," or "God save the king," so boisterously that even Sir Jacob was amused. The world of the London guilds was more splendid than ever. The greatest of them, including the mercers, had acquired not only corporate coats of arms, but their own ceremonial liveries. Sir Jacob's ancestors, the Bulls, had exported wool. Gradually, cloth was added. A group of bold Elizabethan entrepreneurs, mostly mercers, launched an enterprise called the Merchant Adventurers. As the buccaneers, like Francis Drake, opened up new markets, they hastened to convert them into settled lines of trade. Voyages and convoys were financed. Trade charters and treaties sought. In London, the Joint Stock Company was born. The Levant Company, the Muscovy Company, the Guinea Company, the East India Company. Sir Jacob was a merchant adventurer with deep pockets and had shares in them all. Young Julius himself announced to his father that he liked the new Virginia Company. When Sir Walter Raleigh had named the great American territory, there had been nothing there except some Indians. Attempts at a trading post had foundered. But in the last few years, believing in the potential of the territory, the Virginia Company had sent out settlers to try again in the huge American wastes, and a rather uncertain bridgehead called Jamestown had been established by Captain John Smith. It was about this time that Julius found the sea chest. It was lying in the corner of the big cellar under the house, a dark old chest crossed by a fretwork of brass bands which had long since grown black, and secured by 3 great padlocks. When he asked his father what it was, he was astonished by the reply. "It's a pirate's treasure." A real pirate, more exciting still, a blackamoor. He listened enthralled as his father told of the strange seafarer who had left the treasure in his keeping. "They say he kidnapped a girl from the Globe, but nobody knows. He's never been seen again. And now, Julius, consider, if this treasure belonged to the king, would I guard it with my life?" "Of course, father." "But it was entrusted to me by a pirate, who deserves, I expect, to be hanged. Should I look after it, therefore?" The boy hesitated. "Yes, Julius," his father admonished. "And why?" He paused solemnly. "Because I gave my word. And your word must be sacred, Julius. Never forget." At the end of June 1613, the Globe Theatre burned to the ground. Martha Carpenter saw the event as a message. After her grandmother had died, Martha had allowed her brother Cuthbert and his growing family to move into the house the old woman had left Martha, but she had made him swear to give up the theatre. Cuthbert had kept his word, but seeing this was clearly a judgment from God, Martha felt a lightening of the heart. When King James had come to England from Presbyterian Scotland, Martha and the other Puritans had hoped, "Surely he will bring the true faith with him." But James had not enjoyed being subject to the Scottish elders, and he realized that the authority of the monarchy depended upon its supremacy over the English Church. The Church of England, with its reformed Catholic faith, its bishops, its ceremonies, must remain. So the Bishop of London still presided over Old St. Paul's, and in the tiny parish of St. Lawrence Silversleeves, the clergyman, aided by Ducket and the other vestrymen, insisted that Martha and the other Puritan parishioners should attend communion 3 times a year and make a respectful show of outward conformity to the Church. The year the Globe burned, Martha married poor John Doggett, Cuthbert's friend with the boatyard, who had suddenly lost his wife. With 5 young children, the fellow was distracted. "He needs a wife," Cuthbert told her, "a Christian woman to look after those children." "There will have to be some changes," she gently suggested to Doggett. "Of course," the harassed father replied. "Anything you want." It was 1615, 15 years since the disaster of Edmund Meredith's play. But what had he to show for them? 3 more plays that no one would put on. Shakespeare had gone from strength to strength, and when Edmund had once complained to the Burbages that Shakespeare had stolen his blackamoor idea for his own Othello, they had cruelly reminded him, "There have been a dozen Macbeths too, but Shakespeare's is the one people want to see." Edmund did not know what to do with himself, and so he took holy orders. His friend John Donne, another literary man who had taken orders, encouraged him. "You could go far," Donne said, "if you can preach a good sermon." Not only go far, but acquire an audience, even a fashionable one. Edmund pondered this advice and saw an inviting prospect. It was almost like the theatre. And so he was ordained. Again, Donne offered to help. "There is one parish vacant. I have spoken to the king, who has spoken to the Bishop of London. You have only to recommend yourself to the vestrymen, and so long as they like you, the living will be yours." He had smiled encouragingly. "The leading vestryman is Sir Jacob Duckett, a large shareholder in the Virginia Company. So, good luck." Even after Meredith was given the parish of St. Lawrence Silversleeves, he was determined to impress Sir Jacob, for he knew that the alderman viewed him with some distrust because of his theatrical past. So, at a special meeting held at Mercer's Hall, Meredith preached on a theme sure to please him. The Virginia Company was in trouble, and the settlement was, so far, a disaster. Only a few shiploads of settlers had gone out. There were rumours of harsh conditions, Indian attacks, starvations, and the company was making a loss. The company needed a boost. The purpose of Meredith's sermon was an encouragement to settle in Virginia, and he deployed his several biblical texts accordingly. "Come then," he concluded, "and take possession of thy bridge. Virginia, thy new-found land." Julius, standing with his father, could see that Sir Jacob was highly satisfied. Sir Jacob was still in an excellent temper when Julius returned home, and he smiled indulgently as his son approached him with a new piece of news. "Do you know, father, I saw the strangest thing." Julius had seen little of Martha Carpenter since she had left the parish to marry Doggett. The family had been at the Mercer's Hall that night. Seeing that Martha recognized him, he went over politely to speak to her, and it was then that he made the discovery. "The boat-builder and 2 of his children have a white flash in their hair, father, just like us. But the strangest thing is their hands. Doggett himself, and at least one of the children, have a sort of webbing between their fingers." For a second, Sir Jacob looked as if he'd been hit, and seemed to stagger. But all he said, with a terrible force, was, "Do not go near those people. They are all accursed." The very next day, Sir Jacob began to make secret inquiries about the Southwark family. When Jane Fleming had disappeared from the globe 20 years before, John Doggett had been deeply upset. But time had passed, and 2 years later he had married a lively girl, a waterman's daughter, and had known great happiness until her sudden death. The months that followed had been so miserable that when he married Martha he had scarcely known what he was doing. The Doggetts were a merry family by nature, but when they were laughing he noticed that Martha would sit quietly smiling, but not laughing herself. In due course they had a child, but there was no joy in their marriage, and gradually all the children took on his wife's religious solemnity. One day, in 1620, the eldest Doggett boy, who to his father's sorrow had no desire to go into the boat trade, made an announcement. "Father, there's a new venture going far north of Virginia to the Massachusetts colony. It's organized by the merchant adventurers. We could do well there. Barnacle the fishmonger thinks so too." And when his father asked him why, he replied with a single word. "Cod." "It's a risk, of course," the boy conceded. "But you build boats, and I fish. We could be there at the start." The following day, a message arrived stating that if they wished to join the expedition, a well-wisher was prepared to pay Doggett a handsome sum for the boatyard, far more than it was worth, and to purchase several extra shares in the company for them as well. As his son said to Doggett, "Where else, father, could you get money for the family like that?" He couldn't. A week later, he had reluctantly given in. The voyage of the Mayflower is well recorded. A second ship, the Speedwell, was to have accompanied her, but got only as far as the coast of Devon before she proved unseaworthy. The Doggett family, who were among the passengers, returned to London. News of the family's return came as a great blow to Sir Jacob. Earlier that year, anonymously and through a third party, he had paid them a handsome sum of money to leave. He suffered a stroke. 2 days later, it became clear that Julius and his older brother Henry must take over his affairs. The Wheeler spread was typical of Virginia then. A few hundred acres, a yeoman's farm. Wheeler himself had never made much of it, but his widow had. She ran everything herself, with sweated labour. There were 2 slaves, but the day of the slave was only just beginning in Virginia. Most of the labourers were indentured men, some poor, some in debt, a few petty criminals who had 10 years of labour to earn their freedom. Some of the large farmers were doing so well they had started importing a few luxury goods from England. But the widow Wheeler bought almost nothing. Perhaps she was puritanical, perhaps just mean. It was hard to guess, for few of her neighbours really knew very much about her. In fact, for 15 years, the respectable widow Wheeler had lived with Black Barnacle, the pirate. It had been strange at first to be in his power, to know he could probably kill her. Yet she had found him surprisingly tender. He knew how to bring her to physical ecstasy. And did she not think of escape? He was too cunning to give her the chance. He never went near London. And what should she do? Abandon her children? She found she could not. Take them home with her to London, and what would they, with their strange dark skins, be there? It was when she thought of this that she guessed at Orlando Barnacle's secret rage, and it was at such times, more than those of physical passion, that she recognized that in a way she loved him. After the 3rd child, she had lost 2 more babies. Orlando had been much away, but it was just after the younger boy, aged 12, had made his first voyage with his father, that Orlando had announced, "I'm sailing to America. Come with me." And it was when they had reached Virginia that, escorting her off the ship at Jamestown, he had put a bag of money in her hand and announced, "It is time for you to leave me now." She had been almost 30. 6 months later, she had found Wheeler and married. He had fallen sick, and there had been no children. As for Orlando, she had never seen nor heard of him again. All of the Virginia growers knew that the tobacco plant exhausted the soil. Most plantations were exhausted after 7 years. The settlers just set up a new plantation further inland. In 3 years, Jane knew Wheeler's farm would be exhausted. She would then have to move. But by then, also, she would have saved a comfortable sum of money, enough perhaps to do something else, she thought, as she gazed towards the ocean. When Doggett and Martha had arrived back in London, they had waited anxiously to see whether their unknown benefactor would demand his money back. But, mysterious as ever, he gave no sign. The next question was what to do. The problem was finally solved by young Gideon Carpenter. His father Cuthbert had suddenly died. Gideon suggested that he and Doggett should go into business together. They found lodgings close by and a small yard and workshop just by the top of Garlick Hill, and here they set out to repair anything that anyone brought in. Doggett missed his boats, but they were kept busy. In 1625, old King James departed life, and Sir Jacob followed him soon after. The new king, Charles, was sympathetic to the Roman Catholic Church, and the new Bishop of London, William Laud, made his own views known from the start. "Too many Presbyterians and Puritans in London. Even half the clergy are infected." And it was soon clear to Edmund, whose aspirations now turned to being named Dean of St. Paul's, if he wanted Laud's approval, what he must do. One Sunday, a few weeks later, Martha and her nephew Gideon were astonished when the service began and Reverend Edmund Meredith arrived. The vicar of St. Lawrence Silversleeves, in deference to old King James, had long worn the traditional cope and surplice of the priest, but always so simple and sober that old Sir Jacob had never complained. Not so today. It was as though Edmund had been drenched by a sudden shower of gold. Indeed, Fleming's the haberdashers had sold him no less than £40 worth of gold thread and sequins for the making of it, the largest single order since they had supplied the costumes for Shakespeare's Antony and Cleopatra at the Globe. The congregation gasped. In shock, Martha and the other Puritans watched as Meredith, transformed into this popish apparition, went through the service. In silence they heard the lessons read, and then he rose to preach. "I want to tell you about two sisters," he announced. "Their names are Humility and Obedience." He attacked with venom. Every aspect of the Puritanism that Martha held dear was ruthlessly dealt with. Bishops, he reminded them, were their spiritual overlords. Like kings, they ruled by divine right. And in conclusion, staring them down, he ordered, "Hear the word of the Lord, therefore. Be humble and obey." After the service, Julius had started to follow his brother home when he found himself facing Gideon Carpenter. There was no question he felt awkward in the presence of Gideon. A few years earlier he had overheard the young man and some apprentice friends speak insolently of the Spanish ambassador as a papist, and had told his brother Henry. Henry took the news to the mayor and to the king, who thanked him warmly. The apprentices were whipped. One of them died. Gideon lived. The young man was a sober citizen these days, and had become sternly religious. He had also married the previous year, but that awful whipping could never be forgotten, and with Gideon's steady brown eyes upon him now, Julius could not help reddening slightly. "Your vestry committee authorises such popery," Gideon said quietly. "You sit in the vestry as though by divine right. You have no right. You are imposed upon us." And he turned his back and departed. In 1633, Bishop Laud became Archbishop of Canterbury, and embarked upon a stern enforcement of the English Episcopal Church, which he promised would be thorough. Henry remarked to Julius, "The Puritans hate him, but they can always depart for America. Laud's the best friend the Massachusetts Company ever had." From 1630, when an energetic gentleman named Winthrop had gone out there, the modest Puritan colony in America had been expanding rapidly. For Julius, these had been happy years. He had married a cheerful, blue-eyed girl from a similar family, and soon there were children. Henry, who had shown no desire to marry so far, and who was often at Bocton, had suggested that they occupy the big house behind Mary Le Beau. King Charles's personal rule had brought the Ducats material gain. They had made several personal loans to the king, always at 10%, and always repaid in full. Julius became head of the vestry, and tried to institute a more cheerful regime. Meredith had failed to become Dean of St. Paul's, and with this some of his reforming zeal seemed to have waned. And then Meredith, at the age of nearly 60, married Matilda, a respectable spinster of 30, a lawyer's daughter who, religious herself, had fallen in love by watching his sermons. A year later they had a child. How fortunate she was, Martha thought, to have the respectable Mrs. Wheeler to keep an eye upon her husband while they were apart. It was Doggett who had first introduced them years before, when they'd met her in Cheapside. "This lady comes from Virginia, Martha," he had explained. She learned that Mrs. Wheeler had taken pleasant lodgings in Blackfriars, and a few days later she noticed Meredith politely bow as she passed, which, little as she liked Meredith, indicated that the lady must be respectable. Mrs. Wheeler was a good listener. If she did speak, it was always sensible and to the point. Martha had only known her to sound frivolous, One day, after she'd been explaining to her the evils of the theatre, Martha had shortly afterwards come upon her and Doggett laughing together. But when Martha had asked why, after a moment's hesitation, she had told her a story that seemed hardly funny at all. Martha supposed that Mrs. Wheeler had no great sense of humour. But one thing she loved to talk to Mrs. Wheeler about was America. She could listen by the hour, and always the questions took the same form. After listening politely to a few details of Virginia, she would ask, "And Massachusetts? What did you hear of Massachusetts?" The fabled promised land, for Martha had never given up her quest to find the true faith in this world. She might say of the Mayflower, "Perhaps it was as well we did not go," for over half the pilgrims who made that fateful voyage had perished within a year. But the dream of the godly commune, the shining city, had never faded from her mind, and indeed, in recent years, many Englishmen saw in that dream no mere hope, but a very pleasant reality. The reason could be summed up in 2 words: Lord and Winthrop. There could not be any doubt, it seemed to Martha, that Archbishop Laud must be a very wicked man. His grip upon London had increased with every year that passed. One by one the parishes were brought into line, and preachers told, "You may teach the catechism in the afternoons, nothing more." Many clergymen resigned. What happened, Martha could well ask, to the Reformation? Not only that, he was worldly. When he rode into London, he came with a train of fine gentlemen, with lackeys riding before, who cried, "Clear the path, make way for the Lord Bishop," as though he were a medieval cardinal. He was on the King's Council. He had virtual control of the Treasury. "Lord and the King are one and the same," men said. But even this worldly pomp did not shock Martha as much as his sacrilege. "Keep ye the Sabbath." Every good Puritan did. But the King and his bishop allowed sports and games. Ladies were permitted to wear finery. Once Martha had even seen some young people dancing around a maypole, and complained to the church authorities. Nobody cared. No wonder, then, if seeing such daily outrages, she and countless Puritans like her had longed for a blessed means of escape. This Winthrop had provided. Under Winthrop's leadership, the Massachusetts colony had continued growing even more rapidly than Virginia. Puritans who had hesitated to take to the seas before were gaining confidence, and word came back with every returning ship. Truly, it is a godly commune. How Martha yearned to go. It was a great surprise to her family, and not least to herself, when, in the summer of 1637, Martha performed a criminal act. The incident that provoked her was the further public humiliation of a scholar and gentleman, William Prynne, whose ears had already been cut off in punishment for the pamphlets he had written urging that bishops should be abolished. When Meredith in his sermon made reference to the wickedness of those, like Prynne, who denied God's bishops, something within Martha suddenly gave way. Standing up, she spoke quietly but clearly. "This is not the house of God." There was an astonished silence. "There are 2 great evils walking this land," she had said, "and one is called a bishop, and one is called a king." She will surely, people said, have her ears cut off too. It took all Julius's powers of persuasion to save her. The Bishop of London would have hauled her to jail, but Julius could never forget the awkward guilt he felt about Gideon, and so on the Tuesday following her outburst, he carefully explained to her, "I think you must leave the country. Have you any thought of where you could go?" "I will go," she said placidly, "to Massachusetts." And so it was that Martha, her little daughter, and both Doggett's sons prepared to set sail from London. Gideon and his family could not travel so soon after the birth of their first boy, christened Obi Joyful Carpenter. And since Gideon needed his help in their little business, it was agreed that Doggett himself would remain in London for a year or so while they decided what to do. The last words Martha spoke as the boat was about to leave, were to Mrs. Wheeler. "Promise me that you'll keep an eye on my husband." So Mrs. Wheeler promised that she would. In 1637, believing that they had cowed the Puritans in England, King Charles I and Archbishop Laud turned their attention northwards and gave orders that the Church of England prayer book and services were straightway to be forced upon the dour Presbyterians of Scotland. Within weeks, all Scotland was aflame. And by the following year, a huge organisation had arisen of Scots prepared to die to defend their Protestant cause. They were armed. They were ready to march upon England. Charles summoned a parliament. "For I dare say," he reasoned, "with the marauding Scots at the door, the gentlemen of England will raise a decent army." They demanded to discuss Charles's government, so he impatiently dismissed the so-called short parliament within days. "We must hire an army then," Charles decided, and here began his greatest problem: money. He asked the City of London for a loan. No one would lend. Seeing his weakness, the Scots occupied the north of England, and would not go away until paid a huge indemnity. Charles therefore had to call Parliament again, and in the autumn of 1640 they were ready for him. "These Parliament men," Henry angrily declared, "are dangerous radicals, no better than traitors. They're in league with the Scots." Of course they were, but traitors they were not, and hardly even radicals. They were mostly country gentlemen of substance who were appalled at Charles's exorbitant and unreasonable taxes. One, a squire from East Anglia, named Oliver Cromwell, up to Parliament for the first time, was shocked by what he saw as a godless court. "As long as the Scots sit tight up north," a stout gentleman informed Julius one day in the Royal Exchange, "and we refuse him any money down here, King Charles is trapped in a vice." He chuckled. "So you see, it's time to squeeze him now." And squeeze him they did. The king's right to customs stripped away. Parliament must be called every 3 years. The present Parliament to sit as long as its members saw fit. One by one these acts were passed, humiliating Charles. In the spring of 1641, Gideon came to Julius with a petition. "We have nearly 15,000 signatures," he explained, "for the abolition of bishops and all their works, root and branch." And Gideon pointed to the mass of signatures he had collected. But whatever the king's troubles with Parliament, Julius could not imagine King Charles even deigning to look at such a document. "Why bring it to me?" he had asked. "When you had me whipped," Gideon said quietly, "you didn't give me a chance, but I'm giving you one." "Take it elsewhere," Julius said curtly. But he still wondered afterwards. Giving him a chance. It was a strange expression. Next, the king and Parliament argued about who had the authority to send troops to Ireland to quell an uprising. A few days after Christmas, a great mob of apprentices rioted at Westminster and had to be dispersed by troops. And for the first time, Julius heard the word he was soon to dread. "You know what the troops called the apprentices as they chased them past Whitehall?" Henry asked him. "They saw most of the young devils had close-cropped hair, so they called them Roundheads." By April, a new militia was being raised, 6 regiments no less. One day, Julius saw Gideon, solemnly carrying a halberd, leading a little troop of apprentices who were marching down Cheapside. Yet still he persisted in believing that common sense must prevail. In the late summer, it seemed to Julius that a small sign of hope appeared. Some of the king's supporters were producing sensible, reasoned pamphlets that seemed to open the door to compromise. But in August, the mayor was removed, and a Puritan named Pennington was chosen in his place. A week later, news came that the king had raised his standard in Nottingham. This was the traditional chivalric way for a king to declare war. In September, Henry came to Julius. He wore a breastplate of armour over his tunic. "The north and most of the west are loyal," he told his brother. "Several great lords have promised troops. King Charles has summoned his nephew Rupert to come over from Germany." Julius knew that Prince Rupert was a first-rate leader of cavalry. "There'll be one short engagement," Henry predicted. "The parliamentary levies are not properly trained. They won't last 5 minutes against Rupert. Then we'll bring some order back." It was on the last Sunday in October that the extraordinary thing happened in St. Lawrence Silversleeves. When Meredith entered, he was not dressed in his usual gleaming cope. Instead, he was wearing a long black coat and a plain white shirt. He strode to the front of the church, but then, instead of sitting in his usual place in the chancel, he mounted at once into the pulpit, as though he were about to preach. Julius could only stare as Edward Meredith began the service. Except Julius frowned. It was not the service. The words were wrong. And then he realized. It was the Directory, the order of service of the Presbyterians. Calvinism, here in his very own church. He rose. "Stop this at once! Mr. Meredith, you have the wrong order of service, I think." But Meredith was only smiling, blandly. "The prayer book, Mr. Meredith," he began. "As head of the vestry, I must insist—" But he got no further, because he was interrupted by the church door opening. Gideon Carpenter, in the dress of an officer, a sword at his side, stepped calmly through it, followed by 6 armed men. Julius gaped, opening his mouth to rebuke them too, but was preempted by Gideon. "You are no longer on the vestry committee, Sir Julius." "No longer?" What did the man mean? And why on earth had Gideon addressed him in such a way? Sir Julius. "You did not know? I'm sorry. Your brother is dead. You are Sir Julius Ducket now." "Dead?" Julius just looked at him, taking it in, unable for a moment to speak. "There is something more, Sir Julius." It was said quietly, without malice. "You are under arrest." Edmund Meredith was good at surviving. Though in his late 70s now, in early 1649, he looked 20 years younger. Of his 5 children living, the youngest was only 6. As for the art of political survival, "It's all," he recently explained to his good friend Jane Wheeler, "in the timing." He liked talking to Jane. They had known each other too long to have any delusions and secrets. Although he was alarmed by what she had begun to do, he enjoyed her gentle teasing, and she was the only person in the world with whom he dared to be entirely frank. Referring to that day in 1642, when he had so shocked poor Julius by switching to the Presbyterian camp, she asked, "So how did you know which way to jump?" "I was certain Parliament would win," he told her. "Why so?" "Supply," he had said simply. "The Roundheads had the navy and almost all the ports. Hard for Charles to get reinforcements. Above all, the Roundheads had London. Long wars take money. London's where the money is." He grinned. "I bet 2-1 on the Roundheads and became a Presbyterian." How quickly he had been proved right. Only months later, Parliament, dropping all pretence of royal authority, had abolished bishops and done a deal with the Scots. By a solemn league and covenant, it was agreed that in return for a Scottish army to defeat Charles, the English would become Presbyterian. Huge numbers of Church of England clergy were thrown out, but Meredith had survived. King Charles and Prince Rupert had proved formidable. Even after the Scots had come down and helped inflict a severe defeat on them at Marston Moor, the message came back, "The Royalists are still in the field." Gideon had gone eagerly to join Cromwell's force. The New Model Army, it was called. This full-time, trained and disciplined army, commanded by Cromwell and his colleague, General Fairfax, turned the course of the war. Within a year it had inflicted a crushing defeat on Charles and Rupert at Naseby, and taken one royal stronghold after another. Oxford fell. Charles surrendered to the Scots. The Scots sold him to the English, who kept him under house arrest. So it had come to this. Julius sat alone in the panelled parlour for the solemn vigil of the night. They were going to kill King Charles in the morning. After a shameful mockery of a trial, the Roundheads were going to murder their anointed king. After his arrest by Gideon, Julius had found himself held under guard with 36 other prominent royalist citizens. When asked why, they were told, "You are malignants," as though they were some disease upon the body politic. After months in prison they had been released, but only after paying a fine of £20,000. Bocton had been taken over by the Roundheads, and so early in 1644 Sir Julius Ducket had returned sadly to his house behind St. Mary-le-Bow to try to begin his life again. It was, quite by chance, one March day, that he suddenly remembered the pirates' treasures. For a moment he hesitated. What was it his father had told him all those years ago? That he would guard this chest with his life because he had given his sacred word? But that had been 30 years ago. The pirate had never returned. There wasn't a chance by now that the fellow was even alive. From this moment, the slow recovery of Sir Julius Ducket had begun. He was very careful. After splitting the money up into 20 different bags, he secreted each one in a place where it would not be found. He said nothing, even to his children, about the treasure, but remarking that he had found a little cash, he was able to do a little modest buying and selling of merchandise, so that, without drawing attention to themselves, the family were able to live quietly. 2 days after the king's execution, Sir Julius Ducket received a visit from Jane Wheeler. The document she showed him was perfectly clear. It had been given to her by Orlando Barnacle's first mate, who had been searching for her for 20 years, ever since the dying pirate had given him this mission. It stated plainly that Orlando Barnacle had left her his treasure chest, which resided in the safe keeping of his father, Alderman Ducket. Gravely, Julius shook his head.
"I fear, Mistress Wheeler, that this document may be a forgery. I will look through my father's records. If I can find this chest, of course it will be yours, but I must tell you, I have never seen it. Unless," he added with a flash of inspiration, "it is at Bocton, but then you must ask the Roundheads for it."
Jane stared at him, and then she remarked very calmly,
"You're lying."
Outraged, Sir Julius asked her to leave.
"No one," he declared, "has ever said such a thing to me."
But late that night, when all the household was asleep, he went down to the cellar and found the old chest, and broke it up and burned it in the fireplace, and took the metal remains from the cinders and buried them before dawn, and hoped thereafter to put the business from him. He could not. A week later, Jane returned again. "Gideon has had Bocton searched," she told him. "The chest was never there. What have you done with it?" His assurance that he knew nothing more about it drew only an angry snort. "You will hear more," she promised. Yes, Martha reflected, in 1652, she had been blessed with a joyous homecoming. How sweet it was to be reunited with Gideon and his family, with dear Mrs. Wheeler, and her husband too, of course. The truth to tell, Martha had grown a little disappointed in Massachusetts. She had hardly liked to admit it, even to herself while she was there, but as she confided to Mrs. Wheeler, "There has been some backsliding in New England." And when Mrs. Wheeler gently inquired what it was that had tempted some of the colony from the path of righteousness, Martha did not hesitate. "Cod! It's fish that have taken men from the Lord." It was therefore in an uncertain frame of mind that Martha had received Gideon's urgent summons 3 years before. With the death of the king, he promised her Cromwell's saints would build a new order worthy of her. "We need you here," his letter declared, "and your husband too is greatly in need of your moral guidance." The England that awaited her was an unfamiliar country. With the execution of the king, the constitution had abruptly changed. The House of Lords was abolished. England was no longer called a kingdom, but the Commonwealth of England, governed by the House of Commons. Cromwell, the new state's great general, grew mightier every year. When the eldest son of the executed king, who proclaimed himself as Charles II, had tried to enter his English kingdom with an army of Scots, he and the Scots had been utterly crushed. Cromwell had crushed the troublesome Irish too, and completely subdued them. It was said that he had shed much Irish blood. The Commonwealth of England was in good order, therefore, ready to receive God's law. The one matter that puzzled Martha a little was the welfare of her husband. Gideon had been so insistent when he wrote that Doggett needed her moral guidance that the day after her return she had taken Gideon aside and asked him what he meant. Jane and Doggett were lying on her bed together when the door suddenly opened and they found themselves face to face with Martha. The two of them had been lovers for years, beginning in fact the year that Jane turned 60. Martha had been thorough. It had not taken her long to get the truth from Gideon. Once directly challenged, he had not felt he could lie. "I do not know," he had said defensively, "but I think it is so." Now, as well as Gideon, she had another neighbour with her. There must be proof, she had told Gideon. And the proof was there. Meredith shook his grey old head sadly. "Curse these saints with their moralizing and their witch hunts," he muttered. "And now you are taken in adultery." "At my age," Jane shrugged, "it sounds absurd." "But you forget," Meredith warned her urgently. "The penalty for adultery nowadays is death." The trial of Jane and Doggett took place in the Guildhall. The courtroom was packed. The 12 good men of the jury did not take long to consider their verdict. After only minutes they signalled that they were ready. Solemnly the jury foreman stood before the judge to answer the awful question, "How do you find?" And clearly his voice rang out, "Not guilty, my lord." "Not guilty?" Martha was standing trembling with rage. "Not guilty? Of course they are guilty." "Silence!" the judge thundered. "The jury has spoken." He nodded to Jane and to Doggett. "You're free to go." Doggett's life was made simply unendurable. His 2 children hardly knew him, and out of sheer force of habit followed Martha's lead. No one would speak to him. As for Jane, it was worse. If she stepped out of her house into the street, she was greeted with cries of "Whore!" By the end of the month, she said sadly to Meredith, "You were right. We must go." The snow was falling on the late January day, when Doggett, having previously conveyed all her possessions away by cart, he and Jane stepped into a wherry down by the Vintry and were rowed away upstream. Their destination was a little settlement beside Westminster. A century ago, some French merchants had for a time formed an enclave there, convenient for doing business with the royal palaces of Westminster and Whitehall, and ever since these streets had been known as Little or Petty France. Petty France was regarded as a place for misfits, though more recently some literary folk, including John Milton, had taken lodging there. "At least," Meredith had advised, "Martha and her friends won't bother you in Petty France. You can live quietly there." Jane Fleming Wheeler never saw any of the fortune that Orlando Barnacle had left her. She was a victim of the Great Plague of 1665, and though she died cursing Sir Julius, he lived happily to the age of 90. Number 17, Hanover Square. It is past noon on a late April day in 1750. Spring is in the air, and inside the handsome 4-story house with its big sash windows, Lady St. George is about to take her bath. Her maid is attentive. Soap first, then oils to keep the skin soft. My lady lingers in the bath a while, but not too long, lest that dry out the skin. When she is ready to rise, a huge towel is held out. She will not be rubbed, however, but gently pressed and patted dry. Then puffs of powder, unguents for her pretty feet, sprinklings of scent around her neck. Could it be that the Countess of St. George is preparing for a sexual encounter? It could, this very evening, in this very house. 17 Hanover Square. It was halfway up one side of the great paved and cobbled rectangle named after the present royal house, and what name could be more appropriate to convey its aristocratic ease? The German Hanoverians might have only a tenuous dynastic claim to the English crown, but Parliament had chosen them. They might speak English poorly, but they are Protestant. They might be stupid, but their rule had brought peace and prosperity. The dynasty is secure. 5 years before, in a romantic but harebrained escapade, the last of the Stuart line, young bonny Prince Charlie, had landed in Scotland to lead a great rising. But the English redcoats had marched. The rising had soon broken up and been easily crushed at Culloden. The Jacobite cause, espoused by Prince Charlie's supporters, was dead. Business was booming. London was growing to match. It was a classical age. Aristocrats made the grand tour and returned with Italian paintings and Roman statues for their houses. Ladies and gentlemen went to the old Roman spa of Bath to take the waters. And great writers like Swift, Pope, and Dr. Johnson modelled their poems and satires on those of Augustan Rome. It was, above all, an age of elegance. And elegance was everything at number 17 Hanover Square. By 1 o'clock, Balthazar, the hairdresser, had arrived. The design he had concocted for today would raise her golden hair a foot above her head, to be surmounted by a tightly drawn bun and a little circlet of pearls, to match the pearl choker she would wear around her neck. There was a knock on the door. It was her husband who entered. The 3rd Earl of St. George was not in a very good humour. With one hand he dismissed Balthazar, in the other was a sheaf of bills. The Earl's investments, though cautious, had been shrewd. The Bocton estate, which Sir Julius had managed to recover after it was taken over by Cromwell's men, was well run. He was an active member of the House of Lords in the Whig interest. To be Earl of St. George was a fine thing. As plain Miss Barham, the prospect of becoming his countess had certainly been enticing to the lady. But ducat, that was another matter. Why, half the memorial tablets in London proclaim some ducat or other to have been an alderman, guild member, or merchant. Earls they might recently have become, but the family was rooted in trade, and fashionable young Miss Barham found this humiliating. History is the servant of fashion. To the end of the Stuart age, the younger sons of the gentry were still becoming mercers and drapers, as they always had. Nowadays, however, if they possibly could, they avoided it. Instead, they favoured the army, which had scarcely existed before. They might also, at a pinch, become lawyers. From the middle part of the 18th century, the upper classes of England came genuinely to believe the adage, "Gentlemen, do not engage in trade." But the male line of the House of St. George still carried the tradesman's name of Ducat, and it was hard for Miss Barham to bear. To oblige her, therefore, the young Earl, who at that time was quite dazzled by her, changed the spelling to the French-seeming, if improbable, D-E-Quuette. It was, she told her friends, the older form of the name which only time had corrupted, and it was soon generally accepted that the Earl's family name must have come over with the Norman conquest. "Though it is pronounced," she would say, with a show of English firmness, "Ducat." But that, she thought sadly, was the last time he had really tried to please her. "These bills, madam." Lord St. George began to read them out. A hat-maker, milliner, Twining, the tea-seller, her shoemaker, dressmaker, 2 perfume-sellers, Fleming the baker, even a bookseller. "The dressmaker must be paid," she said firmly. She thought for a moment. She suspected that all the bills were justified, But the bakers annoyed her. She had held a huge party and decided, as she put it herself, to decorate the room with cakes. The party had not been a success. "Give me the baker's bill," she cried. "I'll make the fellow eat it." Actually, she meant to throw it in the fire. Fleming the baker could wait. He was not important. She hoped now that her husband would go. He did not. Instead, he cleared his throat.
"There is another matter, madam, that I wish to discuss. The family of Ducat, madam. I still have no heir."
"We are so busy at present." She collected herself. "Shall we not be at Bockton this summer?" She contrived a smile. "At Bockton, William."
"You gave me," he reminded her gently, "an heir once before."
She closed her eyes. It was an area of darkness, the thing they did not mention. Not even her husband knew the truth. The little creature was born with dark hair, with a curious white streak in the middle. Even this, however, was nothing to what she found next, for as she had taken the baby's tiny fist and opened the hand with her finger and thumb, she had discovered something else. She let out a little scream. The baby's fingers were webbed. She had the child carried off and abandoned. To her friends she said the baby had died, and she went through a prolonged period of convincing grief. Isaac Fleming could afford to be happy. His account to Lady St. George was for no less than £30. Since the huge order of cakes he had sent her had been, he knew, of the finest quality, he hoped that it would lead to a profitable business. "Perhaps," he told his family, "she will recommend us to her friends." Isaac Fleming's present ambitions were not large, but they were precise. He wanted a bow-fronted shop. His model was Twining's tea shop. It sold only tea, but how beautifully, how elegantly it did so. Great painted jars were set in the window. Inside, the barrels were all ornately labelled. On the counter, as well as weights and measures, were several beautifully inlaid tea caddies. It wasn't just a shop, it was a work of art. "I want a shop like that when I grow up," he had told his father when he was a boy. Secretly, he had an even greater hope. He would dispense with making bread altogether and make nothing but cakes. And he would move to Piccadilly. Piccadilly was fashion itself. The name originally had been a joke, because the merchant who had bought up the land had made his fortune supplying piccadeels, rough collars to the Elizabethan and Stuart court. But it was no joke now. Lying between the court of St. James and Pall Mall to the south, and the fine new developments like Grosvenor and Hanover Square to the north, Piccadilly could not fail to be a place for the best society. And it was there, just by the little market at St. James's Church, that there stood a shop so splendid, so entirely surpassing anything else in London, that before it Isaac Fleming could only bow the head. Fortnum and Mason. The two friends had set up the shop in 1707, when Fortnum, a footman in the royal household, had retired from service. It was astonishing what you could buy there. All manner of groceries, strange delicacies, hartshorn, curious pieces, exotic candies, imported through the East India Company. But most amazing of all were the store fittings. Magnificently dressed windows, brilliant lights, tables arranged as if one had entered a fashionable drawing-room in an aristocratic townhouse. One day he would dwell within sight of it, and his own more modest window of cakes would be seen by the same illustrious folk who visited Fortnum's. It was a dream, but it might just be attainable. The first step towards this distant goal was the improvement of his present shop, and the way to do that, without doubt, was to alter the facade. The bow window was a very intelligent idea for a retailer. Not only did it look elegant, not only by coming discreetly forward into the street did it seem to offer itself to the passer-by in a friendly sort of way, inviting him to pause and come in, but in the simplest and most practical terms, its extra footage allowed the shopkeeper to increase the size of the window display substantially. "Can we afford it?" his wife asked nervously. "Oh, I think so," he answered cheerfully. "Remember, I've £30 due from the Countess of St. George. At 5 o'clock that afternoon, a litter carried by 2 runners and containing the elegant person of Lady St. George passed through the gateway and into the colonnaded courtyard of a huge stone Palladian mansion across from Fortnum-and-Mason. This was Burlington House. Everyone, of course, was there. Nobles, politicians, a sprinkling of men from the world of arts and letters. Lady St. George moved elegantly from group to group, saying a few words here and there, making sure that she was seen. But all the time her eyes were secretly looking only for him. He had said he would be there. He was. Captain Jack Meredith was, momentarily standing alone, his tall, lean form turned towards one of the great windows in the huge room. Aware of her presence as she drew close, he was careful not to face her at once, and as he half-turned his head and smiled, as he might at any other woman, she noticed the handsome, manly line that creased his cheek. A fleck of powder from his wig had fallen on his cuff. They stood a little apart, aware only of each other's presence. They spoke quietly so as not to attract attention. "You will come?" "At 8. You are sure he will not be there?"
"Certain. He is at the House of Lords now. Then he goes out to supper and cards."
She sighed.
"He never changes."
It was oysters for supper over at 7 Dials. Harry Doggett surveyed the gaggle of children before him. They all looked like street urchins, which they were. The 2 7-year-old boys, Sam and Sep, were both barefooted and smoking long pipes. It was common enough for children to smoke in Georgian London.
"Oysters again?"
The children nodded, and somewhat nervously indicated the stairs. Doggett cast up his eyes. They all knew what this meant. As if in answer, there was a muffled bang from the room above. And then the floorboards announced the imminent arrival of Mrs. Doggett, or as Harry appropriately called her, "my trouble and strife." Harry Doggett was a Cockney, and proud of it. People might disagree about where the term came from, but one thing everyone agreed on. To qualify as a true member of this notable company, you had to be born within the sound of the great bell of Mary le Beau. The quick-witted Cockneys loved to play games with words and to make rhymes. Harry would tell his children, as soon as they could talk, "Holy Friar, that means liar. Loaf of bread, that's your head. Rabbit and pork, a lot of talk. So, stop rabbiting on and use your loaf." And so, as Mrs. Doggett staggered down the stairs, Harry muttered, "Here's trouble and strife." He meant his wife. The trouble with Mrs. Doggett was Aristotle, in other words, the bottle, and the contents of the bottle was needle and pin, and that meant gin. Mother's ruin, they also called it, but it was more like family ruin. "A little bit of comfort," she would call it whenever she began, and there was nothing, it seemed, you could do to stop her. 7 Dials was a funny sort of place. 7 streets, none important, had apparently decided to meet there. If you wanted to find the cheapest gin, you should come to 7 Dials. If you wanted female company, go down to the Clock, and you'd encounter a dozen women on the way, not so much regular prostitutes as the wives of working men ready to earn a little on the side. Poor people did not frequent the shops. Things cost more in there, and besides, few shopkeepers encouraged these ragged folk to defile their premises and put off their better customers. The humble street vendors would go on their perpetual rounds, therefore, their cries and shouts filling the air. "Hot pies! Buy my fat chickens! Oranges and lemons! Cherry ripe!" Or some, like the Muffin Man, would simply ring a bell. The hubbub was amazing. But the very princes of these Cockney traders were the costermongers, and Harry Doggett was a costermonger. He owned his own splendidly painted barrow, and his own donkey to pull it. He sold fish, fruit, and vegetables, depending on the day and season. But his wife's drinking meant that Harry could never really get ahead, and it caused him to warn his children all too often, "You must look sharp now, and learn to look after yourselves," which was exactly what Sep and Sam were doing. Sometimes Sepp worried about Sam stealing. "The Bow Street runners will get you," he would caution, referring to the London police force. The two boys were not identical twins, but very alike, with the same shock of white hair and the webbed fingers which, though they had skipped Harry Doggett, had been passed down from the costermonger's father. Harry had found Sepp in the street as a baby. Seeing the white hair like his own, and the webbed fingers like his father's, he thought the baby might be his by any one of a number of local women. "Ain't you the lucky one, then?" he smiled. "Found your father straight away, didn't you?" And he picked the baby up. He was honest with his wife, told her everything, very straight. "I couldn't leave him to die." "Course not." She shook her head, then grinned. "I must have had twins, Harry, just never noticed." When a few days later Harry took the baby to the vicar to be baptised, the clergyman suggested with a laugh, "Why not call him Septimus? It's Latin for seventh, and you found him by 7 dials." At a little before 8 o'clock that evening, Captain Jack Meredith came out of the door of White's Club in St. James's Street and started up towards Piccadilly. It was only in the last few years that some of the smarter coffee-houses had turned into gentlemen's clubs with restricted membership, but already White's had established itself as one with the most dashing style. Too dashing for some. For gambling was the thing at most of these clubs, and at White's they played high, very high. Captain Meredith was certainly dashing. As for gambling, he needed to win. His grandfather, a clergyman, like old Edmund, had done very well and put by a tidy fortune. His father had married a well-endowed widow and left Jack a rich young man, rich enough to lose £5,000 in a single evening at cards. Twice. But not 3 times, as he had finally done. Dashing Captain Jack Meredith kept a house in Jermyn Street, where the servants had not been paid for 6 weeks, and his regimental captaincy, for military commissions were bought and sold in the British Army, had already been mortgaged to a moneylender who lived in an alley near Lombard Street. He had just come to the corner of Piccadilly when the 3 men stepped out of the shadows and seized him.
"Captain Meredith, you are arrested, sir, for debt."
The door opened slowly. Lady St. George felt a little tremble pass through her body. At last. He had come. Lord St. George entered the room. Her face fell. "You?"
"This is my house."
His bland face contracted, the beginning of a frown.
"You were expecting someone else?"
"No." She strove to recover herself. "You always knock."
"We spoke this morning," he said, "of my need for an heir."
She had become adept at avoiding contact. Not only was her bedroom forbidden to him without permission, if they returned from an evening assembly or ball together, she either complained of feeling unwell or feigned sleep. Tonight, however, the case was different. He had caught her prepared to receive Jack.
"Your marriage vows include the word obey. I think it's time you did."
Lord St. George did not rape the Countess, for the simple reason that law and custom both declared that such a word could not be applied when the victim was his wife. With a savage suddenness, he ripped her gown open and tore it off. Then, pausing only enough to loosen the flap of his breeches, he rammed himself into her viciously, so that she cried out, and thrust with all his force again and again and again. When she fought him, he hit her, hard. She could taste blood in her mouth. As much as the pain, the sense of being violated, humiliated, was terrible. Captain Jack Meredith sat on the little wooden bench and shivered. He was in the clink. It was no joke to be a debtor in Georgian London. If your creditors obtained a judgment against you, as several of Meredith's had done, you could be seized without further warning and put in jail. There, until your debt was discharged, you remained. It could be for ever. These were the thoughts occupying the mind of Jack Meredith when he heard the sound of a large key turning in the lock, and a moment later became aware that the door of his cell was starting slowly to open. First came the tip of a large nose. Behind it, as though in procession, followed two mournful eyes, then a wig so dingy that one could only conclude that it had been used to clean the floor. And finally, the whole stooping person stood before the captain and addressed him thus.
"Ebenezer Gildersleeve, sir, at your service. I am the keeper of the clink."
It was, like many such positions, an inherited post. Before Ebenezer, his father and his father before him had exercised their shabby authority over the little prison. The rules of the clink, like most prisons, were very simple. If you wanted bread and water, it was yours for the asking. If you wanted anything else, you paid Ebenezer.
"Oh, dear sir,"
his opening gambit always began,
"a gentleman like you shouldn't be in here."
He would indicate the dark little cell with disgust. He had quite a commodious chamber next door, he would explain, in the remains of the old bishop's palace, that was much more suitable, and could be had for, depending on his guess at the gentleman's means, a shilling or two a day. Naturally, the gentleman will be wanting a decent dinner, a bottle of wine. Why, in a day or two he could probably be almost as comfortable as if he were at home. For a price, of course. And how was a gentleman in debt to pay for such things? It was amazing what Gildersleeves could arrange. No matter how disastrous their finances, fine gentlemen nearly always had items of value upon them. A gold watch, a ring. He'd sell it for you and bring you most of the money in no time. Better yet, he could send a fellow discreetly to your house to remove small items of value from under your creditors' noses. Your fine coat could be sold, and another, serviceable enough, would replace it while you lived a few weeks more on the proceeds. And when even your clothes on your back had been sold, and your friends all quietly departed, why, there was always the dark cell, snug enough for a beggar in your condition, and a nourishing diet of bread and water to sustain you for as long as you were able to live. The clink's best room was certainly a great improvement. It had a decent bed, a writing table, a rug on the floor, and a narrow medieval window with a view out to an overgrown little garden. Jack Meredith felt more himself as soon as he was installed. Gildersleeves had gotten a message to Lady St. George, and her reply, if unclear, had been encouraging. When she arrived and removed the scarf from around her face, Meredith received a shock. Lady St. George had taken great care over her appearance. The cheek which her husband had struck had been carefully slapped by her maid with a wet towel for an hour before she left, so that the entire side of her face was now horribly swollen and puffy. Further, her ladyship had even knelt down and bumped the other side of her face against the bedpost, so that she had a black eye too. She did not lack courage. The captain, who had risen to his feet, gazed at her in horror. "Who has done this to you?" "Who do you think?" "St. George? My God! How? Why?" She shrugged, indicating that she needed to sit down. Then, slowly letting him coax it from her, she told him about her husband's assault. "He must be stopped," he cried. "The blackguard!" "Well, Jack, there may be a way to save us both." She smiled a little wanly. "But there's a price." Isaac Fleming had been waiting in Hanover Square for half an hour before a smart carriage bearing the arms of the Ducats drew up before the door. He started forward. Much as he hated to do it, Fleming was forced to go to the lady and ask for his money. The area of Fleet Street outside his shop was being paved, and since the merchants used only the finest cobbles, he now owed £50 for his share. The groom was already at the carriage door. He had placed a step before it, and was holding out his arm to help the occupant down. Fleming could not see the face of the lady because she held a silk scarf against it, but he was certain it was Lady St. George. Placing himself a little before her, he made his best bow. "Lady St. George, it's Fleming, my lady, the baker. My lady was kind enough," he began, before the groom turned on him with a peremptory wave of his arm. "Move away there!" Out of the corner of his eye, Fleming was aware of the coachman getting down. "It's Fleming, my lady." He tried to begin again, then, getting confused, he held out his bill. The coachman's whip cracked just beside his ear. It did not actually touch him. The coachman could have flicked a fly off his nose without leaving a mark, if he'd wanted to. But it sounded like a pistol, and it gave Fleming such a fright that he lurched forward, slipped on the cobbles, and began to fall. Reaching up, his inky hand closed on something soft, which came away in his fingers as he went down. It was the end of Lady St. George's silk scarf. A second later, he found himself looking up into her uncovered face, and gasped. Lady St. George, finding herself exposed, did not try to cover her bruised and swollen face. Instead, she decided to give him a piece of her mind. "How dare you accost me, you vulgar little tradesman? Are you trying to dun me in the street? Your bill is infamous anyway. No one of my party would touch your cakes." As he thought about what he must do that night, Jack Meredith kept a cool head. So far, everything had been straightforward. Officially, he was still in the clink. But for a fee, Gildersleeves was always happy to allow his gentlemen a brief exeat, as long as they promised to return, and Lady St. George had given him 5 guineas. As for the morality of the business, Meredith had few scruples. He despised St. George. Besides, he was going to play by the rules, cruel as they were. At the Spring Gardens, at the old estate of Vauxhall, an evening of masquerade was in process. Some wore only a black half-mask that covered the upper half of their face. 1 or 2 women had chosen to dress in veils. Lord St. George was easy to spot, but Meredith pretended not to recognize him behind his mask. 2 or 3 of the gentlemen with him he really did not know. The talk was of politics, and he took no part. But after a time they moved on to gossip, and then, at a moment that seemed natural, he added his own voice. "They say that the latest scandal concerns Lord St. George." There was a hush. He saw one of the gentlemen glance towards the Earl inquiringly, before quietly asking, "And pray, sir, what is that?" "Why," he continued to sound like a foolish fop, "they say, gentlemen, that the Earl has taken to beating his wife." He paused for effect. "The joke is that he does not know why, for in truth he has more to complain of than he understands." Here he let out an insolent, braying laugh. "As those, like myself, who have enjoyed her favours, should know." It was done, and nicely done, he thought. With a pale hand that quivered only a little, St. George removed his mask.
"May I know the name of the blackguard I'm addressing?"
Meredith removed his mask in turn. "Captain Meredith, my lord, at your service," he answered stiffly.
"My friends will wait upon you, sir."
"I shall be at my home in Jermyn Street within the hour," Jack answered, then made his bow and turned upon his heel. It was the privilege of the party challenged to choose the weapons to be used. When the 2 gentlemen from the Earl called upon him that night, therefore, Meredith told them, "I choose rapiers." When St. George got home and confronted his wife, she expressed shock. "Dear heaven, I have had no lovers." "You see," she said softly, "Jack Meredith pretends to be a rake, but the truth is different. In secret he is a kind man who long ago confided his unhappiness in love to me. He became a friend, and when yesterday you had used me so cruelly, I went to seek his advice. He was very angry, William, but I did not know he would go to attack you as he did."
"Why tell me it was your lover, then?"
She looked genuinely perplexed. "I suppose to make you fight him. He must think I need defending. Surely you do not believe him, William?" she cried. "This foolish duel must be stopped."
"The insult was offered, and in public. I'd be the laughing stock of London if I did nothing."
She considered. "Honour," she suggested, "may be satisfied with a prick, may it not? A drop of blood will do?"
"I suppose so."
Many duels resulted in only a small wound, often in the arm, at which both pairs of seconds would hastily end it. Deaths happened, but were rare. It only took 5 minutes for Lord St. George to reach Hyde Park. The issuing of challenges between gentlemen had an ancient history from the days of medieval combat and long before, but it was only in the elegant 18th century that arranging private duels became fashionable. Why this was is hard to know. Perhaps the West End of London, where huge numbers of people with leisure and all claiming gentility lived close together, provided a breeding ground for social disputes. Perhaps it was the influence of the increasing number of regiments, with their chivalric military ethos. Whatever the reason, they duelled upon points of honour and courtesy. And though to later and more timid ages the practice seemed barbarous, it certainly provided an incentive to be polite. The law was mild concerning duels. The courts, after all, were run by gentlemen who understood these matters. There was no question of murder, since by definition both parties were consenting to the business. If you killed your opponent in a duel, you risked a fine or perhaps a nominal 3 months in jail. That was all. There were 7 men present, the duellists, each with 2 seconds, making 6, and a doctor being the 7th. St. George was a fair swordsman, but Meredith was far better. It surprised Jack nonetheless that his opponent did not seem to be pressing him very hard, and he concluded that this was probably a ruse. He waited cautiously, therefore, and then, with a single swift and deadly lunge, he shot his rapier straight into Lord St. George's heart. The seconds cried out. The doctor ran over. But within seconds, the Earl was dead. Isaac Fleming was never more astonished in his life than the morning in mid-May when the door of his shop opened and Lady St. George walked in. There was not a mark on her face. The death of her husband, which had been in all the London papers, had seemingly left her untouched. She even smiled as her eyes rested upon him with the same calm indifference as if he were part of the landscape on a sunny day. "I need," she remarked casually, "a wedding cake." For Lady St. George, things were going nicely to plan. The magistrates, as she had supposed, had taken a lenient view, and since Meredith had no money to pay a fine and was in prison anyway, they had decided to bring no charges and let the matter drop. The bargain she had made with Jack Meredith had been in 2 parts. First, he must provoke the duel with St. George and kill him. Second, he must marry her. In return, she would discharge his debts with the fortune now at her disposal. As for securing Meredith, she would leave nothing to chance there either. Before setting him free from prison by settling his debts, she would marry him. Then they would leave England for a year, travel in Europe, and return to life as normal. True, there would be those who might find this speedy marriage to a man who killed her husband a little shocking, but she had already begun to take care of them. Rumours of his cruel treatment of her had begun to circulate, thanks to her friends. She had let it be known that she had suffered in silence for years. Only one thing irked her, the lack of social occasion. Then she had remembered Fleming. He had seen her when her face was so swollen and bruised. His presence had infuriated her at the time, but now it occurred to her that he could be rather useful, a witness, the only one, to her ill treatment. As she thought of it, she saw exactly what to do. A small gathering, a few friends, a wedding cake. Something special, of course, from Fleming. And a word to a friend or two. "I always use Fleming, quite the best, and a good little fellow. He saw me once, you know, after St. George had—" and she could hear her own voice trailing off. "But I feel I can trust him to keep his mouth shut, just as I trust you." Her friends would be round at Fleming's shop in a trice. "I want a cake," she told Fleming, "that will be remembered, something quite out of the ordinary. If I'm pleased, I shall pay your present account as well. Shall we say a total of £40? The marriage of Captain Jack Meredith and Lady St. George took place quietly the following day. An elderly clergyman from the Fleet officiated. Ebenezer Gildersleeves, who had changed into a magnificent coat, which had belonged to a former inmate, since deceased, was best man. There were no bridesmaids. Mrs. Meredith the following day was a happier woman than she had ever been before, and Jack had only been home from prison a few hours. Only now could she feel sure that if life and love were a treacherous battle, she had won. But the quiet of the house was suddenly disturbed by a shout, followed by a piteous cry. "What the devil can that be?" Jack remarked as he went to the door and vanished down the passage. He appeared a minute later, grinning broadly at her, and holding firmly by one ear a boot-blackened urchin. "Dear heavens, Jack!" she cried, half in horror, half amusement. "Don't bring the filthy thing in here. Why are you holding it?"
"Why, because," he informed her with a wink, "this is a dangerous criminal. Your footman's just caught him stealing a shilling off the kitchen table. He was supposed to be sweeping the chimney."
"I never stole nothing."
The urchin had now started to cry. The tear streaks left white marks down his blackened cheeks. It had to be admitted that he looked rather a pitiful little sight. Even the fastidious lady of the house began to feel a little sorry for him. "What's your name, boy?" she brought herself to ask kindly. No answer. And just then, as the two adults looked at each other and shrugged, the little boy made a sudden, desperate bid to escape. With 3 rapid strides and a long arm, Jack caught him by the hand, whirled him back to where he came from, and then exclaimed in surprise, "Here's a strange thing. Look at this." He held up the boy's hand. Then he took the other hand, remarking that it was the same. He had noticed also at that moment that the little boy's hair, out of which most of the soot had now fallen, had a curious white patch in it. For the chimney sweep was none other than little Sam Doggett. It had been his idea that he and his adoptive brother become chimney sweeps. They were both small enough to fit down a chimney, and if they worked the wealthy houses of Mayfair, Sam suggested, they could drop down, pick up a little something valuable, and escape the way they come. "What an odd little fellow," Jack Meredith remarked. "He's got spirit, though." His wife stood transfixed, white as though she had seen a ghost, staring at the child speechlessly. "Oh, my God! It cannot... Surely... Oh, dear God!" And Meredith was so flabbergasted that he scarcely realized that he'd let go of the child, who seconds later had vanished into the street. It wasn't until later that night that she told him the truth. Then Captain Jack Meredith knew what he must do to save his soul and hers. "I've killed the father, but I'm damned if I'll disinherit the child," he said quietly. "If you don't take the child back, I will leave you." It did not take him long to find the boy. "Take me to your father," Meredith ordered, "or it'll be the worse for you." So together they set off in the direction of 7 Dials. For Isaac Fleming, dawn brought only a sense of hopeless failure. Every time he thought of a design that might please her ladyship, the money hovered over him, as if to say, "Is that all? For £40? He thought of a castle, a ship, even a lion, except that he couldn't make it. Yet each seemed trite, obvious, unremarkable. It was just after he'd put the first batch of bread in that he stepped outside. Fleet Street was still quiet. There was not yet a cart moving in the street. Eastwards, the sun was sending a bright glow across the heavens. Towards Ludgate, high over the rooftops, he could see the splendid spire of Sir Christopher Wren's St. Bride's Church, with its tiers of octagons piled one above the other up heavenward. St. Bride's, he thought. Just the right name for a church, if you were having a wedding. And then he had a most wonderful idea. The guests were all assembled, just 24 of her very dearest and most fashionable friends. They all knew, of course, about the discovery of the heir. It was astonishing. An evil servant switching the child, it seemed, when the young wife had been practically out of her mind with worry, and the discovery that the lost child was a sweep. They clamoured to see the boy, but were denied. "Too much for him," his mother told them. "I must protect him." As for the new Mrs. Meredith, who had nearly, though by no means completely, got over the shock of the day before, her social triumph, which was to make her immortal for an entire season, was crowned by the arrival, carried by 2 footmen, of the wedding cake. It was not one cake, but 4, each a little smaller than the last, encased in hard white icing and arranged one on top of another, in tiers supported by little wooden classical pillars, also coated with icing. It was, as near as a cake could be, an exact replica of the spire of Wren's St. Bride's. No such cake had ever been seen before. Once seen, no wedding would ever be complete again without one. The guests broke into applause. At that moment, an interview was taking place at the corner of the street between Harry Doggett and the new Earl of St. George.
"Everything all right, then?"
the elder genially inquired.
"They're going to make me read and write."
"Won't do you no harm."
The boy was thoughtful.
"Just one thing, Dad."
"What?"
"Well, about a year ago, when my mum was drunk, she said something about me and Sep."
"Oh, yeah?"
"She told me you found Sep by 7 Dials."
"Maybe I did."
"Well, if it was him you found and not me, then what am I doing here?"
"Fate," said Harry Doggett cheerfully. He considered a moment.
"See, it was you that went into the house and tried to steal a shilling, right?"
Sam nodded.
"So it was you they found?"
"But I'm your son, aren't I?"
"Course you are."
"And Sep's not?"
"Ah, now that," said Harry with impeccable logic, "is something we don't know. When I found him, I reckoned he was mine."
"It don't feel right,"
the boy complained.
"Look,"
his father said firmly.
"Use your loaf. You want to live all your life in the bread and butter? Her ladyship says you're a bath bun. You better keep quiet and be glad of it. Don't you want to be a lord?"
he demanded.
"It ain't so bad," Sam admitted. "You should see the food. Not a bleeding oyster in sight."
"I was born lucky, I suppose." By rights, Charlie Doggett should have been dead some hours ago. The sun was already up. Overhead there was a pale blue sky. Charlie and the other firemen had taken their helmets off, glad after their long, hot vigil to feel the cool morning air on their faces. Behind them, smoke was still rising from the fires all over the East End and the city. They had just endured another night of Hitler's Blitz, and in Charlie Doggett's case, they had seen a miracle. But then, when you thought about it, things had always turned out all right for the cheerful Cockney with the white flash in his hair. Even in the hard days in the East End, he had always seen the bright side. Take his father and his Auntie Jenny. "Your rich Auntie Jenny doesn't want to know us any more. Never even invited us to her wedding," his father would always say. Aunt Jenny and Charlie's father had been raised by their grandmother, Lucy Doggett, because their own father drank too much to bother about them. Lucy had been poor all her life, but Jenny, first a housemaid for wealthy Mrs. Arnold Silversleeves, later came up even more in the world when she married Percy Fleming, the trouser-maker. Although Aunt Jenny kept her distance, she used to send them Christmas presents, and to Charlie her very existence was a sort of inspiration. If one of the family could get out of the East End and get on in the world, then so he felt could he. Charlie could understand why his father and most of the men he knew were bitter. There wasn't enough regular employment in the docks, and even when you got a job, there was no guarantee you'd keep it. When Charlie had announced that he wanted to marry Ruth, what a row there'd been. It was one thing for his father to have Jewish friends in Whitechapel, but when he fell for Ruth, that was quite another matter. Ruth's family had cut her off entirely, but the young couple had moved to Battersea, and once again Charlie felt he'd fallen on his feet. While Ruth got a job at a piano factory nearby, he found a job on the buses. And best of all, after a year or two, he managed to get them a nice little house to rent in the safest part of the area. The trade unions had slowly improved things for working folk, and their representatives, the Labour Party, had become so numerous in Parliament that they were now in a position to form a government. But in the difficult years after the Great War, jobs were still scarce, money short. Some people hoped for a complete change to a socialist state, and Charlie had heard a wonderful speech once by a member of the Socialist Fabian Society called Carpenter, who'd promised a bright new world. But like most Londoners of the working classes, Charlie was a bit sceptical. "I don't know about a revolution," he would say, "but I'd like to see some better pay and conditions for the working man." The vehicle in which Charlie and the other firemen were riding was, like the majority of fire vehicles in the Blitz, a London taxi. In shape and dimensions it was actually a motorised version of the old horse-drawn hackney cab, roomy inside, therefore, and highly manoeuvrable. Fitted up with ladders on the roof and pulling a trailer pump behind, it dodged about the burning streets rather effectively. Anyway, it was all the auxiliary fire service had. The last week or two had certainly given the firemen the chance to show their mettle, for in September 1940, a year after the war was officially declared, Hitler began his famous offensive to bring England to its knees, the Blitzkrieg upon London. The Blitz was not just a raid, it was an inferno. Night after night the bombs had been raining down upon the docks. Sugar refineries, tar distilleries, more than 1 million tons of timber blazed, exploded, and sent up walls of fire that the men in the converted taxis could scarcely hope to quench. But the most terrible fires of all, that grim September, had been the huge cylindrical tanks of oil that poured black smoke up into the atmosphere for days on end, and which could be seen almost 100 miles away in the West Country. Up on the roof of one oil tank last night, Charlie had not heard the warning cries of the men below. The first he saw of the Messerschmitt was when it was about 500 yards away and coming straight for him. More from instinct than anything else, he had done the only thing he could, and pointed the hose at the pilot as he came. No one was sure how it was that Charlie was still there 3 seconds later, as the fighter wheeled up into the air again. As they made their way back to Battersea that morning, the thought did occur to his friends that a man can only have just so much luck, and Charlie seemed to have used up rather a lot of his last night. "Something wrong?" Normally Helen slept another hour into the afternoon, so when she appeared in the drawing-room at Eaton Terrace at only 2 o'clock, her mother looked up sharply. "Can't sleep." There were rings under Helen's eyes. Driving an ambulance in the midst of so much horror and death, it was not surprising that Helen should occasionally have been haunted by premonitions of death. Most of the time, she told her mother, she was too busy to think about it. But sometimes such thoughts visited her, and she would give her mother's arm an extra little squeeze of affection as she went off. "You've had these feelings before," Violet said softly, "and here you still are." "I know. I think I might go for a walk." A moment later, hearing the door bang, Violet was left alone with the silence. She had lost one child already. Must she lose another? Henry, who had never forgiven her for the active campaigning she did as a suffragette, and which had made him suffer at school. Henry, who had supported Violet's father, old Edward Bull, the brewmaster, in the 18 months that she had been in and out of prison, and the old man had Helen with him at Bockton, the big estate he'd bought from the Earl of St. James. "He's given the family a home," Henry had said to her bitterly. "You haven't." Yet despite that, it had been Henry who had come to visit her in prison. No one else from the family had. She had been imprisoned 3 times. A sort of fever had gripped many in the suffragette movement at that time. Enraged by the cynical contempt shown by even the Liberals, some of the movement had turned increasingly to acts of carefully calculated outrage. Several houses had been burned down. Emily Wilding Davison had even thrown herself in front of the King's horse during a race and been killed. With her father implacable at Bockton and her son against her, Violet remembered telling a colleague, "I may as well be hung for a sheep as a lamb." A week later, at a demonstration, she had been arrested again. 3 months in prison that time, but in company with a dozen other women she knew. What a camaraderie they'd all felt. Soon after they were released, they'd all been put in jail again. 6 pale, determined women, shamefully treated in their fight against cruel injustice. It had come as a shock when she finally emerged, to realize that the country was drifting towards a war. It had been the end of July 1914, just a week before war was declared. Henry had been due to go up to Oxford that autumn. A month later, he had volunteered and was in uniform. She had discovered what mustard gas could do when he'd finally been invalided home after Ypres in 1915. "I suppose I should be glad to be alive," he had told her wryly. The war brought one other great change. So severe was the shortage of men at home that women stepped in to do their jobs, and were welcomed. They worked in the munitions factories and on the railways. They served behind counters, worked the telephones, toiled and dug. The suffragettes had given up their campaign for the duration of the war. Their service, it soon appeared, made their case for them. As people saw what women were doing, even the most stalwart Conservatives found their opposition to women's votes melting away. In 1917, with hardly a murmur against it, Asquith, the Prime Minister, had given women the vote, declaring, "They have earned it." Then came the terrible influenza epidemic of 1918, and Henry had died. Though the huge glass palace itself had burned down 4 years before, the area was still called Crystal Palace. From Percy and Jenny's little garden, you see right over London. Now they stood with Percy's brother Herbert and his wife Maisie, gazing across to the distant line of Hampstead. The sky in the west was red, a presage of things to come. In the east, the dark shadow of night was spreading in from the estuary. As for the huge sprawl of the metropolis which filled the whole basin, the blackout was being rigidly enforced. The usual glimmering of a million tiny lights was absent. London was a vast blackness waiting to become invisible. There were just the 4 of them. Herbert and Maisie had never had any children. Percy and Jenny had a son who was in the army, their daughter married and living down in Kent. Maisie had always disapproved of Jenny, but the 2 women had learned to get on together, and that afternoon, to take their minds off the Blitz, they'd gone to the local cinema to see Gone with the Wind. The previous night they had stood together in the garden, watching as the waves of planes droned over London again and again, and the red fires lit up, flickering here, bursting out there into great clouds of burning cinders that soared up into the blackness of the night sky. Where would the bombs land tonight? "Time to be off," said Percy. He and Herbert, now in their 60s, worked at night down at the little fire brigade substation nearby, helping out. "I couldn't just wait around and do nothing," Percy had explained. Maisie felt that Herbert should have stayed with her. "But it's good for them to be together," Jenny had told her. "Right then," said Herbert. "Let's be going." At 6:15, Helen Meredith kissed her mother goodbye. She looked so well in her uniform, with her fair hair pinned up under a cap. "Helen," her mother gently took her arm as she was turning to go. "Don't worry. It'll be all right." Neville Silversleeves was a man who naturally collected responsibilities. At an early age he had succeeded his father as head of the respected old firm of Odstock, Alderbury and Silversleeves, solicitors. If he joined any society, within a few years he was inevitably asked to be its secretary. He was tall, with thinning black hair and a very long nose. "That nose," a cruel barrister had once remarked, "collects petty authority like a fly-paper." As a good churchman, whose firm had done work for the diocese, Neville was a verger of St. Paul's, and given his position had become one of the select group of ARP wardens in the city and Holborn. In recent months the wardens all over London had become unpopular for their ruthless enforcement of the blackout. In the city itself the residential population was small, but with so many banks, offices and churches to protect, the wardens had important responsibilities. But to Neville Silversleeves this was just another of the burdens which he believed it was his destiny to bear. He was on duty that night. The Fleming Brothers substation lay in Section 84 at the outer edge of the London Region's authority. It was an evacuated schoolhouse. The equipment consisted of 4 taxis with ladders, 3 trailer pumps, a van and 2 motorcycles. The crews had all arrived by soon after 6, but there might be hours to wait before they were summoned to back up the hard-pressed crews in the centre. There were 2 women on the telephones. There was the substation officer, who'd been a regular fireman, and the crews, all auxiliary fire service men. Percy and Herbert did the backup tasks, and Percy usually looked after the kitchen. The AFS administration had not done well in the matter of provisions. Tonight Percy only had some rice, cabbage, and a tray of corned beef which, it seemed to him, had a rather greenish look. "It's not much of a meal," he remarked to Herbert. There was nothing to do but boil the rice and wait for the first drone of the German planes as they passed, sometimes directly overhead, on their way to central London. Darkness had long since fallen, and Herbert was busily playing a music hall number on the school's old upright piano, when Percy, who had walked to the door to look out, saw something that made him tremble. "Oh, my God," he said. Admiral Sir William Barnacle stood 6'3", his chest reminiscent of the prow of a battleship. His beard was huge and red. He looked exactly like the descendant of Vikings that he was. On the quarter-deck, Barnacle was a stupendous leader of men. The authorities had taken a calculated risk in putting the Admiral in charge of a large part of the London Auxiliary Fire Service. "He's not always diplomatic," certain bureaucrats gently suggested. "His bellow could astound a frigate." "It's not a diplomat we need," Churchill himself had remarked, "but a man to raise morale." So Admiral Barnacle's mighty heart and mighty temper had been let loose upon the AFS. It was his great red beard that Percy now saw bearing down upon him, as the Admiral arrived unannounced to inspect this little outpost of his vast domain. If there was one thing Admiral Sir William Barnacle understood, it was rations. A well-fed ship, he knew, was a contented ship. He lifted up a slice of the greenish corned beef with a fork, eyed it, and sniffed it. He took a bite, chewed it, screwed up his face, and spat it out. "It's gone off," he bellowed. "This is the food they supplied for your men. Good God, you'll all be poisoned." And then Barnacle became angry indeed. His great fist pounded the kitchen table so hard that one of its legs fell off. He seized the tin tray of corned beef, marched outside with it, and hurled it away over the station roof into the sky. Then he went to the telephone, called headquarters, and ordered them to put a proper dinner in a staff car and bring it round immediately. And then he turned to Percy. "Your name?" "Fleming, sir." With his blue eyes blazing, the Admiral tapped his huge finger on Percy's chest. "Fleming, if we're ever given food like this again, you're to pick up the telephone, ring HQ and ask for me personally. If they argue, I'll tell them that I told you to. Do you understand?" "Oh, yes, sir," said Percy. "I do." "Good. Next time I come, we'll have a song on that piano, and I shall eat supper with you." After a brief private word with the station chief, the Admiral was off to put heart into some other unsuspecting outpost. Charlie listened. The drone had begun. Soon it became a roar as they came over, wave after wave of Heinkels and Dorniers, escorted by buzzing clouds of Messerschmitts. The barrage was beginning now, a huge chorus of bangs, thuds and rattles, and bursts of light in the night sky. The searchlights waved back and forth like strange silver wands in the darkness above. Soon he could hear the thud and boom of the high explosive bombs crashing down. They sounded closer than they had last night, and sure enough, a few minutes later, the telephone rang with the first request. "It's the city. Off you go, lads." Helen drove through Moorgate. It seemed astonishing that even when there was an inferno in one street, the next could be pitch dark. Twice they had to stop to negotiate round a bomb crater. On the second occasion, they had only just seen it in time. There were just two of them in the ambulance, a sturdy old van with faint markings on its sides. It might have seemed a little primitive, but it carried a stretcher and a full complement of first-aid materials, which was a great improvement on the situation some months before, when she'd been asked to drive her own little Morris and to find scissors and bandages for herself. The tenement block came into sight. A single fire appliance was hosing down the corner where a bomb had neatly taken down a section of wall, leaving the interior exposed like a child's dollhouse. The fireman had brought an old lady out and laid her on a blanket to await the ambulance. It only took Helen a moment to ascertain that one of her legs was badly broken. Helen strapped the old woman's leg to a splint and was just moving her stretcher when she saw a fireman look up and heard the drone of the next wave of bombers approaching.
"Please, dear, if I'm going to hospital," the old woman pleaded, "I just realised, could you help me? I forgot—"
Helen didn't need to let her finish. "Your teeth." It was always the same. Keeping their false teeth was the one little bit of dignity they still had. As the drone turned into a roar and the barrage erupted above her, Helen walked through the door into the tenement building. The premonition that had been troubling Violet was not precise. She had not seen a vision of Helen lying dead or injured. It was more general, a sense that something important, she could not exactly say what, was coming to an end. After Helen had left that evening, the feeling had grown stronger. Only after the first dread of the night had passed did it occur to her that it might be her own life, rather than Helen's, which was about to be snapped shut. It couldn't have been the corned beef, since that had never been touched, but whatever it was, by midnight Auxiliary Fireman Clark was in no state to go out. Crew number 3, therefore, was a man short. When the news came through that the Bull Brewery had been hit, the station officer looked round for an extra man. He'd always hesitated to use the older men like the Flemings. As both were in their 60s, they really belonged in the Home Guard, and though neither of them knew it, they were only there because he felt that Herbert's performances at the piano were good for morale. Just now, however, he was a man short and faced with a conflagration. Thoughtfully, he looked at Percy. "I suppose," he said, "you wouldn't like to go along?"
"Come on, Percy,"
the others cried. "It's a chance to get into the brewery. We'll have a party."
"All right, then,"
he said. "I'll go." Now it was really coming down on every side. Again and again Charlie heard the scream and the awful thump of a high-explosive bomb. One fell in Blackfriars, another somewhere near the Guildhall. Above, the sky was full of starbursts, as though they were witnessing a huge fireworks display put on by madmen. The roars, cracks, and bangs were deafening. First, Charlie's team had put out a fire blazing in 2 houses in Ludgate. Then they were sent up to St. Bartholomew's. The St. Bartholomew's fire proved to be small and quickly dealt with, but they were not left idle. Within minutes, a dispatch rider told them to go over behind St. Paul's. An office building between Watling Street and St. Mary Le Bow had caught fire. A dozen other appliances were hastening towards it. Just as they were leaving, Charlie, who was driving, caught sight of something gleaming as white as an angel, drifting slowly towards them over the dome of the Old Bailey Criminal Court. "Hello," he murmured. "We're in luck." Of all the agents of destruction dropped from the skies during the Blitz, perhaps the most devastating were the landmines. Drifting quietly down, attached to a parachute, the landmine would strike the ground without burrowing into it, and then detonate. One landmine could easily wipe out half a street of small houses. The casualties they caused were terrible. Yet it was frequently the case that as these angels of death drifted down, people were seen running not away, but towards them. The reason was the parachute. It was made of silk. If you could keep far enough away from the mine to avoid the blast, but then rush in quickly before anyone else, you could cut yourself a good piece of the silk parachute. They made up very nicely into shirts and dresses. Luck was indeed on Charlie's side that night. While they took cover, the landmine obligingly landed in the open space of Smithfield, where it made a large hole in the ground, but did no other serious damage. Within 3 minutes, the parachute had disappeared into the back of the converted taxi, and Charlie and his men went off to risk their lives again. When it got as hot as this, Charlie knew, you had to keep your face down in front of the fire. The main danger, apart from falling masonry, was the cinders. The burning dust could get into your eyes all too easily and cause painful burns. He'd already been treated for this twice. Charlie Doggett might not be averse to a bit of harmless looting, but once he was on the job, there wasn't a braver firefighter in London. Only after Charlie had been going non-stop, high up a ladder, right at the face of a fire for half an hour, did the fire officer in charge order him to take a break. There were hoses running down the lane from St. Mary Le Bow. Charlie followed them up into Cheapside, then turned left towards the corner of Cheapside opposite the east end of St. Paul's. He was grateful to feel a little cool breeze on his face. Though he was not supposed to, he took his helmet off to cool his head. At the corner, a large crater was all that was left of two buildings that had been destroyed the night before. It was nearly 20 feet deep. Settling himself down on some rubble that remained by the rim, he took a few deep breaths and sat quietly gazing westward at St. Paul's. It was an awesome sight. Somehow Christopher Wren's mighty leaden dome remained intact. All around, the burning roofs created a surrounding lake of red, from which the massive Temple of London arose, dark, immovable, silent with a rock-like indifference. It was as if, Charlie thought, the old cathedral was declaring that even Hitler's Blitz could never touch the city's ancient heart and soul. After a few minutes, Charlie glanced down into the crater beside him. It was clear that it had gone clean through the foundations of the houses that had been standing there. He could discern lines of earlier foundations of stone. In the flickering light from the surrounding fires, he thought he could make out a piece of tiled floor. From a nearby building, a little explosion caused a flash of reddish light to illuminate the pit further for a moment. And as it did so, Charlie noticed a faint glint from something down at the bottom. Curious, he glanced about to see no one was looking, and clambered over the edge. A second or two later he was feeling about in the dark. The faint glint seemed to have come from under a lid of some kind, covered over with rubble. He frowned, whistled softly, and then drew his hand out carefully. The coins were heavy. He guessed they might be gold, but he hadn't enough light to see. Then, all of a sudden, a powerful torch cut down from the rim of the crater, and in an instant he saw that he indeed had a fistful of solid gold coins. The metal lid belonged to a box, and in the beam of light he saw that it contained a quantity of similar coins, and saw, too, that there were other containers like it nearby. Charlie Doggett, though he could not possibly have known it, had found the stolen bullion left by Roman soldiers one sunny afternoon nearly 1,700 years before. "What are you doing?" The owner of the torch was a tall man wearing an ARP warden's tin hat. By the light of the fires, Charlie could see that he had a large nose. "You're looting. It's against the law," said Neville Silversleeves. "No, I'm not. This is buried treasure, this is," Charlie riposted. "I'm entitled." "The building, as it happens," Silversleeves said officiously, "is church property. You're entitled to nothing. Now get out of there at once." "If you ask me," said Charlie firmly, "another bleeding raid starting, and it's you who'd better move." The air suddenly erupted with the sound of anti-aircraft fire from every side, while overhead a fresh droning roar of approaching bombers was near. "I shall report you," called Silversleeves. "Suit yourself," muttered Charlie. The bomb must have fallen 100 yards or so behind Silversleeves. The flash and roar were so great that for about 20 seconds Charlie could not even make out what had happened. Then he realized that the unconscious body of Silversleeves was lying halfway down the opposite side of the crater from where he'd been standing. "I hope you broke your bleeding neck," he murmured. Reaching in again to the coins, Charlie quickly began to stuff them into his boots. 10, 20, 30. He just got to his fourth handful when he realized that he was going to die. The sound made by a high explosive bomb just before it lands is a whistling scream. Charlie had heard plenty of those in the last 2 weeks. He'd become quite an expert at sensing where they were about to fall. As he heard the pitch of the bomb scream above him, he knew at once that it was different from any that he'd heard before. It was coming directly for him. Hampered by his boots weighed down with gold, he started manically scrambling upwards, the rubble crumbling under his hands. As the bomb crashed onto the exact spot where he'd been standing just 2 seconds before, he was still ludicrously scrambling. He continued to scramble until he reached the top. The bomb had not yet exploded. Charlie Doggett sat shaking on the edge of the crater, looking in. The bomb was half buried in the centre where the gold had been. Silversleeves was still lying unconscious where he'd landed in the blast. Charlie stared at the bomb, expecting it to explode. But nothing happened. Unexploded bombs, UXBs, were not uncommon, but they could go off at any time. Charlie got up slowly and wondered what to do. He supposed he ought to summon help to get Silversleeves out, but there was, of course, the matter of the gold. Was it all buried under the bomb now, or was it possible he could still get some more out? If I'm lucky enough not to be killed by the Messerschmitt last night, or this bomb now, he thought, I should think my luck should hold good. He slithered down into the crater again. There was more light now. Some other buildings must have been set ablaze nearby, because a wall of flame suddenly leapt into the sky behind him. By its light, he saw one gold coin lying near the bomb, but nothing else. It's God up there, sparing my life, but keeping me from temptation, he thought. Just when I think I've struck it rich, he goes and buries all the money under 800 pounds of high explosive. He reached down slowly for the gold coin, only to be interrupted from behind by a roar that made him jump half out of his skin. Charlie whirled round. Standing on the edge of the crater, his huge form seeming even larger against the wall of flame filling the sky behind him, his great red beard appearing almost to be on fire itself, Admiral Sir William Barnacle was staring down into the pit. His mighty arm, like that of some avenging Viking god, was pointing at Charlie. My God, thought poor Charlie, he's caught me at it. But Admiral Barnacle knew nothing of Charlie and his Roman gold. As his car came by St. Paul's, all he'd seen was the figure of Silversleeves being tossed by the blast into the crater. And now this gallant little fireman with his shock of white hair going down beside an unexploded bomb to get the warden out.
"Well done, that man," he thundered. "By God, you deserve a medal. Hold fast there, I'm coming."
Striding down into the crater himself, Admiral Barnacle cried,
"You'll never haul him out alone, man. Here we go."
Charlie took Silversleeves' long legs and Barnacle his arms, and they hauled the unconscious warden up to the roadway, where the Admiral flagged down a passing ambulance and told the two women in charge to take the ARP warden straight to St. Bartholomew's. A moment later, Helen was on her way to the emergency room, with Silversleeves still out cold in the back of the van.
"Now then," cried the Admiral cheerfully, "I want you to come with me. I need your name and station."
He took Charlie over to his car.
"I think," he said in a low voice, "we might also get out of here. You never know when one of those unexploded buggers is going to go off."
30 seconds later, it did. When an exhausted Percy got home from the big brewery fire at 9 o'clock the following morning, Jenny had bad news. Maisie had been killed the night before by friendly fire while watching a dogfight between a Messerschmitt and a Spitfire. When Helen Meredith arrived home, she too received a severe shock. The house in Eaton Terrace had been completely destroyed by a high-explosive bomb. One glance at it told her that no one could possibly have survived in there. She was still standing in the ruins, unable to take in what had happened, when her mother walked round the corner. "It's the strangest thing, my dear," Violet explained. "I had this extraordinary feeling I was in danger, so I went round to the shelter in Sloane Square Underground." Until recently, though acts of conspicuous gallantry in the military could be rewarded by the famous Victoria Cross, there had been no equivalent honour for civilian gallantry. This had now been remedied by the institution of the George Cross and George Medal. If there had ever been any doubt about the gallantry of the members of the Auxiliary Fire Service during the Blitz, that doubt was utterly vanquished when a number of firefighters won the George Cross. One of them, on the personal recommendation of Admiral Barnacle himself, was Charlie Doggett. For Charlie it was rather an embarrassment, though, as any of his colleagues could have attested, he'd earned a medal many times. He knew he hadn't deserved this one. But what could he say? Even Silversleeves, who remembered nothing at all of the moments before the explosion, had insisted upon visiting him and thanking him personally. Charlie had gone back to the place once, out of curiosity, but there was no sign of any gold. He kept the Roman coins he had, though, in a little box, and gave them later to his son. It was quiet in the trench. Sarah Bull glanced at her co-workers and smiled to herself. She'd been on many digs before, but she particularly wanted to join this one, because it was being conducted by John Doggett. Dr. John Doggett was a Londoner through and through. "My grandfather was a fireman in the Blitz," he'd confessed to her once. He was also curator of the Museum of London, where she had recently come to work. Sarah loved the museum. Perched up on a big pedestrian area a few minutes' walk from St. Paul's, its windows looked out on a large, handsome fragment of the old Roman wall of London. The whole museum was arranged as a walk through history, from prehistoric times to the present day. The curators had created whole scenes, accompanied by the appropriate sights and sounds, into which the visitor walked. A prehistoric camp, a 17th century room, a whole 18th century street, Victorian shops. Accompanying each exhibit were articles from the time, from flint arrowheads to a real, fully stocked costermonger's barrow. Behind it all, Sarah knew, lay hard scholarship. As an archaeology graduate, this was what had attracted her to the place. There were new finds, often huge discoveries being made all the time. The little temple of Mithras, and then only a few years ago, the discovery that the old Guildhall was actually standing on the site of a huge Roman amphitheatre. Roman roads and medieval buildings were regularly being uncovered. A charming recent find, just by the old wall, had been the remains of some coins and moulds used by a Roman forger. The curator had been able to demonstrate exactly how the forging of the coins was done. And then, of course, there was young Dr. Doggett. With his cheerful temper and the white flash in his hair, he was as popular as he was easily recognized. Rather curiously, he had webbed fingers. Good for swimming and digging, he had wryly informed her. He was always so busy, and she, as a new recruit, was of course so junior, but she was hoping that at this dig he might notice her for the first time. The question was, as well as Roman artifacts, did he also like blue-eyed blondes? The trench was on a small site overlooking the Thames. It was not often that archaeologists got the chance to dig in the City of London, but when a building was demolished and another built in its place, arrangements could be made for an excavation. There had been so much building since the city and East End was devastated in the Blitz that its quality was uneven. The building where they were excavating had, in Sarah's opinion, been inferior, so she was doubly glad to see it replaced. The owners of the new building had even agreed that if the archaeologists uncovered anything really exciting, they would construct an atrium and build round it, so that the remains could be viewed by the public. They'd already gone down 10 feet below the old basement. That meant that standing in the bottom of the trench, at her eye level, she was looking at a layer of gravel that would have been the surface in the time of Julius Caesar. Sarah decided to take a walk by the quiet river. It was cleaner now than it had been in centuries. You could even catch fish in it again. It was also carefully managed. The gradual tilting of the island that had been raising the water level for so many centuries had been counteracted by an elegant flood barrier across the stream. London might have some things in common with Venice, but it certainly wasn't going to sink under the water. Allowing herself a last long look down to Tower Bridge and up to St. Paul's, Sarah returned to the trench. Dr. Doggett had gone. One other archaeologist was in the trench at the moment, scraping away patiently at the surface. Sarah went down to join her. As she did so, she remembered a talk she had heard John Doggett give to a party of older schoolchildren. He had outlined the work of the museum and the archaeologists, too, and then, to put this work into focus, he had said something she had liked very much. "Imagine," he had said, "a summer. At the end of it, the leaves fall. They lie on the ground. They almost dissolve, you might say, but not quite. The next year, the same thing happens again, and again. Thinned out, compressed, those leaves, and all the other vegetation, build up layers year after year. It's the natural process. It's organic. But something similar happens with man, and especially in a city. Each year, each age, leaves something. It gets compressed, of course. It disappears under the surface, but just a little of all that human life remains. A Roman tile, a coin, a clay pipe from Shakespeare's time, all left in place. When we dig down, we find it, and we may put it on show, but don't think of it just as an object, because that coin, that pipe, belonged to someone, a person who lived and loved and looked out at the river and sky each day just like you and me. So when we dig down into the earth under our feet and find all that was left of that man or woman, I try to remember that what I'm seeing and handling is a huge and endless compression of lives. And sometimes in our work here, I feel as if we've somehow entered into that layer of compressed time, prized open that life, a single day even, with its morning and evening, and its blue sky and its horizon. We've opened just one of the millions and millions of windows hidden in the ground. Sarah smiled to herself. She had liked that. And standing there in the trench, looking at the place where perhaps Julius Caesar had stood, she reached out her hand and touched.